This is Audible.
An American Werewolf in Hoboken. Wolf Mates, Book 1. Written by Dakota Cassidy. Narrated by Holly Jackson. Prologue. Max Adams ran as though the hounds of hell chased him, pounding the pavement with swift, measured strides. The click of his nails echoed in the rain-soaked empty streets. Flashes of buildings passed in a blur, his nose frantically seeking food. His long tongue slipped out the side of his mouth, draping over the clumps of hair covering his chin, muzzle. Panting, he eyed each alleyway from his peripheral vision, desperately searching. The smells of the city assaulted his ultra-sensitive senses. Max sniffed the air, picking up the aroma of broiled steak, pork chops with thick brown gravy, veal medallions in a creamy white sauce with sliced onions and a sprig of parsley for garnish, and scalloped potatoes. No, wait, they were au gratin. Definitely au gratin. His stomach roared its discontent. Good hell, he was hungry. But could he afford to indulge in morsels of succulent calf seared to perfection right now? They'd be easy enough to snatch from some unsuspecting diner's table. No, there was no time to waste because he was too damn busy playing this ridiculous game of here doggy doggy, which he wouldn't be doing if it weren't for the alleged vision. A sharp whistle stopped him in his tracks, and again his ears twitched to the tune of two men yelling, "Here, boy! Come on, puppy!" That's Mr. Werewolf to you. Max flared his nostrils and huffed in distaste. Puppy. He was no damn puppy. As he sought shelter, he had to wonder, did it get any worse than this? Hoofing the streets like some desolate stray, searching for what his Aunt Eva claimed was his prophecy, in Hoboken, New Jersey. Yet here he was, prophecy hunting, because that's what everyone in his pack did. When the call came, they all had a destiny to fulfill. No one ignored the call. Especially not Max, because he liked living. He held an intense disdain for all the mumbo-jumbo folklore bullshit beaten into his psyche since he was a child. But there was no proof he wouldn't die if he didn't mate by the first full moon after meeting his destiny. So, mate he would. However, unless his memory failed him, no one had ever fulfilled the journey to their soulmate while being hunted like a wild boar. "The prophecy has spoken," Eva had said. A prophecy she'd found, like usual, in a bowl of chicken noodle soup. To say Chicken Noodle Night was a nightmare for his family was putting it lightly. But his family members claimed Eva knew all, so his divination lay in some murky broth and noodles. The curse cast upon his family declared if he didn't follow his path to his providence, he was essentially toast. He'd have to face the mojo of all mojos. So, rather than take the risk this destiny of his was flat-out bullshit and the possibility of a bloody, ugly demise, he ran. Fast. Besides, who'd want to miss a 200-mile trek and starvation just to get to their destiny only to be hunted like game? This was what all those stories told around campfires were made of. It put hair on your chest, made you stronger. A real man. Racing down a deserted, dimly lit street, he spied a chain-link fence that looked like his ticket out of this. Except he had 4 paws, and not a pair of legs to climb said fence. Well, shit. The thunderous sound of feet on blacktop diminished behind him. Maybe they'd given up. But his ears picked up mumbling as the men who pursued him continued their search. No such luck. A bright light cornered him as he swept past a dumpster, only to find a dead end. Fuck. Holy cow! Look at him! He's goddamn huge, Al! One of his potential jailers hollered from behind the glare of the flashlight. Bent at the knee, one of the men squinted at him from the darkness. Damn right he was huge, and he was going to take a big bite out of poor Al's ass if he came any closer. Al followed up with a long whistle, readjusting his baseball cap. Jesus, I've never seen anything that big, Len. German Shepherd, you think? Len's eyes were wide in the darkened alley. He rocked back on his heels and gave his obviously professional opinion. Mutant German Shepherd, maybe. Fear not, good citizens of Hoboken. Animal Control's finest are hard at work. German Shepherd. Wait, Al said. I've got something for him. He began to dig around in his pocket, pulling out a plastic bag. He probably had a stash of milk bones at the ready to entice strays. Hardly worthy of him when he was used to dining on filet, but Max figured he'd give Al a nod in the noble effort category. As he watched Al skeptically from the corner he was backed into, he caught his first whiff of Al's magic stray catcher stash. No, not that. Anything but that. His stomach howled in violent response to the contents of the plastic bag. Jesus, Al, that's so unfair. Look, puppy, look what I have. Al held meat, red meat, between his fingers, shaking it around to entice him. Max liberally sniffed the air surrounding the meat. Oh, the hell! How insulting. It was going to take a hell of a lot more than some cheap round steak to get him to bite. It was filet or nothing. But his stomach growled again in another protest, meaning round steak was better than no steak. Well, okay, he'd bite. He could easily knock this guy out while snatching the meat from him. Max prowled closer, moving in on Al's beefy hand, exposing his fangs with a low snarl. Teeth. It was all about showing them the teeth. Freaked everybody out. His next move was intentionally sudden. He made a howling leap of an arc, one an Olympic pole vaulter would envy, nabbing the meat with his teeth and gobbling until it was halfway down his throat. That was when he felt the sting of the dart. Son of a bitch. If he could, Max would have rolled his eyes at how predictable the tactic had been. As he fell to the ground with a bone-rattling thud and the world began to go black, his last thought was, 2 guys named Al and Len had bested him. Christ, the shit he was going to get from the guys back home for this. Chapter 1. Jesus Christ in a miniskirt, J.C. Jensen uttered, skidding to a halt. The winded animal shelter director she'd lost somewhere back amongst the maze of cages finally caught up with her. Catching the look on her face, he nodded with a sad sigh and rocked back on his heels. His lined eyes were full of emotions he didn't bother to hide. Yeah, that's usually the reaction he gets. She clucked her tongue. He'd make Cujo hang his head in poser shame. The truth. J.C. paused for a moment, still floored by the sheer size of this dog she wasn't supposed to see, but had somehow found due to a wrong turn into a cordoned-off area. The dog sat alone in the tight space, his chin high, his gaze piercing hers. She'd been drawn to his cage, pulled there by some invisible magnetic force, and she couldn't look away. You know, you aren't supposed to be back here, the shelter director reminded, though his tone didn't scream reprimand. Rather, J.C.'s ears picked up defeat mingled with some resignation. Wrong turn. My supreme bad, she muttered, mesmerized by the monster sitting in the steel enclosure in front of her. He's not really available for adoption, Miss Jensen. Miss Jensen. There are plenty of other far more suitable dogs available. Maybe you'd like to see them. J.C. ignored his suggestion. Nope. For some inexplicable reason, all the other cute, wiggly furballs vanished from her mind's eye. Whatever had made her take that wrong turn had pulled her here, and she wasn't leaving until she knew why she couldn't look away. Crossing her arms over her chest, she asked, He has fleas, doesn't he? This isn't the doggy day spa. We house and feed for a limited time only. Behavioral issues? Total disclosure? A dog that looked as if he'd just walked out of the vision of some horror novelist's brain surely had issues. Wait, let me brace myself, she only half joked. The director, Dan was his name, let his chin drop to his chest. Out the wazoo. Like? Well, we tried to discount some of it because he was tranquilized when they brought him in last night. We thought maybe he was just disoriented at first. However, if you ignored the snarling and drooling like he's rabid every time he tried to wake up, which he isn't, by the way. Isn't what? Rabid, Dan replied. Anyway, his issues. I suppose turning his nose up at the food as if we were offering him something totally beneath him, food we had to lob over the cage at him, and the piercing howl he lets out every so often, and the pacing are sure indications of some sort of behavioral issues. J.C. tucked her purse under her arm. Pacing and howling she could live with. They were probably just signs of isolation and shelter depression. Fixable, no doubt. Her friend Viv had taught her everything she needed to know about shelter animals. It probably wasn't something her downstairs neighbors were going to thank her for, but still workable. Okay, so he isn't eating and he paces. Abuse? Her stomach knotted tight at the word, knotted so hard she thought she might need to sit down. Dan scoffed. I'd like to see the guy who could abuse an animal as big as him without losing a limb. But it wouldn't surprise me either. Our initial physical showed no signs of dogfighting, no significant scarring, and no microchip. After being out on the streets for who knows how long, he's not much worse for the wear other than being filthy. The dog sent out a low hum from deep within his throat, a hum distinctly full of disapproval. J.C. shot him a glance that said, "Knock it off," though she had to wonder why she even considered it might make an impact on an unruly beast like him. But it did. He settled back with a grunt. Maybe he was just mismanaged. How old do you think he is? The director scrunched up his moon-shaped face. The vet said maybe 5 or 6, unneutered, by the way. And he weighs in at almost 135 pounds, which is part of the reason we can't seem to classify his breed. We got as far as German Shepherd, and then we were stumped, because even some of the biggest German Shepherds we see aren't anywhere near 135 pounds. In all the years I've worked with dogs, he's probably one of the biggest I've ever come across. He's a mix of some kind. We just don't know what. Wolf, I'm telling you, Dan. He's a German Shepherd, maybe some St. Bernard or Malamute, and Wolf. Manny, according to his name tag, one of the volunteers at the shelter, pointed out, giving his broom a push as he shuffled up behind them. In fact, I'd lay bets he's part wolf. He howls like a wolf. J.C.'s ears pricked, goosebumps running along her arms. Wolf? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The shelter director winced, shooting Manny a "you're blowing this" look. That's just office gossip. No proof. Only speculation. Mr. Alleged Mixed Breed lifted his lip in a snarl when Manny positioned himself against the cage, planting his broom between his legs. But Manny wasn't deterred. He kept right on smiling down at Cujo. He's just cranky, shoved into a box like some kind of alien dog no one understands. He leaned down toward the cage, as though he were going to share a secret. You're sort of like E.T., huh, old boy? You just want to go home. Manny sees. He lifted a finger to his bespectacled eye. I understand. The beast appeared to listen to Manny's words for a brief moment, before he snapped again. J.C. took a deep breath, knowing she was going to state the obvious, knowing this was why he'd been separated from the rest of the available dogs. She found she had to force the words out. So, death row? The shelter director's mouth tightened, his eyes sad, eyes that had likely seen a lifetime's worth of euthanasia. Unfortunately, end of business today. Her heart cracked a little while she stood in front of the large metal cage, skeptically eyeing the unkempt monster staring directly back at her with defiance, never blinking, not even a twitch. She estimated he must stand at least 6 foot when he was on his hind legs. And he stunk. Sweet baby Jay in a creamsicle, he was putrid. And, if honesty were allowed to play a part in this, ugly. Wow, he was butt-ass ugly. He was matted from head to toe. His teeth were crooked and partially hanging out the left side of his mouth, and the tip of one ear was ragged and torn, healed over now but still missing its tip. Thin white scars marred his black muzzle, indicating a battle or two. So, no interest in him at all? The director sighed. No. He's not exactly the "come here, Snugglebuns, come sit on my lap" type. And because we pride ourselves on giving you an honest evaluation before adopting out any of our pets, he's a bad bet all round. Under normal circumstances, he'd be what we call rescue only because of his issues. We wouldn't consider making him available to the public, but... Dan shrugged with wide shoulders, driving his thumbs under his striped suspenders. Here's the score on dogs like this. A rescue is really his only answer at this point. But no amount of social networking today with our rescues has stirred even a little interest in him. I guess I just feel all he needs. He needs a nice lady like you to adopt him, Manny interjected. Because Manny sees, right? You understand. JC gave him a conspiratorial grin. Manny grinned back, winking at the enormous dog. Yep, right, pal? You just need some love and a bath, because you smell like a porta-potty on a hot July day. The overgrown, odd-looking beast sent out another low, menacing growl, only this time baring his teeth as if to validate Dan's original assessment. Or maybe a better word for those things in his mouth was fangs, yellow and jagged. They sure got his point across. Manny's an old softy, Miss Jensen. He hates to see any of our... Dan shook his head, full of silver and white hair. What I mean to say is, to say this dog needs love is an understatement. They all need love. But that's certainly underestimating the totality of his needs. Sometimes love isn't enough. I'm not supposed to make him available to the public. He's rescue only because he's a possible danger. Manny slapped Dan on the shoulder with an affectionate thump. But if a nice lady came along and wanted to take him home, and we found a way to fudge some documents about his alleged demise, who's to say the cure isn't love, old buddy? I could lose my job, Manny, Dan warned beneath his breath. But his warning was uninspired and weak to JC's ears. Yeah, Manny poked, his white teeth flashing a mischievous smile. The job. You mean the one you were just talking about retiring from because you'd seen enough cases just like this one? Dan cleared his throat, his cheerfully pudgy face forming a frown. What if he hurts her or someone else? He won't hurt me. JC looked up at the two men when the words flew from her mouth. Somehow, she was sure he wouldn't. She couldn't put her finger on what had made today the day she stopped at the shelter. She'd hemmed and hawed over it for several weeks since she'd decided to adopt a pet. But today, something from some unknown place said, do this. She also couldn't put her finger on what was keeping her glued to his cage. She'd seen the other available dogs on her way in and wanted to take them all home. But this guy? Something about him spoke to her, made her chest tighten until she almost couldn't breathe from it. Her original intent was to adopt a cat. A nice, fuzzy, use the litter box, treat her with haughty disdain more often than not, cat. It was the logical choice. Cats took care of themselves. They were aloof enough to only want your attention for as long as they deemed you worthy, and then were off to bigger and better things. They certainly suited her lifestyle better. But no, she'd homed in on the meanest of the lot in a sea of wiggling, excited balls of fur, all vying for her attention, knowing full well before Dan or Manny had said a word that his chances for adoption were zilch. At first glance, he was so ferocious-looking she'd almost pressed herself against the cage behind her in fear. He filled up the small space where he was confined, leaving him very little room to stretch out or even turn around, and that alone had shredded her heart. Space was always at a premium in animal shelters, but he defied your average large-breed dog. In fact, he spit in the face of all large breeds. He needed room to run, or at the very least someone to take him on long walks. With caution, she'd let her fingers sneak into the small opening where his snout was pushed against the metal and had been rewarded when he'd sniffed the air with interest. Then he'd come closer, pressing his cold, wet nose against her finger just before Dan had hunted her down. Oddly, there was no fear. Rather, JC's heart lurched and a strange sense of tranquility spread over her. How'd he end up here at the shelter? She wondered aloud, running a slow knuckle under the monster's chin as far as she could reach. Animal control found him, cornered him in an alley, and brought him in. I heard that it was some fight trying to get him into that van, even after the dart gun. He was darn ornery about it, too. Dan paused, turning his soft gray gaze to hers. Listen, if I'm honest, Manny and I are a lot alike. We both love all the animals here, no matter how hopeless they seem at first. I've borne witness to more than one miracle since I took this job. I guess I'd like to think, with the right home, well, maybe he can be saved from euthanasia if the right person comes along. Today. Right now. That person had to come along right now. JC's stomach did a nosedive, her heart turning over in her chest. Euthanasia. Lights out. Damn. She didn't need a dog. She worked long hours, making a cat a much better choice. Yet, when she was home, she came home to nothing. It was becoming lonelier as she got older and realized Mr. Wright had managed to get himself lost somewhere between her fantasy and reality. She sucked sweaty balls at picking out men, which she hoped meant her luck choosing a pet had to be better. Companionship was what she'd come here for, and she'd done her research about adopting and shelters and pet rescues. None of her research told her to act on impulse and adopt the worst possible match she could find. Viv had told her to think long and hard before choosing in order to break the cycle of unwanted pets. But there was no time to think long and hard. He was going to die. Die. Dogs were a lot of work. What if she couldn't get home in time to walk him? Maybe she could pay Jonah, the kid from the apartment below hers, to walk him. After Jonah's mother did a full-on exorcism, of course, because if Patricia got one look at this creature, she'd break out the rosary before she'd let Jonah anywhere near him. Walk away now, JC. Find a nice kitten. They were a whole lot less in the way of maintenance. They amused themselves. An even bigger plus, they cleaned themselves. Sometimes they even sat in your lap and snuggled with you. Dan was right. Cujo definitely wasn't cut out for lap-sitting. Still, something about this mutt's eyes, dark and earnest, screamed more laid behind his disdain for the world at large. As though understanding her uncertainty, he nudged her hand lightly, as if to tell her to hurry her indecision along. She cupped his chin through the cage, scratching the underside of his matted jaw. You're an ungodly mess, you know. If we do this, not a peep about bath time. Not one. Got that? JC cocked her head at the piercing gaze he pinned her with. Her heart twisted when he nuzzled her hand again, shifting his stance to press closer to the chain-link cage. He'd take up more space than she probably had in any one room in her apartment. Not to mention a fortune would be spent on feeding and veterinary care. He's also destined to die, JC. She examined him one last time, wrinkling her nose at his stench. He continued to follow her gaze, stoic, unflinching. I know this is going to sound like a line, but I haven't seen him act like this, Dan said, cutting into her thoughts. He's been snarling and growling at anything that moves since the drugs wore off. No one could even get near enough to feed him properly. As I said earlier, we literally threw the food over to him. As if on cue, when Dan moved closer to the cage, she felt the low vibration of Tough Guy's growl beneath her fingertips. JC tapped his nose with the tip of her finger. Stop that right now. If you want a home, you're going to have to roll light and easy, buddy. Quit with the junkyard dog act and behave. Instantly, he backed off, standing down, his eyes still searching hers. It was that look, the brief glimpse of compliance that cinched the deal. She sighed with resignation. Yep, her mind was made up. So, riddle me this, smells like unwiped butt. Am I looking for a miracle, or are you house-trained? Manny slapped Dan on the back with a hearty chuckle. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Looking down at her new fur buddy, JC winced. He proved even bigger out of the confines of the small space at the shelter. When Dan had opened his cage, Cujo had literally spilled out as though he'd been freshly tumble-dried. His hair was more deeply matted than she'd originally thought, and his breath smelled like a Jersey dump. Manny and Dan had managed to arrange Cujo's escape with the other volunteers, and she'd offered a hefty donation to the shelter in gratitude. They'd prepared a festive Happy Adoption Day mint green gift bag for Cujo's departure, full of all sorts of pamphlets and a 6-month supply of heartworm medication. Grabbing her purse and the leash from the gift bag, JC hooked it to the collar the shelter provided and gave it a tug. To which he responded by planting his overgrown ass firmly on the floor and refusing to budge, his wide paws pressing against the slippery tile. Manny clucked his tongue, folding his arms over his chest. You want help? JC gripped the leash in her hands and shook her head, standing her ground. Nope. He has to learn who's boss. That would be her. But Cujo begged to differ. If one could dig deeper into a tiled floor, Cujo did. So well, in fact, he was like trying to move concrete. She tapped him on the head and gave him a pleading look, and from all the literature she'd read, thoroughly destroyed establishing herself as an alpha pack leader. Oh, come on, you brute. I'm going to take you home and feed you. I'm saving your life, pal. You're not going to look this gift horse in the mouth, are you? Solemn brown eyes gazed back at her, unblinking. JC knelt beside him, stroking smelly tufts of fur along his back. Look, mister, this is freedom. You're on death row. Need I say more? That means a forever pass over the Rainbow Bridge. So, you have 2 choices. Move it or lethal injection. Now don't make an ass out of me. Let's get the hell out of here. She rose and tugged on the leash again, this time with a bit more force. Nothing. The pretty blonde receptionist held up a bag of dog cookies from behind her perch at the desk. Dog treat? She asked with a smile, handing them to JC. I give them to my dogs, too. They're good for him, and he's been known to find his motivation with the right kind of food. How would you know? Dan asked. The receptionist winked. Because I'm a bad shelter worker, and I totally ignored your orders to remain unattached by tossing him a cookie over the top of his cage, okay? Oh, and I do it all the time. So there, she said with a laugh, sticking her tongue out at him. Dan sighed. You're all like unruly children. Hey, look, ray of sunshine, doggy treats. JC sniffed the interior of the bag, pulling out a bone-shaped treat. Wiggling it under his nose, she tried to entice him. He staunchly refused, defiantly turning his head. JC dropped the leash and leaned toward his pointy ear. His position shifted almost as though he were really listening to her, ready and willing to absorb her words. Okay, bud. I could just leave you here, you know. I mean, we could skip the happy ending where you get the unicorn. Totally up to you. But here's what my happy ending includes. It's the one where I take you home, bathe you, feed you, and let you sleep next to me on the floor beside my bed. Sort of like Timmy and Lassie, together at last. Maybe you don't know the term Rainbow Bridge, but that bridge isn't here on this plane, sunshine, and that's where you're headed. That's the nice term for where you go when they kill you. she whisper-yelled. The mutt's massive backside miraculously lifted. His long snout nuzzled her hand before he walked toward the glass doors with a slow shuffle. Turning, he looked at her as if to say, "Well?" She gave Dan and Manny a quick smile of gratitude before following him to the doors, chucking him under the chin. "I like a dog who listens to reason. Now come on, you beast. We need to get you home and get you a bath. But first, we need to think of a name for you. How do you feel about pain in the ass?" Chapter 2. Okay, champ, it's bath time. And don't even think about pulling that act of defiance you pulled back at the shelter. You smell like the bowels of hell. No way you're sleeping in my bedroom smelling like that. So let's get all the shitty stuff out of the way now, and then I'll give you a nice bowl of that kibble with lamb and rice we bought. JC turned on the taps, adding some of the flea dip that had come so highly recommended from the pet store for good measure. He arrogantly sniffed at her neck, wedging his big snout between her shoulder and ear. She wrinkled her nose. "Who labeled you unsociable? You've been nothing but my BFF since we left the shelter." She'd taken him to the local pet store where all the in-the-know pet owners went to get the necessary must-haves. He'd been unpleasant, to say the least, baring his teeth and humming that low growl at everyone who passed by. Or, more specifically, every man who passed by. He was territorial and pushy, and constantly defied her directions. The cute guy with the poodle didn't stand a snowball's chance in hell of getting past Cujo. Thankfully, he'd maintained himself long enough for JC to get a dog bowl and some food. She'd also grabbed a blue doggy toothbrush to clean up his unsightly teeth. He'd sat rather solemnly in the car on the way home, filling up the entire back seat of her small Prius with his massive body. Occasionally, he sniffed her ear, making her giggle, but he seemed content to take in his surroundings, watching the scenery fly by the car window. Each time JC took a peek at him in the rearview mirror, she began to see his potential, and her heart ached at the idea he'd been so close to being euthanized, which only served to endear him to her more. When they'd reached her apartment, JC had let him go, fully expecting he'd want to check out his new surroundings. As long as he didn't discover her new carpet with his leg in the air, he was free to explore. However, he didn't explore much. In fact, he didn't leave her side at all. Now, in her tiny blue and yellow bathroom, he was literally going to have to be surgically removed from her ass. His massive gray body sat on the bath mat, taking over the small tiled space, his eyes monitoring her every move, waiting, assessing. JC pointed to the tub of warm water, and his gaze followed her finger. "So here's the deal. You get in. You, under no circumstances, move. Not a muscle. We're a team now. That means you help me, I help you." Wrapping her arms around his bulky torso, she hauled him into the tub. He didn't fight her, but he certainly wasn't making things breezy. He sat stiff and unblinking as she sprayed him thoroughly with the shower head, running her hands through his thick coat of hair, loosening mats as she went. Sitting back on her haunches, JC assessed. Some dogs looked smaller when wet, but not Cujo. He was just as enormous wet as he was dry, the muscles in his back legs bulky and wide, his chest broad and hard. "Okay, so here comes the smelly flea stuff. I have to let it sit on you for 15 minutes according to the bottle. How about we get to know each other while we wait?" JC began working up a soapy lather, scrubbing at his dense hair to cover all flea-riddled areas. Satisfied, she sat back on the toilet seat and scratched behind his ears to keep him occupied. He tilted his head, allowing her the best vantage to his happy spot. "So, about you. Where did you come from? I mean, did someone own you at one time, or were you always on the streets? Did you run away from home? Get lost during a family trip? Was someone cruel and abusive to you?" JC's stomach churned at the notion. Leaning forward, she trapped his muzzle between her hands, searching his chocolate brown eyes. "That would really piss me off." His big pink tongue swiped her nose in response, making her gag. God, that breath of yours could peel my skin off. Good thing we got that toothbrush, huh? He reared his head back and turned away from her as though insulted. JC scratched his ear again, smiling when he couldn't resist the pleasure and gave in by leaning closer. Don't get defensive. I'm sure in all your strayness, toothbrushes were hard to come by. She reached for the blue toothbrush, squirting a liberal amount of paste on it. Holding it up, she grinned at him when he tried to make himself small by backing away. JC cupped his muzzle. Say, ah, she teased, pressing the bristles to his mouth. He bucked a bit, shifting his stance before giving in. Good boy. So, of course, you want to know all about me, right? He gagged. JC barked a laugh. I'll take that as a yes. So, I'm 32, single, and I'm part owner of a salon here in Hoboken. Born and raised here, by the way. Also, an only child. I work a lot because my salon is really busy, but also because my personal life is pretty uninteresting. Not much of a partier, mostly a homebody. I love to read, I crochet a hell of a doily, and I love anything DIY. Was addicted to Candy Crush, but I think I've finally kicked the habit. Broke up with my douche nozzle of a boyfriend, Jess, about 2 months ago because he cheated on me. Caught him and his Jersey Shore Snooki knockoff in bed together red-handed. The search for my knight in shining armor is on hiatus right now. That means, until further notice, it's just you and me, Prince of Hair. Maybe forever, the way things are looking on the romance horizon. JC looked at him for any kind of reaction to find even he looked depressed after hearing the description of her life. I know. I'm not exactly a total scream. But listen, I'm loyal, hardworking, and though my place is small, it has to beat the smelly shelter, right? His nose twitched. She raised her fist to the ceiling with a grin. I'm going to take that as a hell yeah. Time to rinse, buddy. 6 bath towels later, he was like a brand new dog. She worked diligently to untangle the mats in his hair as she toweled him, and then dug around under the bathroom sink for her blow-dryer. Now, don't get all freaked out on me. It's noisy, and I know you've suffered your fair share of indignities today, but with all this hair, we need to dry you. It's too cold out to let you air dry, so sit, okay? That was probably the wrong way to address him. The dog whisperer said she had to be the alpha of her pack, but he appeared to respond best when she took a friendlier approach. Again, he didn't budge, patiently waiting while she plugged the dryer in and got the new dog brush from her bag of purchases. While she attacked the task of drying him, JC chatted at the dog as if he were a new girlfriend. Not that he seemed to care much. In fact, he had all the haughty disdain she'd attributed to a cat covered. There were no happy belly rubs or sighs of contentment. Just him and his completely unfazed, eerily quiet resolve. And the stare. He did a lot of the stare. Clean and dry, though, he was quite impressive. His dark gray fur lightened considerably with a good cleaning, and some softer threads of black were now visible down the length of his back. The fur around his face was full and springy, and he smelled 100 times better than he had 2 hours ago. Her beautician's hands primped and scrunched, running her fingers affectionately along his body as she went. You've got an impressive coat there, buddy. Very fluffy. Fluffy. That's it. How do you feel about the name Fluffy? She cupped his jaw, staring into his deep brown eyes, as though she expected him to answer. More staring back at her. Hard, in fact. Rather unnerving. What? Why the face? You don't like it? Look, you're one scary mother effer. I can't keep calling you Cujo. It only adds to your already freaky-deaky outward appearance. Maybe the name Fluffy will take some of that edge off when we go to the dog park. It implies cuddly and sweet, don't you think? Sort of, your bark is worse than your bite. Don't judge a book by its cover? He huffed at her when she slung her arms around his broad neck and gave him a squeeze, choosing to ignore the odd rumble he made low in his throat. She pulled her phone from her pocket and held it up, drawing him close to her. "Selfie time, Fluff," she said on a laugh when he twitched. Planting a kiss on his clean muzzle, she winked at him. "Wait until I show the girls at work how gorgeous you are." A selfie. Look, guys, Fluffy has a selfie. And Fluffy, Fluffy. Max ticked the letters off mentally. Christ, who named a dog of his size and stature Fluffy? A poodle made complete sense, even a chihuahua. I got your Fluffy. Full with a thick, luxurious coat that happened to be worn and a little travel-weary? Yes. But Fluffy? No. Catching a glimpse of himself in her full-length mirror, Max shuddered, watching the ripples of his fur shimmer on his hindquarters. Jesus, she'd made him look like some mutant chia pet. Wasn't it enough she'd shoved dog treats under his nose and tied a leash around his neck? Taken him to PETsMART and paraded him up and down the aisles with all those pampered, condescending pooches lifting their noses as he passed? To degrade him this way, by giving him a name better suited to a bunny rabbit, was almost more than he was willing to suffer for his life mate. Max could almost hear his pack, laughing and laughing. Damn this woman. If she weren't so good-looking, if her scent wasn't driving him out of his ever-loving mind, he'd pick up and go the hell home. But he couldn't. Whatever she had, whatever mystifying pull that drew him to her like a mesmerizing Matahari, just wasn't going to let him go. JC was his prophecy. He'd known it 10 seconds after she'd appeared in front of his cage at the shelter, even as groggy as he was from the tranquilizer. He'd known. He didn't feel the emotional ties he was sure most felt when they found the person they'd share their lives with just yet, but he knew if he let her go, he'd suffer not just the curse, but something he hadn't quite defined. That as-yet undefined emotion was what had led him to play along at the shelter. He'd awakened too late to shift into his human form, and he had no clothes anyway. But something told him to stay put. Something invisible. And if scent really had anything to do with finding your life mate, JC definitely smelled like his mate. Her scent was different than any other he'd ever encountered. A unique blend of female and flowers and pheromones that made his blood pump hard and his head light. Not to mention, she was beautiful. She had the most gorgeous ass he'd ever seen, plump and round. Her firm, lush breasts, full hips, and glossy pink lips were nothing to scoff at either. And her hair. Hair a man could wrap around his fist as he came. Just touching her shoulders, it fell in raven waves around her heart-shaped face. But it was her eyes that intrigued him the most. A light brown, beneath full, dark lashes that swept her cheeks when she looked down at him. Everyone in the pack always said he'd know when he found the one. Threats of curses, his long journey here, and his hellish shelter stay aside, he had to admit they were right. And she'd shown up in the nick of time. As prophecies went, his was a pretty close call. While in shift, he still understood every word spoken amongst humans. He'd heard through groggy ears the sympathetic conversation shared between Manny and Dan at the start of the day. His last day. He knew he was on the chopping block. Yet all day long, while he waited for the unknown, in and out of his drug-induced sleep, he hadn't experienced an ounce of fear. Because somewhere, in some unknown region of his brain, deeply embedded in his gut, he knew he wasn't going to die. Not today, anyway. Though, wasn't bearing the name Fluffy much like death? How long could a guy keep this cloak-and-dagger shtick up? Did the other men in his pack have to suffer this kind of humiliation while on the hunt for their life mates, or was it just the curse that was making everything so hard? How was it He'd never heard tales involving blow-dryers and flea dip while they all sat around the table playing poker and drinking beer. Because their life mates were all fellow werewolves. JC was human. He'd like to see the explanation for that cosmic fuck-up in his aunt's chicken noodle soup. A human. He said the words in his mind again to remind himself just how difficult the elders had made this curse. He couldn't think of a single human who wouldn't curl up in a ball of terror-filled rocking when he shifted, because it wasn't pretty. In fact, it was quite noisy and uncomfortable. So, not only did he have to tell her she was his life mate, but that he was a bona fide werewolf. The good times just kept rolling in. Fluffy! Come on, baby boy. Yum-yum time. He cringed. Yum-yums. All this cutesy talk as if he were an utter imbecile was demeaning. She thinks you're a dog, pal. This is the avenue you chose to take, isn't it? All covert and sort of teen wolfish. You could have just shown up and rented an apartment instead of road-tripping your way to Hoboken. It was you who said you wanted to be free to roam the woods and shift while you were still single, wasn't it? Free and easy down the road you go, or some such country song. You could have taken a bus, a train, a car, but nah. You spent your last days as a single man chasing deer and rolling in the mud amongst the pines of New Jersey's forests. Your journey, your choice how you made that journey. That you managed to get caught by animal control is on you, brother. It was careless, and your drawn-out road trip was self-indulgent. In fact, you could just come clean right now and tell her the truth about who you are, what you are. Right. I'm not really Fluffy, your dog, pretty lady. I'm really Fluffy/Max, your forever hookup. I stayed disguised this way because if I knocked on your door, flowers in hand, and demanded you be my werewolf woman so I won't die, I had the distinct impression you might have hesitations. So Fluffy he'd stay, until he could call his pack or figure out how to reveal himself without putting JC into a mental institution. He could only imagine what that phone call would be like. Ring, ring. Hey, pack members, this is Fluffy calling home base. So, I found her, or she found me, in the pound. Awesome, right? Oh, and FYI, she adopted me. She thinks I'm a dog. Max's ears, finely tuned, listened to the sound of JC's voice again, high and falsely sweet for his benefit. Dinner call. Shit. More kibble. He'd suffered enough inferior dog food in that shelter to last him a lifetime. But his stomach growled, churning and twisting. He needed to feed, and if dog food was all there was on the table, so kibble it was. At least until he could make himself known to her, unleash the man in him. Jesus, he sounded like a commercial for Viagra. With resignation, Max shuffled down the hall to the kitchen to eat his yum-yums and answer to the most ludicrous name in all of Hoboken. Fluffy. Fuck. He was going to have to eat a whole cow raw just to regain a tenth of his manhood. JC was scooping kibble into a bowl and cooking something that smelled distinctly like Nirvana when he squeezed himself between her and the table. She grinned at him. A grin he liked a lot. One that was sometimes wide and generous, sometimes soft and flirty. Hey, handsome, you hungry? He sniffed her hand in response. Steak. She was making a steak. Instantly, his mouth watered. This was a test. Yep, this was some sort of cosmic test to see how strong his fortitude was. She rubbed the top of his head with the heel of her hand. Dinner for two. Isn't it romantic? Pretty soon, we'll be picking out a china pattern together. As JC set a place for herself at the small table, Max stood beside his bowl, nosing the rim. This was god-awful. What had she called it at the pet store? Cheesy lamb something? He didn't care how many tender, bite-sized nuggets they included. It was inhumane to expect anyone to eat it. The aroma of the steak under the broiler wafted to his sensitive nose again, breaking him. His stomach rumbled with discontent over his bowlful of kibble, but he nudged a piece or two with his nose because J.C. looked on, hope written all over her pretty face. "See? It's good, isn't it? The saleslady said it'll keep you at a healthy weight, and it's got all the nutrients you need." Max wasn't hearing her words. His eyes were too busy devouring the steak as she pulled it out of the oven and set it on the counter. "Look away, Fluffy. Don't do it. If you look, you'll crack. If you crack, you could end up back in the shelter in a menage of death with Manny and Dan in the gas chamber. Worse, do you want to become one of those stories they tell around the table back at home? Picture everyone at the annual barbecue referring to you as Fluffy." Damn. Of all the things she could have made, a hot dog, one of those lean cuisine boil-in-a-bag things his mother sometimes made, anything but a steak. The doorbell rang just as J.C. was putting the finishing touches on her plate, and he was forcing himself to look at something other than the juicy meat. Wiping her hands on a towel, she gave him the same look she'd given him back at the shelter, the "don't even look." She put her adorable hands on her sexy full hips and warned, "Now hear this, Fluff. Don't go getting all territorial on me here. I know you don't like people very much, but you're going to have to suck it up and learn to deal. It's probably just Viv anyway, and she's an animal lover. Believe me when I tell you, men have not been beating down the door to my sexuality as of late, so just relax and eat your dinner. Got it?" She scratched his ears and went to answer the door. Thank God. Now all he had to do was resist the temptation to stand on his hind legs and firmly sink his teeth into that tender steak. Hell, it smelled so good. Maybe if he just smelled it. A little whiff to help satisfy his deep need for real food. Paws firmly planted on either side of the floured plate, he levered himself upward and took a whiff. A T-bone? Damn you, universe. He let his head fall back, clamping his muzzle tight to keep from howling his grief, and instead whimpered. T-bone, his favorite cut of steak. Did you just whine, Fluffy? Have your man parts left the building? But it's a T-bone. Maybe he could just lick it. She'd never know, and his teeth were clean, after all. She'd scrubbed them until his gums were raw. One last glance, and his decision was made. Max raked his tongue over the salted surface, drawing it with a slow pass until he thought his eyeballs would roll to the back of his head. Hell. His instinctive nature to devour it was threatening to overwhelm him. What if he took just one little bite? Just a tiny piece off the edge. Worst-case scenario, she'd scold him and they could go on about their business. She wouldn't take him back to the shelter. If he was sure of anything, he was sure of that. Maybe, Fluffster. Or maybe J.C. will take one of your privileges away. Sucks to be you. He shook his head. No. She was too easy. She wouldn't do that. But what if she takes away those yummy, all-natural doggy treats? Or worse, she won't buy you that T-shirt she couldn't find in your size. You know the one. It was powder blue and read Mama's Big Boy. You don't want that, do you? How would he ever go on living? Mind made up, he decided one bite and no more. Max clamped down on the meat, holding it with one paw, tearing just a small bite off the edge. Savoring the texture on his tongue, he let it sit there for a moment. One glorious moment, while his stomach rejoiced, even though it was a little overcooked for his liking. As angels sang hallelujah in the distance, he pondered just how long it had been since he last had a decent meal. You'd better stop now, Fluffinator. Dropping down off the counter in guilt and shame, he attempted to fend off the temptation to gorge. The bowl of kibble stared back at him, its chunky bits of goodness and protein taunting. He sniffed the bowl again. Nope, no damn way. But you'll hurt her feelings, you insensitive jerk. She went to so much trouble to pick out just the right variety of food for you. It was true. She'd read all the ingredients on almost every package, scoured the aisles for the proper balance of all the things necessary for a healthy, happy dog. How could you, Fluffy? Is this the way you want to start a relationship? With deceit and treachery? He looked down at the bowl again. He couldn't do it. He would not eat dog food, and he was nobody's pet. He grabbed the bowl between his teeth and tipped it over behind the fridge, pushing it to the back with his paw. It was the best compromise for now. His stomach rumbled noisily again. The steak sat on the plate, mocking him. Fluffy. Eat me, Fluffy. Shaking it off, Max licked his chops and swallowed hard. Must resist. Will resist. His nose twitched. T-bone. It's a T-bone. Shit. Cannot resist. Half. That's all he'd eat. Just half. It was too big for her anyway, he reasoned. Finding a comfortable spot, he rested his lower body against the cabinets and dug in. Half, only half, Max reminded his overactive stomach. A screech, laced with horror, invaded his love affair with the steak. Fluffy! What are you doing? Jacy stomped toward him, her pretty eyes flashing all sorts of angry, her finger waving in the air. There'd be crate time involved in this crime. He just knew it. Chapter 3. Shit. Fucked, Fluffster. You're fucked. He slid guiltily from the counter, turning fully to identify the male who'd entered the kitchen. His ears stood up attentively. His name is Fluffy? The man asked after a guffaw of loud laughter. You named a dog the size of Bigfoot Fluffy. Bigfoot is all a lie. Just ask me, the werewolf. The man, slick and dressed in a black leather jacket and skinny jeans, whistled, rocking back on his heels. Damn, he's friggin' huge, JC. Why, thank you, intruder. Yeah, he's huge, all right. And in a whole lot of trouble. He ate my steak. She grabbed his muzzle and gave him the bad dog eyes, her shoulders sagging. This is bad, Fluff. No, no, no. Not the whole steak. He shot her his best guilty look before letting his head hang low in shame, only to catch a glimpse of her visitor's shoes. And who the hell was this? Max's gaze wandered up to assess the face of the man who'd interrupted a perfectly good meal, sized him up, and in 2 seconds flat, he wanted to chew his way through the guy's intestines. There was an immediate phony vibe about him, cocky and self-assured. He had that beefed-up, polished, spray-tanned look that said he cared more about making his payment to the place he pumped iron in than he did about his girlfriend. His eyes were deeply set under a hawk-like forehead, and a little on the beady side if you asked Max. Of course, no one would ask him. He was, after all, only the dog. Sitting back on his haunches, he narrowed his eyes at the interloper, waiting. Grabbing JC by the arm, the man pulled her close to him. Listen, forget the dog. Forget the steak. Let's go out. I'll buy you dinner. She squirmed free of Muscle Man and rubbed her arms, moving closer to Fluffy. Not gonna happen, Jess. Now, go get your spray tan in a can or whatever it is you claim you left here and go home. Jess? The douche nozzle? Jess raked a hand through his black hair and grated out a sigh. I wish you'd just listen to reason, JC. Let me explain what happened. JC crossed her arms over her chest, sucking in her cheeks. Reason? Are you calling me unreasonable for demanding you keep your man parts inside those ridiculous skinny jeans? Jess's chiseled face hardened. Look, it was a mistake. I was drunk. She was drunk. It was a party. We were all drunk. He watched as JC narrowed her eyes at Jess, her spine rigid. So, not only did you cheat on me, but you were intoxicated too. How is this working in your self-control's favor? Jess moved in closer, planting himself in front of her. It was a stupid mistake. That's it. A one-shot deal. I told you. I don't care how many times it was. It's over. Now get whatever you left behind and go home, Jess. She pointed toward the small hallway leading to her bedroom. Max nodded his head in approval. Way to stand your ground. No cheaters. Come on, can't we still be friends? Jess coaxed, putting a charming grin on his smarmy face. Max hovered closer to JC, his thick body pushing spray-tan man out of the way. Let's be friends over dinner. It has to beat hanging out with this mutt. Mutt. Want to see my big mutt teeth, asshole? Once more, Max placed his bulk between them and gave Jess a low warning growl, letting it spill from his throat slow and lazy. Go lay down or something, would you? Jess nudged him hard with a knee to his hindquarters, then reached again for JC, making Max bark sharply in warning. Jess just didn't seem to get the picture. I'll eat your waxed eyebrows right off your fake tanned face slick. JC inched back against the cabinet, letting her hand rest on his ear. He lifted his muzzle up and nuzzled it to reassure her, staying close. Not interested. Not ever. Jess's face went soft, his words apologetic and pleading. He ran a finger down her cheek. I just don't get you, JC. We had a good thing, and now you want to throw it all away because of one stupid mistake when I was drunk? Now he was touching her. That changed everything. He wasn't just going to eat this guy's face off. He was going to decapitate him. JC pushed at Jess's chest, shrugging him off, the tension in her voice clear to Max's perceptive ears. Yeah, we had a good thing going, until you decided to do snooky. Go away, Jess. Jess made a sad face, full of fake remorse. I've apologized over and over. What else do you want? JC made a face at him. Fidelity. Crazy, right? Please, just go, Jess. She turned her back to him, planting her trembling hands on the counter. Jess obviously wasn't accustomed to the word no. What to do? Snarl and growl some more and maybe take the risk of ending up back in the pound for his issues? Or attack and take his chances? Jess put a hand on JC's waist, sending Max's anger into orbit. Again with the touching. Jesus, motherfucker. Don't you think you'll need that hand to pump all that iron at the gym? How will you sculpt your way to perfection with only one hand after I chew it the fuck off? Yep, attack was the right choice. Come on, JC, he pleaded in a husky whisper. Let's try to work this out. I'll take you to your favorite restaurant. We can talk. Just talk. He slid his arms around her waist from behind, and his hand grazed her breast. Rage grew in the pit of his belly. Ugly, red rage. Douche nozzle had touched her breast. That was cause for disembowelment. Max gave a sharp growl, no longer a warning, but a clear snarling yelp of anger just before backing up and launching himself on Jess's back, sinking his claws deep into his leather jacket. Standing as tall as Jess, he used his full weight to knock him forward and away from JC. But Jess reacted quickly by shoving him back hard, knocking him to the ground. Get the fuck off me, you damn mutt, he snarled. It was over faster than it began. With one swift motion, he righted himself, backed up against Jess, and, lifting his hind leg, he let go. Full stream. A large yellow puddle formed on the kitchen tile. JC's eyes widened as she bit her lip to smother a giggle while Jess hopped around from foot to foot. He pissed on me! I'll fucking kill him! Jess yanked a dish towel from the rack and dabbed at his sodden jeans. His perfectly chiseled face wrinkled with disgust. JC began to laugh, the husky rumble making it all worthwhile. I really think you should go now, Jess. Fluffy doesn't like you much, do you, Fluff? Max answered by brushing up against her thighs protectively. Jess beat a hasty retreat out of the kitchen, shooting a fierce look over his shoulder at Max. You'll miss me, JC. Like she'd miss having the clap. Well, don't worry. If I find myself overwrought with loneliness, desperate with despair, super low on self-esteem, I'll be sure to pick up the phone and call, JC yelled after him as the door slammed. Good girl. Looking down at him, she tugged his ear gently. You ate my steak, you heathen. And saved your pretty ass. But I'll forgive you. Because you did get rid of Jess, and he's not easy to get rid of. So, I guess I'm not eating steak for dinner, am I? He nuzzled her hand to show his remorse, waiting for forgiveness. JC chuckled, the warmth of it slipping into his ears. You beast. Listen here, knight in shining armor. Whatever I put in your bowl is yours. If it's on a plate, you can be pretty sure it's mine unless the plate is on the floor. That makes it yours. Got it? Well, he couldn't in all good conscience consent to that now, could he? He was a carnivore. Max avoided her eyes and nuzzled her hand again instead. She smiled down at him, her blue, almond-shaped eyes crinkled at the corners. You know, that was some pretty impressive stuff there, Fluff. Very chivalrous of you to sense my discomfort and act on it. Now, if only you walked on 2 legs instead of 4, we'd make the perfect couple, don't you think? After watching 3 solid hours of a Downton Abbey DVD while sitting at her feet, Max got tired and trotted down to JC's bedroom, where he sprawled out on her bed, tucking his paws under her pillows. The blankets were a rumpled mess after he'd given himself a good back scratch, but he'd fully absorbed her sweet smell of sunshine and cinnamon. He lay there for a while, attuning his senses to her unique scent, looking around the room at the pictures on her dresser of her parents and friends, the dozens of shoes lining her open closet. He'd spent an inordinate amount of time wondering what she looked like in the skimpy pink sheer nightgown hanging on the hook inside her closet door. Hey. JC patted his belly. He fought off his lustful thoughts and slowly opened his eyes with a yawn. This, she tapped the bed with a sleepy smile, is mine, Cookie. That, she pointed to the mat on the floor, is yours. Max lifted his head to see her more clearly. She had a towel wrapped around her head and one wrapped around her body. Naked. She was naked beneath the blue towel. Steak and a beautiful naked woman he couldn't touch just yet, all in one night. It was too much. The gentle swell of her hip brushed against his legs as she sat next to him. Pouring lotion into her hand, JC smoothed it over her calves, working her way up to thighs he just knew were silky soft. He sniffed the air. Cucumber melon. Nice. Her hands made circular motions, rubbing in the cream higher and higher. Lowering the towel, she let it rest at her waist as she dabbed some lotion on her shoulders. Her breasts thrust upward, her taut nipples beating from the cool air. Hey, Fluff, she said. He turned his head, averting his guilty eyes. I told you to get on the floor, handsome. JC stood and pointed again to his bed. Max slunk off the bed, sliding to the floor and curling his big body on the mat. Letting the towel fall to the floor, JC grabbed her nightgown from the hook inside the closet and slid it over her creamy skin, the glow of the lamp shading her soft contours. His groin tightened, and he tensed at the familiar call of his body to shift. He willed his muscles to relax and obey, focusing on remaining in his wolf form, because shifting could be bad, not to mention traumatizing. It was all he could do to keep from showing her he was no stray dog from a shelter. But patience was required here. He didn't understand much more than JC was his prophesized mate, and he was wildly attracted to her. He felt her inside him. He instantly knew her soul. He'd never believed the stories before. All the mumbo-jumbo about how you felt your life mate, like an invisible tether. You were joined, and you just knew. But he believed them now, because he knew. Now, he just had to find a way to get to know the rest of her without scaring the shit out of her and dying. There was still the damn threat of death hanging over his head. It wasn't going to be easy. He couldn't just say, "Hey, JC, glad you adopted me at the pound. Thanks for rescuing me from my first round with death. By the way, did I mention I'm not just any wolf? I'm a werewolf. Your werewolf baby. Want a mate? Because round 2 with death is coming up." He especially couldn't say that to a human. Something he still didn't understand. How could his life mate be a human? Had some of his pack mated with humans and turned them? He'd always been taught that wasn't allowed. Ever. This hurdle had to have something to do with the curse. Turning off the bedside lamp, JC scratched his muzzle before climbing over him and getting into bed. Her hand hung down over the edge of the mattress. He licked her palm, savoring the soft texture of her skin on his tongue. "Night, Fluffy. Welcome home," she whispered, her sultry voice slicing through the velvety darkness. "Good night." Chapter 4. Moonlight streamed in from the window, soft white shafts of light illuminating the sleeping form on the bed. Max stood patiently, watching the slow rise and fall of her firm, rounded breasts. The shadow of her nipples, covered in sheer white cotton, scraped the fabric with each breath she took. Beaded and tight, they thrust upward. JC's nightgown skimmed the top of one thigh, the creamy expanse of skin leading to the soft folds of her sex. Max's mouth watered with anticipation as he imagined the velvet slide his tongue would experience in that place between her legs. His nostrils flared at her scent, smelling the musk of her desire mingled with the night air softly blowing through the window. He lifted a strand of her long hair from the pillow, inhaling the fresh scent of her fruity shampoo. The silky, soft wisp curled around his finger, glistening in the darkness of night. His heart sped as she stirred and whispered his name, low in her throat. "Max." She stretched her arms upward, exposing the outline of her lithe form. His cock swelled and lengthened with yearning. Soft hands tugged him forward, so he knelt on the bed beside her. Lifting the sheer material, he tugged at the nightgown until she was naked. Her slender thighs spread in welcome. He heard his own low moan in his ears when she grazed the patch of hair at the base of his shaft. Her nails scraped the tender skin, gliding over his belly to caress the ridges and planes of his abdomen. Max sucked in a breath when she firmly grasped him in her palm. He thrust forward in that soft tunnel as his head fell back on his shoulders and he circled her wrist to guide her. His hips rotated slowly, letting JC caress him to pulsing madness. Gritting his teeth, he stilled her hand, bringing it to his mouth and kissing her palm. His tongue began a heated path along her arm. Slowly he found his way to her shoulder in long strokes of tongue and lips. He hovered closer to her breasts, dragging his tongue between the two creamy swells. JC raised her arms to cradle his head, clutching at his hair and tugging him close to her nipple. Max captured the tight peak between his lips, and her hips arched off the bed as she moaned softly. He allowed the pebbled surface to linger on his tongue before he suckled. Her fists tightened in his hair when his fingers drifted toward the apex of her thighs. His hands massaged the supple skin of her leg, feeling her muscles tense as he slowly ran his fingertips over the swollen lips of her sex. With forefinger and thumb, he spread the soft flesh, making her gasp. He smiled against her breast, loving her sharp intake of breath when he grazed the swell of her clit. She pulled him from her breast to her lips. Gazing down at her, he watched the tip of her pink tongue lick at his mouth. The soft sweep of her lashes fluttered when she felt his cock flex in response. Grasping his face, she swept her soft mouth over his lower lip. His muscles tightened, and his heart hammered in his ears as she explored him. Max couldn't hold back any longer. He devoured her mouth, tangling his tongue with hers, sliding it in and out of the searing recess. Pressing her to the bed, he ground his throbbing cock into her thigh as his fingers continued to caress her creamy folds. He let one drift to her wet passage, inserting a finger in slow increments. Her hands dug into his back as she kissed him feverishly, spreading her thighs wider. He tore himself from her mouth and strung a trail of kisses along her ribs, over her hips, and across the flat plane of her belly. Max stretched out beside her, positioning his lips at her cleft, letting his thighs rest against her head. JC rolled toward him, lifting her leg and pressing her soft body to his. He felt the outline of her ribs against his abdomen. His cock was inches from her mouth as she clamped his head between her silken thighs. Her fingers circled his rock-hard shaft, then the moist warmth of her mouth as she enveloped him. His body shook while she held him between her lips, running small circles over the sensitive flesh. He lay with his head pressed between her thighs, inhaling her musky scent before nudging her gently to her back. His knees bracketed her head, his cock deep in her mouth as JC drove him to madness. Leaning forward, he slid his tongue between the lips of her swollen sex, fighting to maintain control when her hips bucked and she hissed against his cock. Max pressed his tongue flat against the inner folds, dragging it over the soaking wet flesh. Burying his face in her sweetness, he laved her clit, swirling his tongue as he slid his hands under her ass and kneaded. Cupping his balls, she fondled the tight sack, pressing herself against his tongue. His hips jerked toward the warmth of her mouth, and he rhythmically circled her clit as he dipped his cock in and out between her lips. She wrapped her arms around his torso, dragging him to her so they lay tightly pressed together. Skin against skin, he reveled in every inch of her lush form flush against his rougher one. Her beaded nipples scraped against his stomach, her groin crashed against his face. His cock throbbed against her tongue, aching for release. Her nails sunk into the flesh of his ass, sending a stingingly sweet wave of yearning through him. Tongues suckled and licked, the wet suction pounding in his ears as he devoured her. JC tensed beneath him when his teeth grazed her clit. Her mouth slackened around his cock as she rocked against his tongue, clinging to him and crying out as she came. Max smoothed his hands over her thighs, gentling the small remaining shudders. His cock burned now, with the need to embed itself in her tight warmth. Shifting position, he turned her onto her stomach, leaning back on his haunches to admire the curve of her ass. She cradled her head in her arms. Her long hair streamed around her shoulders, the dark satin strands a dark contrast to the white of the sheets. Her back rose and fell with short gasps for breath as her gaze met his over her shoulder, waiting, searching. He tangled his hands in her black tresses, caressed her cheeks, let his fingers roam over her skin, stopping at the taper of her waist, lingering. Kissing a path along her spine, Max nipped at her flesh lightly, allowing him time to rein in his desire. Slowly. He would make her his slowly. Her flesh pebbled as the cool breeze rustled the curtains and swept over her skin. JC lifted her hips without any encouragement, the lips of her sex glistening. He smelled the desire he'd created with his tongue. His shaft throbbed, hotter and harder than he could ever remember. Grasping his cock, he slid it through the moisture between her thighs, teasing her clit with the head. Her hand reached between them and rested on his, gripping his wrist. He rolled his hips, moving in and out of her wetness slowly. She groaned when he moved closer to her passage. Max took a deep breath, steadying his need to slice through her. Bracing his hands on her ass, he pressed the head of his cock to her entrance. JC reared up, arching her back, and impaled herself on him with one swift movement of her hips. His hands tightened on her ass as he fell forward and sank into her tight warmth. She clenched his cock in response, welcoming him, pulling him inward. Possessive hands grasped her hips, holding her still as he settled deep inside her, letting his cock swell with the sensation. Impatiently she writhed, bucking her hips, her body pleading with him to fill her. He stroked her long and deep. She, in turn, milked his throbbing cock as they melted into a rhythm. The slick friction of her creamy depths roared through his veins in waves of heat. Clenching her hips tighter, he slammed into her, holding off his own release until he heard her scream with pleasure. Her head came up off the bed as her orgasm ripped through her. Twisting the sheets in her hands, she held him tightly inside her. His breathing became shallow as a surge of white-hot electricity jolted his cock and roared through him. His orgasm soared, then dipped, leaving him gasping to fill his lungs with air. He draped his body over hers as they fell to the bed in a tangle of heaving, sweat-soaked bodies. "Fluffy?" A voice rudely intruded, jarring him. "Fluffy! Wake up!" The words sliced through his brain like a knife. He moaned, refusing to open his eyes. "Hey, buddy, open your eyes. I think you're dreaming." JC cooed in his ear, scratching his head to soothe him. She slipped off the bed and padded toward the bathroom while he sat up on his haunches and blinked. Jesus Christ. The prophecy was true. No matter the journey, no matter what it had entailed, every pack member he'd ever talked to about this crazy soulmate thing said you knew you were headed in the right direction when you dreamed of your first encounter with your prophesized mate. Your first sexual encounter. Yeah, it was time to take matters in hand before he had yet another embarrassing secret to keep. Tomorrow, he'd call his packmates and have them load up some of his stuff and drive it here to Hoboken. It was time to set up housekeeping, right next door to JC. "I've got to get to work, Fluffy. Now listen up," JC said, as she put her coffee cup in the sink and turned to stroke his big head. "I want you to eat your breakfast like a good boy and stay off the furniture. One hair on my couch and you get to vacuum it. Oh, and if you pee in the house like you did last night, as chivalrous and awesome as it was, you die. Hear me?" Fluffy sat quietly listening to her speak. His head tilted to the side as his tail thumped a staccato rhythm on the kitchen floor, but his gaze held hers. She grinned at him, growing fonder by the minute. He wasn't as ugly as he'd been yesterday. Today he was actually kind of cute, in an enormous shedding-on-everything way. "I'm beginning to wonder if you actually understand me." He leaned his head into her, letting her drop a kiss on top of it and making her smile. Progress. They were making progress. Checking to be sure his water bowl was full and he had all of his new doggy toys, she grabbed her purse and threw it over her shoulder. One last glance at his big fuzzy face, and she reluctantly shut the door. The thought that Fluffy would be there to greet her at the end of the day kept her motivated to move swiftly. She was feeling rather proud of herself for finally making the move to adopt a pet. After last night, it had to be a smarter choice than getting another boyfriend. After a series of so-so relationships, she'd given up on finding Mr. Perfect. She couldn't even find Mr. Close Enough. Jess was the final deciding factor in giving up completely, and just letting whatever happened happen. Her heart was still intact after Jess, so why tempt fate? She could be perfectly happy going home to Fluffy every night. She had her friends and a decent job. She wasn't rich, but she didn't fight to make ends meet either. JC smiled. Life was good in many small ways. It didn't have to include a man, in her estimation, just a vibrator. Popping open the door of her Prius, she threw her purse inside and set her cell in the holder on the dashboard. Her fingers scrolled her contacts until she found her friend Vivienne's number. Viv answered on the first ring. "Hath thou found the perfect furball of a match?" she asked, her voice instantly comforting JC. She laughed, starting her car. "Thou hath, Miss Hathaway. He's adorable." "Oh, it's a boy. I can't wait to meet him. Describe him," Viv demanded. She snorted. "How did you describe Fluffy?" "Big." "Big? That's it? I mean, what breed? Mixed?" "The shelter said they don't know, though one volunteer suggested German Shepherd and maybe Wolf." "Wolf?" she screeched into the phone. "I knew I should have gone with you." "It's just speculation, Viv, though I have to admit he's pretty enormous, and he only slightly resembles a wolf if you ask me," she said, smiling when she thought about how huge Fluffy was. Big enough to fight off douches like Jess. "Define big." "He outweighs your scrawny butt by at least 20 pounds. "He weighs more than me? Jesus, JC, I thought you were going to get a kitten." She pulled into traffic, nodding her head. I know, but I couldn't help it. He was on death row. He was going to die if I didn't adopt him. I couldn't let him die. Could you, Miss Stray Cat Collector?" Viv's roar was that of a lion, but her soul was as gentle as a lamb. She had 6 cats and counting, not including the feral cats she fed every morning and every night, but still hadn't managed to convince to become part of her brood. She owned most of the buildings on the block, including JC's, and she believed that allowing her tenants to have pets drew renters with hearts and souls. Okay, fair. So, what's his name, and how did he feel about Jess? She bristled, braking at a red light. Viv had hated Jess on sight, and she'd said as much. Jess didn't like Viv either, but now she wondered if that wasn't because she'd pegged him as an asshole from Jump Street and he knew it. "His name is Fluffy. And why do you ask how he feels about Jess? We broke up, remember?" "You didn't really think I wouldn't hear he was at your place last night, did you?" "You forget my neighbor is Mrs. Beerbaum," they said together. "The nosiest busybody on the planet." She lived on the bottom floor apartment in the building across the street from JC's. No one went unnoticed when Ethel Beerbaum was on neighborhood watch. Yep, Both she and Mrs. Wiggles send their very best to you, Viv said on a chuckle. Mrs. Wiggles was Mrs. Beerbohm's prized pug. So, you did tell him to take his lying ass back to the trash he cheated on you with, didn't you? Because if you caved and fell for all that Guido charm he oozes, I'll kill you and eat your liver for dinner. Could have sworn you were a heart and lungs kind of girl. They don't spread as well on crackers, and you know I have to watch what I pack on this ass. So, did you tell Jess to go back to Snooky? I did. But he didn't have his listening ears on, so Fluffy forced him to pay attention. I guess Fluffy sensed I was uncomfortable. He peed on Jess. Viv barked a laugh. I say we keep Fluffy, she purred. Now tell me the truth. Are you okay? Or did Jess get to you with his apologies and bullshit? Nope. I stood strong, friend, and told him to get out. But I learned something from Jess last night. You learned something from him? Did he finally share his secret for how to make a spray tan last longer than 2 weeks? I hated him, but he had a damn even fake tan. JC laughed. No, but seeing him last night made me realize I've been settling a lot in the name of having someone to watch TV with. Jess and I had zip in common, and his bedroom skills couldn't even write a full paragraph in a how-to manual. So why did I continue to date him even when I realized he was completely wrong for me? Why didn't I break it off long before he cheated? Why do I do that with every man I've ever dated, Viv? Because single can get lonely. Even when you filled it up with friends and family and sexy baits from Downton Abbey. Not when you have cats. With cats, you're never lonely. You are, however, always out of cat litter. JC chuckled. Well, now I have Fluffy. So I think, for the time being anyway, I'm going to take a break from dating. I'm tired of the wash, rinse, repeat cycle. I'm tired of the chase. It's grown pretty old. I find a guy I like, he bullshits his way into my life, making me think he wants a serious relationship, only to find out he tossed Snooky. I'm tired of the lies they tell to get you into bed. I almost think I'd rather a man just straight up say he wants to sleep with me and discard me. At least it would be honest. Viv's warm laughter filled her small car. That's just not you, Jay. Never has been, never will be. Me, on the other hand. Either way, it's time to reevaluate what makes for a good boyfriend. Hear, hear. I'm all for a different section of the meat market. So, drinks later this week? Maybe dinner at my place? I'll make bolognese if you bring the wine and the dog. I want to meet the new man in your life. She grinned. No one cooked like Viv. Done deal. Gotta run. I have back-to-back clients today. Talk to you later. She clicked the phone off and made the rest of the drive in silence, thinking about her life as it stood now. A life that made her smile. She was in a good place at this very moment. No man required. Chapter 5. A huge moving van was parked in her designated spot when JC pulled up in front of her apartment building. Tired from a long day filled with demanding clients who all wanted hair that made them look as if they'd stepped right out of a Pantene commercial, her anger spiked. Son of a bitch. Parking spots were assigned, and she was ready to fight for hers when she double-parked, popped open the door, and flew out of her car. But then, the most amazing pair of buns she'd ever seen bent over in front of her, pulling her up short. Buns encased in a faded pair of blue jeans with a hole at the waistband and one smack dab in the middle of his very muscled left ass cheek. A hole big enough to see his underwear. They were red. Boxers or briefs? Good gravy. Those delicious buns were attached to a man pulling boxes from the back of the truck. JC stomped toward it and knocked on the metal interior. Excuse me, but you're in my parking space. Hot butt dude dropped the box, muscles in his forearms flexing, the fine sprinkling of dark hair on them leading to hands with long, tapered fingers. He turned around slowly, and JC's first glimpse of him almost stopped her heart. All that man. So much man. More man than she'd seen in a long time. Real man. Not a slick, fake-tanned man. Not the corporate, suit-wearing kind of man. Man. JC bit the inside of her cheek while she tried to remember how words worked. Her anger over losing her parking space had evaporated, replaced by a tight knot in her throat. He was utterly breathtaking, in a rough, very unpolished way. The angular planes of his face were hard. Olive skin stretched taut over his edgy features. High cheekbones gave way to deep grooves on either side of his luscious lips, and his brown eyes, flecked with amber and lined with a fringe of lashes, were bright. The sun, just beginning to fade, flashed one more smile of brilliance on his shiny black hair that fell just past his ears and over his left eye until he tucked it back. His scrumptious lips curved into a warm grin when he stuck out his wide hand, making the thin white t-shirt he wore pull tightly against thick biceps. As the chilly fall breeze whistled, it blew his light cologne under her nose, like spicy, freshly tumbled laundry. Awareness fizzled up and down her spine, bringing with it the reminder that she was gawking at him. "I'm Max Adams. You must be my new neighbor if this is your parking spot." Max. He didn't look like a Max. The name Max felt too tame, too little, too easy-going for a man of his size. He should be a Thor or a Vlad, something that implied immense and rugged. She took his offered hand, relishing the way it enveloped hers. A warm tingle of pleasure threaded through her fingers and shot up her arm. JC pulled her hand away and squared her shoulders, shaking off her initial awe. He was just a man. She pried her tongue off the roof of her mouth and smiled. "He's your new neighbor. Be neighborly." "Nice to meet you, Max Adams. I'm JC Jensen, and yes, this is my parking spot." He held up a hand. "Say no more. I'll move right away." And he was nice, too. Nice and gorgeous. Damn you, universe. No, it's fine. I'm sorry for jumping down your throat. It's been a long day, and I'm a little cranky and apparently rude. Not very neighborly. You want to make it up to me? Does it involve more touching? Does it involve baking you a neighborly cake? Max laughed, the sound coming from his throat rich and deep. I'm joking. I'm almost done. If you do me a favor and grab that box and take it inside with you, I'll have one of the guys move the truck and I'll put your car right where it belongs. He grinned again, and her knees jiggled like D-cups. Down, libido. Down, girl. JC found herself digging around in her purse to hand over her car keys and then grabbing the box. The least she could do was help a neighbor out. "Which apartment is it?" she asked as she headed toward the steps. "I think I'm right across from you. 2C. He winked at her. Oh, hell. She pondered the ramifications of this roughly hewn Greek god moving in next door to her as she climbed the steps. He probably had too many girlfriends to count and a revolving door to match. Men who looked like Max had a steady diet of beautiful women to keep their muscled bellies full up. Dropping the box he'd given her on the floor by his door, she surveyed the large living room. His sectional couch was covered in boxes, but she was still able to make out the rich, masculine colors of red and gold. Pictures were stacked in a corner beside a pile of blankets, and a king-size mattress was propped up against the bedroom door. A single, massive bookcase lined one entire wall, filled with an assortment of books of all shapes and sizes. Courteous, gorgeous, and he read. A hunk that actually read books with words, real books, not involving pictures of topless, thong-clad women. Time to go, before she stripped naked. JC's cheeks flushed when she heard his heavy feet coming up the steps and approaching his apartment door. He pointed to the interior of his apartment with another luscious smile. "Just need to squeeze by you," he said, body brushing hers as he inched past. His muscled chest pressed against her breast for a brief moment, and her pulse seemed to think that was A-OK. Pathetic. She sucked in a breath of air and let it back out discreetly. Max stopped, staring down at her, his nostrils flaring. Upon closer inspection, she noted a small scar just above his lip, whitened over time and jagged. It fascinated her. The space between them pulsed with something she couldn't identify, but definitely existed. It overwhelmed her, pulled her like a magnetic force. Looking up at him, she knew she'd better speak or be accused of gawking. "You've got quite a collection of books," JC squirmed. Her tone of voice had taken on that breathy quality, the one that only whooshed out of her mouth when she found a man attractive. Max's shoulder nearly reached the top of her head as he leaned into her. Lord, he was fantastic. He smiled, that oral hygienist's wet dream of a smile, and said, "Yep, I love to read. Nothing too heavy, mind you, but I do like a good mystery. Some horror, too. Do you read?" He tilted his head to the left and cocked one eyebrow with apparent interest. She gulped, clutching her hand at her side to keep from fanning herself. "When I have the time." His eyes twinkled with apparent interest. "Romance novels?" When he formed the words, he made it sound as if he were guessing she read Nietzsche. Max was beautiful and articulate, and watching his lips move was like viewing an art form. Speaking of Max's lips, how had they gotten so close to hers? They were so close, she saw right past those pearly whites and straight to his fillings, while his toothpaste-fresh breath fanned her face. JC ran her tongue over her lips. Periodicals and biographies. She sagged back against the door, trying to make herself small enough to somehow keep their bodies from touching. Affirmative. He was frosting her Wheaties. Time to go. "Hey, how about joining me for a beer? I did steal your parking space. It's the least I could do." Or she could stay. No, Fluffy was waiting. Safe, stake-stealing, loyal, non-snooky-tossing Fluffy. She gave him a quick smile but avoided his inviting eyes. As tempting as that offer is, maybe another time. I have a new dog I just adopted, and he's probably starving by now. He's big, like enormous. The shelter said he might be part wolf, so he's probably eating my furniture as we speak. God, Fluffy was the most perfect excuse in the universe not to throw this man down on the floor and have unbridled sex with him. She'd shower him with treats galore upon her arrival home, because he was likely saving her from lusting for a man who'd end up all wrong for her. Big? Is he gray? Kind of roughly majestic once you get past his Cujo-like size? JC paused. How odd he should make the very comparison to Cujo she had. How did you know he was gray? Me and the guys were all talking about how damn scary-looking he was. He was out in the alleyway while we were unloading the truck. Biggest dog we'd ever seen. Panic began to settle in the pit of her belly, making her grip her purse tighter. How did you see him? He's an inside dog. Max's eyes flashed concern. Well, I can't say for sure it was him, your him, but our neighbor from upstairs told me you had a new dog that looked like a hound from hell. The dog I saw sure fits that description, and it would be a weird coincidence to run into two dogs so similar. I saw him in the alley when I went to the dumpster to ditch some of these boxes. Oh, shit. Fluffy roaming the streets of Hoboken was suicidal. Are you sure? She squeezed out the door past his big frame and flew across the hall to her apartment. Max followed closely behind and jingled her keys. You forgot something. Grabbing them from him, she thrust the key into the lock and flung open the door, fear crawling along her spine. Fluffy? I'm home. Come here, boy. Come on, Betty. Max was right behind her when she crossed the hall into her bedroom. The window's open. Maybe he got out? The cool night air rustled the curtains, confirming Max's statement. She didn't even stop to wonder how the window had gotten open. Her panic turned to frenzy. Damn! How did he get out? I have to go find him. Why would he run away? What if animal control catches him again? Worse, what if he hurts someone? He's really not properly socialized. I was the only one who could get him to calm down, if you believed what the people at the shelter said. Her heart sank in her chest, and tears burned the back of her eyelids, making her swipe angrily at them. Jesus, she'd only had him for a day, but she'd already become crazy attached to the idea of having him here when she came home. Maybe he just wasn't meant to be inside. Manny had said they thought he was part wolf. Wolves liked to roam free, didn't they? Howl at the moon? Maybe he'd felt smothered. No clingy, single, lonely women ties, thank you very much. J.C. leaned out the window and yelled Fluffy's name. Worry burrowed deep in her gut, but Max's strong hands grabbed her waist and pulled her back inside, turning her to face him. You might fall, he scolded, his handsome face frowning. Look, maybe he's just the kind of dog who likes to be outside and he got impatient waiting for you to get home. Does impatience give you the power to open a window when you don't have opposable thumbs? She'd never left her apartment with the windows open. Not once in the entire time she'd lived here. Max stared back at her and shrugged his shoulders. You have a point. It makes absolutely no sense that the window's open. I've never, ever left the windows open. These apartments are pretty safe, but it'd be easy for anyone to climb up the fire escape and rob me blind. That window sure didn't open itself. The thought made her shiver. Had someone broken in and let him out? All the stories Viv had shared with her about animal rescue whizzed through her brain. Had someone seen Fluffy and decided he might make a good bait dog? Or worse, wanted to turn him into a fight dog? It happened all the time. People who fought dogs stole them from backyards and scooped them up off Craigslist. Fear, real fear, raced along her veins. Fluffy's size alone would certainly appeal to someone as bloodthirsty as that. She clapped a hand over her mouth to keep from screaming her horror. Composing herself, she asked the worst out loud. What if someone stole him? For fighting, or... Whoa. Let's not go there just yet, JC. Don't panic. I'll call some of my buddies and we'll get a search party together, okay? Max's eyes instantly soothed her, his grip lying loosely on her hips as his amber-flecked eyes searched her gaze. He reached into his back pocket and held up his phone. There was the nice again. She hated to admit it, but right now it was like a balm on her chapped lips. You do that? You don't even know me. But I'm an animal lover, just like you. So give me just a sec, okay? He wandered out toward the hall while she searched her entire apartment, hoping against foolish hope Fluffy was just hiding. But where? He was so enormous there was nowhere for him to go. J.C. circled back around and pushed her bedroom door open once more, dropping to the floor and lifting the bedskirt to see if by some crazy chance he'd managed to squeeze under it. Nothing. More panic swelled as she rose to her feet to kick off her heels and grab her sneakers, shoving her feet into them. She ran into Max just as she exited her room, crashing into his brick wall of a chest. He steadied her by gripping her upper arms. I've got some of my friends out looking for him now. Come on, we'll head downstairs and meet them. Fluffy, right? She swallowed hard, her body at war with her immediate need to find her dog. Yes, Fluffy. Can I ask, why Fluffy? Well, he is Fluffy. It was the first thing that came to mind after he was clean, and it sort of stuck, she defended. You named a dog as big and unconventionally handsome as that, Fluffy. Well, nobody seems to think he's all that good-looking but you, and of course me. I figured when we go to the dog park, or if I have to go out of town to do a client's hair, and Leave him at a doggy daycare. Fluffy sounds much less like he's drooling, snarling, and out of control, as does, say, Killer or Death. His size alone is intimidating. I've only had him a day, and there have been plenty of, "Oh my God, he looks like he could swallow me whole" comments already. I'm just trying to protect him from the onslaught of discrimination I'm sure we'll experience because of his size. Really? People said that out loud to you? Well, there's no accounting for taste. I happen to think he's magnificent. JC's heart fluttered in her chest as she let Max take her hand and lead her toward the door. Why should she care if he liked her dog? So do I. Do you really think he'll come back? If he gets caught again, they were going to euthanize him at the shelter. So you saved him from canine death row? JC fought the sob rising in her throat. In his very last hours before the shelter closed, he was unsociable, difficult, wouldn't eat, but somehow, I guess we connected and I couldn't walk away. He grinned at her, as wide and charming as a man so roughly hewn could. You're a true animal lover to take on a dog who not only has issues, but from the looks of him, probably outweighs you. I like it. It means you have a good heart. That heart Max mentioned thumped harder in her chest when he pulled her out the door and down the steps to meet up with his friends. Chapter 6. No Fluffy. Not a single sighting of him. Max had been true to his word, and he'd gathered up 3 of his buddies to help search for him. They'd been up and down the streets of Hoboken, in alleyways, across the street at the park, and no one had seen him. After a phone call filled with JC's hoarse sobs, Viv had joined them. Dressed in sweats and an old Fordham University t-shirt with matching ball cap, she'd barked out orders to Max and his friends to search some of the likely places Fluffy might hide. The moment she was able to get JC alone, she'd pulled her aside, and the interrogation began. She reached up and wiped the fresh set of tears streaking JC's face. Explain Rock Hard Man and the Rock Hard Manettes. Hurry, before I pass out from all that beautifully hard. She sniffed. He's my new neighbor, and those are his friends. Why does your new neighbor rival Gerard Butler and mine rivals Mr. Whipple? JC clucked her tongue, mocking her friend. You didn't see him when he filled out the app for the apartment? You do own the building. Viv flapped a hand at her. I do. I own a few. But I have apartment managers for that. So he moved in next door to you? He did. She whistled her appreciation. And he's been here all of 8 hours, and now he's out helping you look for your dog? What is your magic, guru? Share with the mortals. JC sputtered a laugh. You mean the same kind of magic that manages to summon up guys like Jess and Ethan? Oh, and let's not forget Ned. Remember him? The guy who invited me to his wedding but forgot to break up with me first? Viv shook her head, her nose twitching. No, let's definitely forget Ned. What a douche. But this Max doesn't seem at all like them. JC tugged on the long length of her friend's blonde hair, offering her a tissue that Viv waved away. Like them? You have a type, my friend. They might come wrapped in different packages, but at the core they're all the same. Dick knuckles. Selfish mirror-mongers who need little emotionally to survive but a blowjob and a beer. Which is why Max is off limits, even if he was gorgeous. Why? He invited me to have a beer. Next thing you know, he'll want a blowjob and a mirror. Viv barked into the rapidly cooling night. No, Magic Maker. I don't get that vibe from him at all. He's different, Jay. I feel it. Maybe he's just a differently wrapped dick knuckle. Viv squinted her eyes in the dark, grabbing JC's hand and giving it a squeeze. Nope. He's definitely different. Can't put my finger on it, but he's got something. And if you think about it, I've never said that about a single guy you've dated. Not since high school, when you went to prom with Matt Abramowitz. He was a keeper. And I was right about him, because he's now married to Sherry Ledbetter and has 2 kids and a nice house out on Long Island. JC shook her head, tightening her jacket around her waist. Doesn't matter. I'm off the market. Max is just a nice guy who offered his help because he saw how upset I was over Fluffy. Who's a nice guy? Max leaned over the top of her shoulder to hand Viv a flashlight with a smile. Viv inhaled hard and started hacking. Max looked at her with concern. You okay? Viv bounced her head, winking at Max. I'm good. So, who's a nice guy? He asked again. My Grandpa Olson, JC offered with a chuckle, slipping her arm through Viv's and removing herself from temptation. 3 hours later, defeated, with more tears staining her cheeks, JC ducked under Max's arm when he opened their apartment building door and escaped to the warmth inside. I'm sorry, JC, he said, his eyes glowing under the ceiling light. She let her hand stray to his arm without thinking and gave it a squeeze. No, don't be, really. And thank you. I appreciate the help, Max. The thought of going back to her empty apartment without Fluffy there made her chest hurt. She couldn't bear the idea he was alone, maybe cold and hungry. Just like when he'd been abandoned or astray or however he'd come to be on the streets of Hoboken the first time. Turning to head up the stairs, she shot Max one more glance. I'd better go, but thanks again. He stuck his arm across the stairwell, placing his other hand at her waist. Wait. Why don't you come back to my place and we'll have that beer? I bet you could use one after today. I know I could. And you have to eat, right? I might even throw in a pizza if you help me unpack. Max's thumb made a lazy pattern across the small of her back, and her spine arched into the digit willingly. Her nipples tightened sharply, and heat began building in her off-limits we're in the process of re-evaluating spot. The warmth radiating from his big muscles soothed and excited. JC couldn't help but smile as she backed out of his reach and away from his magnetic pull. Only a man could think of food and alcohol at a time like this. We can't make flyers and post for help on Facebook on empty stomachs, can we? What good will it do Fluffy if you collapse because you haven't eaten tonight? You need fuel. She needed him to stop touching her because all her talk of reevaluation and taking a break from men was crumbling like cookies in a toddler's clutching grip. You don't have to do that. Nope, I don't. But I want to. Besides, I'm invested now. I want Fluffy to come home as much as you do. I feel guilty I didn't know he was yours. I would have grabbed him and brought him home. So, come up to my apartment and we'll have something to eat and figure out what to do next. Oh, when he smiled that smile. It was like a gift. So unusual on a face so hard and rugged, it made everything he suggested next to impossible to resist. You're not just saying that because you need help unpacking, are you? Max shrugged his shoulders as he pulled her by the hand with a chuckle. Well, yeah, I am. It's part of my devious plan to get you to help me find a place for my paper plates. His teasing eyes lit up. JC shivered, ignoring all the signs that said she was doing the same thing she'd always done. Right now, she felt vulnerable and alone, and she didn't want to go back to her empty apartment. Is the pizza on you? He stopped on the top step. Would I let a damsel in distress, one as pretty as you, pay for a pizza I invited her to have with me? She lifted a skeptical eyebrow. Would you? Okay, I might, if she liked anchovies. JC wrinkled her nose. I'd rather eat zombie flesh. Then I'm buying, he said, with a wink of his luscious eye. JC was busily rearranging Max's kitchen cabinets when the pizza arrived. He set plates out for both of them at his scarred oak kitchen table and lit a candle. He dropped a stack of flyers on the table with Fluffy's picture and information on them, shooting her a smile of sympathy when he saw she began to tear up again. JC traced Fluffy's profile with a finger and took a deep breath. He had to come back. Max gave her shoulder a squeeze and pulled a chair out for her, motioning for her to sit. You okay? I just keep thinking about him out there alone, maybe hurt. He's frightening and growly. What if he scares the wrong someone and he gets hurt? I guess it's just the not knowing that's the worst. I get it. He grew on you quickly, huh? She nodded. He did. I just want him home safe. Come on. You've been working hard on those cabinets. Sit and relax. Let's talk for a little while and take your mind off things. I want to get to know my new neighbor. Please say you mean in the biblical sense. Jesus, JC, where did that come from? But she had to give herself a small break. While she'd unpacked some boxes in his kitchen and Max made flyers for Fluffy, she'd watched him. Max was sumptuous, rippled artistry in motion. Any woman with even one hormone left in her body would find him swoon-worthy. In fact, every time he'd brushed past her in the kitchen to grab a glass or find ink cartridges for his printer, her nipples had taken on a life of their own, and the downstairs portion of her body felt as if it had gone through the rinse cycle of a washing machine. She'd sized him up as though he were the last straight man alive, her eyes constantly straying to the tight press of his jeans against his bulky thighs. He'd also wooed her with his offer to help. Doing something proactive took her mind off the fact that Fluffy was gone, and he might not come back. Sitting across from him now, an urge to run her tongue over those luscious lips prompted her to sit up straight in her chair and attack her pizza with vigor. Find focus with the cheese, JC. Max smiled at her over the glow of the candle. So, tell me about JC. Is that your full name? No. My full name is Jacqueline Christine, but I was such a tomboy as a kid, my dad joked they should have named me JC. I guess it stuck. Have you lived here in Hoboken long? JC shrugged her shoulders and wiped her mouth. About 5 years in this apartment. I moved here when my folks moved to Florida to retire. His eyes probed hers. Do you miss them? When her parents announced they were moving to Florida, JC had kissed them on the cheek and waved goodbye. She loved them, but her life and her business were here. I do. They're great parents, but they moved to a retirement village, and I'd already invested in my salon. He chewed on his pizza, a gooey string of cheese escaping from the side of his mouth. You own a salon? Co-own. My partner's an old friend from high school. She's married now, so she works much less, but I rent space to hairstylists. Siblings? She shook her head with a smile. Nope, just me. You? Max grinned. More than I care to count. A nosy, interfering lot. His mouth said nosy, but his tone was full of affection. Sometimes she wished she had siblings. Someone to talk to. Someone to share her fears about her parents' aging. So, where do you come from, Max Adams? Somewhere here in Jersey? Yep. I come from a very small town hardly anyone knows about. Cedar Glen. She cupped her chin and sighed. Country living. Sounds quaint, but I've never heard of it. Max's chuckle was fond. Not many have. It's beautiful. Lots of meddlesome neighbors, plenty of potluck dinners, made-up events to celebrate for no particular reason, and all of the stuff small towns are made of. His voice held a hint of longing, which made her wonder why Hoboken. What brings you to this part of Jersey? He tipped his head back and took a swig of beer before saying, business. Vague. All of a sudden, Max Adams was very vague. But for the moment, the notion became lost in her lust. She was too busy watching him drink his beer to remember how evasive his answer was. His lips worked the bottle, the muscles of his throat convulsing as he took a long pull before smiling at her with satisfaction. When her cheeks flushed red, she stuffed more pizza in her mouth to keep it moving. Between bites, she asked, So you're here on business? What kind of business? A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Mostly preservation. Wildlife preservation. More vague. What kind of wildlife are you preserving in Hoboken? Max didn't answer. Instead, he leaned across the table and pulled some cheese from her chin, gently pushing it into her mouth. The tip of her tongue grazed his finger briefly before he removed it, the pad of his thumb sliding over her lower lip. She shivered in response. And that was when their eyes locked. Every once in a while, like when he'd apologized for not finding Fluffy or when he was listening to her answer a question, his gaze swallowed her whole with a familiar quality she couldn't quite put her finger on. J.C. gulped, but she couldn't pull her gaze from his. His eyes mesmerized her, dragging, consuming, pulling. There was a palpable thrum of heat between them, an electric current burning a hole in the moment. When he spoke, it was low and harsh, his eyes flashing dark in the flicker of the candlelight. I have a confession. J.C. licked her lips. Suddenly, everything had a serious tone. Just so you're aware, I suck at keeping secrets. I don't necessarily want it to be a secret. Confessions aren't all they're cracked up to be. And sometimes, honesty is the best policy. The air in the room became heavy with her unexpected disappointment. You're gay, aren't you? Boo. Hiss. Nope. Out on parole? Oh, you're this close, he teased, low and husky, squeezing his forefinger and thumb together. Her chest tightened. You live in your mother's basement back in Cedar Glen? Max slid his chair closer to hers. My grandmother's basement. Where you make dolls out of your victims' skins? He barked a laugh, grabbing the edge of her chair and turning her to face him, their knees touching. I was joking. About the skin of your victims? No, about my grandmother's basement. The skin thing is real. Now she laughed, too, but it was punctuated by anxiety. I'm all out of ideas about what you could possibly have to confess to someone you've only known a few hours. Do you mind honesty? He asked, sort of growly and low, leaning forward to brace his elbows on his knees, leaving them at eye level. Hadn't she just said to Viv she was tired of the game? The cat and mouse of it? The promises men made just to get you into bed, only to fail you in every other aspect? Name one woman you know who minds honesty. How honest do you like your honesty? Now she really couldn't breathe. Yeah, how honest do you like it, J.C.? Do you want to hear him tell you he only wants to sleep with you? Can you handle that? Will it hurt your widow feelings? Because she had to know where this was going, J.C. fought to form words around the lump in her throat. I like it very honest. Max's gaze captured hers, and this time there was no looking away. I'm having a really difficult time keeping my hands to myself right now, J.C. I'm trying to remember you're in a vulnerable state because Fluffy is missing, and you're worried about him. I don't want to take advantage of you. Okay, fate. Here comes temptation. But she clenched the sides of her chair and waited. Max's eyes flashed, his jaw growing tight. But sitting here, looking the way you look, is making it damn hard not to haul you out of that chair and make amazing love to you. I want you, J.C. Jensen. I figured you should know. Chapter 7. Ah, the bat-over-your-head brand of honesty. Refreshing. So, you want to have a one-night stand with me? There was that stare again, unflinching, dark, delicious. I want to do a lot of things with you, to you. but none of the things I want have anything to do with just one night. There was nothing now but Max, just inches from her. His heat, his warm palms suddenly on her thighs, his amber-flecked eyes drinking from her depths. I don't know what you mean. He cupped her jaw, caressing the flesh with the rough pads of his fingers, creating a storm of fresh emotions, a new, intense fire burning low in her belly. I mean, I don't want you for one night, JC. I want you for many nights, maybe all in a row, maybe more than once. More than once a week? She squeaked, her lips sticking together. Once a night, he growled, all rumbly. A wave of dizzying anticipation gripped her. Maybe this was the way to go. Have an arrangement whereby both parties stated what they wanted and negotiated their needs. Lay it all out on the table from the word go. Do you mean an arrangement? A sexual agreement? She asked, her words hitching, her heart racing. No. I'm lost. Lost and dazzled by his magnificence, dazed by his big hands now at her waist, stroking the curve of her hip. I don't just want to make love to you. I don't want a one-night stand either. Her brow furrowed while her breathing grew choppier. What do you want? I want things that have nothing to do with the bedroom. JC deflated from her head to her toes. Ah, okay. Now she understood. He liked the danger of getting caught, the risk they'd be seen. Thanks, but no thanks. So you're into public sex, like in an airplane, a movie theater, a fetish of sorts? Maybe. Max cut her off by hoisting her up and against him, hard, their bodies meeting with a collision of muscle and the sound of chairs crashing to the floor. Splaying his hand across the small of her back, he shook his head. No fetishes. No one-night stands. No public places. I want to get to know you after I make love to you, JC. It's important you understand that. With her spine arched and her breasts crushed against Max's rippled body, her emotions rose to the surface again. The heat, the fire in her veins, the longing. So much need it stole her breath. But wait. After he made love to her? She planted her hands on his chest. Is a round of meds part of your everyday life? Max's head fell back on his shoulders when he barked a laugh. No meds. What kind of pickup line was this? What kind of man not only offered to help you find your lost dog, made up flyers to post, and fed you just to get you between the sheets, then told you he wanted to get to know you? Is this some kind of weird reverse psychology? Nope. It's just important you know this isn't a one-night thing, he murmured against her ear. Her nipples tightened again, scraping against his muscled chest. The closer he pulled her in, the harder it was for her to think straight. His smell was intoxicating, and his muscled arms around her made her knees feel like softened butter. Why is it so important? She whispered. He cupped her jaw. Because I want you to remember that what I do next doesn't define our relationship. She cleared her throat, fighting the excitement settling in her belly. We don't have a relationship. We will when I'm done, Max growled before he took her lips. When their tongues met, her world exploded. The silken rasp, the luscious way he drove into her mouth, had her clinging to his shoulders, digging her fingers into the caps of them. It was magic. Pure, deep, slow, long. A kiss worthy of all kisses, driving this mad lust, this sweetly painful hunger coursing through her veins to a new, almost desperate level. JC's arms went around Max's neck, her fingers diving into his soft hair, her breaths coming in choppy pants. Tearing his lips from hers, Max sat her on the table, blew out the candle, and shoved the pizza to the floor. Bottles of beer fell, the glass shattering on the tile. It was a vague, distant sound in her ears, dominated by the pounding of her heart and the demanding throb between her legs. Max's eyes never left her face as he spread her thighs, sliding her ass to the edge of the table with rough hands and positioning himself between her legs. He kicked off his boots before dropping to his haunches to remove her sneakers. When he rose again, he unzipped his jeans with slow ease, pushing them over his lean hips. JC held her breath. Max wasn't about dashed expectations. He was as beautiful half-naked as he was fully dressed. The skin he revealed just beneath his t-shirt was smooth and bronzed, as though he spent a lot of time outdoors, and topped off with a line of crisp hair ending at the crest of his boxer briefs. The very red briefs she'd wondered about earlier today. Her fingers twitched, aching to trace the sharp outline of his hip bones, but she almost couldn't move. When Max dragged his jeans and briefs down to his feet, his cock, hard and thick, sprang forward, making her hands clench into tight fists. So strong was the desire to reach between them and clasp it. Her brain tried to register everything that was happening, but her body was screaming at her to just let go. She'd never wanted to let go quite the way she wanted to now. Max hiked her legs over his hips, placing his hands on either side of her body. His eyes devoured her as he leaned down, trailing his silken tongue over the outline of her mouth. She whimpered when another wave of wild lust raced through her, landing squarely between her thighs. He left her achy and urgent, and he hadn't taken a stitch of her clothing off yet. The raging burn he created in her made JC forget everything else but him. Yet there was something they needed. She just couldn't remember what. And whatever it was important. "Condoms," she managed against his mouth, never wanting his lips to leave hers again. Max hauled her up without a word and carried her to a stack of boxes in the corner labeled bathroom, his eyes scanning each until he located the one he wanted. Using one hand, he tore at the cardboard with such force JC flinched in response as the contents spilled on the floor. His eyes shot her a look of apology before he captured her lips in another kiss while he rooted around, making her forget everything but the roar of her pulse in her ears. When he pulled his mouth from hers this time, it was an agony, a deep pain from a lost place within, and she found herself fighting another whimper. Max held up a foil packet, his eyes gleaming in triumph, while he walked them back to the table and set her on it. JC was nearly frantic to feel her skin against his, but Max didn't remove her jeans. Instead, he pressed his wide hand to her chest and pushed her to the surface of the table until she lay flat on her back. Hovering over her, he cupped her breasts that arched upward for his touch. When he shoved her shirt and bra out of the way to stroke them, thumb her nipples, she gasped. Still, Max watched her, intense and penetrating, just before he pressed his scorching mouth to her breast and enveloped a nipple, tugging at it, bringing it to a sharp peak. JC's body reacted violently, her back bowing as she gripped the sides of the table, molten fire raging between her thighs. Max nipped at the tight bud, pulling it away from her body as he rolled his tongue over it. She clenched her eyes and fought a scream, half filled with frustration, half with indefinable pleasure. A breath escaped her lips when Max reached between them and cupped her, dragging his thumb over her cleft. She wanted him to take her clothes off, drive into her hard and fast. Her heart raced as she squirmed beneath him, straining to the touch of his lips and hands. On the move, he let his tongue find her exposed belly, kissing it before he worked his mouth over her lower abdomen and down between her legs. Max nipped at her through her jeans while every nerve in her body exploded, on fire with a relentless, driving heat. "Now," he demanded, gruff and low, before he skimmed his way back up along her body, fixing his eyes on hers. JC didn't have to ask what Max meant. She knew. And at this very moment, nothing else mattered but him inside her. Nothing. Gripping his t-shirt, she pulled it over his head and tossed it to the floor. Placing her hands on his chest, she kneaded the muscled surface before pulling his mouth back to hers for another deep kiss. Max groaned into her mouth when their flesh met for the first time, tearing at her jeans and yanking them off in one swift motion. When his fingers slipped inside the leg of her panties and he stroked her clit, JC saw stars. White-hot flashes of light tinged with brilliant colors. The brush of his naked thighs between hers, the slide of his hand as he lifted her hips, made her breathing choppy. Her impatience grew as Max ripped open the foil package and slipped the condom over his hard length. He hooked his thumbs into her panties and dragged them down her thighs, then parted her, caressing her clit, moving in the wet recesses, leaving her thrashing against his fingers. Max must have sensed how close she was to release, because it was just at that moment his fingers left her anxious flesh and his hands reached under her to cup her ass. JC gripped his wrists when he kneaded the flesh while slipping his hard shaft into her cleft. She clenched her teeth to keep from crying out. Max lay there for a moment, one agonizingly long moment, letting her adjust, letting the feel of their bodies pressed together become familiar. It was exquisite, sweet yet stinging with desperation. Her hands roamed over his wide back, reveled in the endless plains of muscle and skin. She buried her nose in his neck and inhaled his scent. But the wish for Max to drive into her became too much, too intense, so she wrapped her legs around him, silently pleading with him to enter her. She gyrated her hips, begging to be impaled, thinking of nothing but his stiff length driving her out of her mind. "Are you sure you're ready?" he asked, husky and low against her ear. "Yes." Max plunged into her hard, making her back arch in response, and then everything became nothing but the sound of their bodies joining and the world tipping upside down. He filled her with searing heat, stretching her until she thought she might explode from so much bliss. Each thrust was slow to begin, picking up speed as he ground against her. Her muscles clenched his length, and her legs tightened around his waist in reply to this wild abandon, this bone-deep craving to find release. Max pulled her roughly toward him with each thrust as their hips crashed together, his jaw clenched tightly and his throat arched, tensing. There was nothing gentle about this, nothing soft or subtle. The edges were raw and rough, an ecstasy she didn't know existed until this very moment. With that thought, her nipples turned to tight beads as her climax tore at her, screaming for release. Max hissed sharply when he slid nimble fingers between her legs, spreading her flesh. He mumbled something incoherent as he found her clit, swollen and throbbing, caressing it until JC couldn't prolong her orgasm. From somewhere deep within her, a howl raced to the surface, erupting and shattering the silence, tearing from her throat, devastating the thin hold she had on control. Her legs clamped his waist as she pushed upward, meeting the slick slide of his cock one last time before Max yelled into the room along with her, long and loud. They lay like that while their chests smashed against one another, and the sounds on the street below his apartment permeated the web of lovemaking they'd created. Everything began to come into focus in slow increments of color and dim light. And then the battle within her started to wage its war. She'd just had incredible, heart-stopping sex with a man she'd known for about as much time as she'd known one of the checkers at the grocery store. Max Adams was her first one-night stand. Chapter 8. Viv would call her 50 Shades of Whore if she found out about this, because this was so unlike her. She was careful when she chose to sleep with someone. She took her time. She considered who she shared her body with. But not tonight. Tonight, she'd given it up, as if Max were lobbing Benjamins at her and daring her to do him. It was as if something had taken over her. Some demon succubus had crept inside her body and demanded its due. As though, if she didn't order this man to make love to her, if she didn't comply with what her body was screaming for, she'd die of it. Which was utter bullshit. This couldn't be blamed on the Linda Blair possession theory her girlfriends always made jokes about when they hooked up with a man simply for the pleasure of it. A slow descent from the madness she'd just experienced began as her body calmed, and she tried to rationalize what had just happened. But there was one thing she couldn't deny. Not in all her experiences had she ever had an orgasm like that, so rich in texture, so well-defined, and so sharply sweet. It had turned her inside out. And now, there he was above her, his eyes staring down at her as though he knew she was going to question her motives, her sanity. She slammed her eyes shut. She could do without the Vulcan eye meld right now. Max's hands soothed her skin, sliding over it with gentle fingers. Look at me. Never. Not if he pried her eyes open with toothpicks. How could she look at him after that wanton display of lust? How could she look at him after being swept up in his "I want to get to know you after I make love to you" line? Jesus, all he'd done was help her look for her dog and order a pizza, and suddenly she was buck naked on his table, slapping her legs around his waist and riding him for all she was worth. J.C. shook her head. Eye contact was absolutely out of the question. Max's hand was gentle when he cupped her chin, tilting her jaw upward. Look at me now, J.C. Mm-mm. She shook her head again. His sigh was long, his breath fanning her flushed cheeks. J.C., look at me, please. No. Isn't that going to make it hard to find your clothes? Her lips twitched. I'll feel my way around. We just made some pretty amazing love right here on my kitchen table. Are you just going to ignore the ramifications of that? He asked, caressing her lower lip with his thumb. On the kitchen table, J.C. Pass the salt. I'm working that out right now. You're embarrassed. I'm appalled. There was nothing appalling about that. We're on a kitchen table. Oh, God. In fairness to your virtue, my bed wasn't set up. Obviously, virtue is something I don't have to worry about. He chuckled. Open your eyes. Not on your life. Now, be chivalrous and go to another room so I can get dressed and slink out of here with minimal dignity. Dropping a kiss on her jaw, he said, Not gonna happen. Please? Nope. Not until you open your eyes and look at me. What will looking at you change? Was this the first time you've ever done something like this? You mean take my clothes off just because I was asked to? The rumble of his laughter seeped into her chest. Made love because you wanted to, without all the other stuff muddying it up. Other stuff? Regret, remorse, the fear you'll be labeled. I don't care about labels. I do care about thinking things through, so apologies if I'm all kinds of unsure about just who I am. This is my first one-night stand. Is it yours? Nope. I've had a few. She squinted her eyes to peek at him. So, then you're accustomed to feeling cheap and recklessly impulsive? Me, on the other hand, a noob to all this cheap, still sort of feeling my way around. Max made a gravely serious face, fighting a grin. It just takes time. She opened her eyes all the way and rolled them at him. To adjust to feeling cheap? He began to trail kisses along the side of her mouth. Yep. She fought a smile and gave his heavy weight a shove, noticing for the first time the tattoo on his shoulder. Intricate in detail, red and black ink. It fit someone like him. But back to the matter at hand, keeping her eyes closed. She slammed them shut again. Thanks for the tip. Now, please, get off me. Not until you open your eyes and look at me. And definitely not until we talk about this. She clenched her eyes tighter. Did he want a blow-by-blow? JC here, reporting from my hunky, brand-spanking-new neighbor Max's kitchen table. Woot, baby, did I ever just do it with a guy I knew all of a couple of hours. Go, team, reevaluate your standards. Max pressed closer, letting his weight rest on top of hers. Using 2 fingers, he popped one of her eyes open. As he came into focus, her heart lurched. God, he was so damn sexy with his cheeks ruddy from their love-making, his hair tousled, and his eyes clearly amused. Max nudged her with his nose. So, this happened very suddenly, and the intensity of it scared you. Scared her? If he'd just let her up, she'd go home and rock in a corner. Yes, she was petrified at the intensity of their lovemaking, at her willingness to abandon her rules. JC pulled his fingers from her eye. Yes. I don't do this as a rule, JC. And definitely not with someone I want to get to know. But my sexy drove you to do it, right? He lifted his head and grinned down at her. Bingo. You mock. Max made a pouty face at her. I don't. Look, it's very gentlemanly of you to offer to talk this out. Probably rare in a one-night stand. Whoever taught you one-night stand etiquette taught you right, but I don't need reassurances or apologies. I'm not apologizing. I'm just reiterating what I said before we made intense, wildly satisfying love. This is absolutely not a one-night stand. She gazed up at him, trying to read his eyes, see something beyond the surface, understand what all this meant. I need to process this, was all she could manage. Fair enough, Max said, nuzzling her face with his lips, slipping down along her cheek to her ear where he nibbled. That storm of heat he'd evoked earlier flushed her cheeks again as shivers coursed along her spine, and her body, of its own accord, rose to press against his. She didn't even have to think about it. 1 minute, she was going home to process. The next, she was all buttery limbs and screaming hormones. Max's sudden sneeze made her jump, the jolt of his body shaking the table. He sneezed again, his eyes becoming watery. Lifting himself on his hands, he asked, Are those silver earrings? Real silver? Her hand flew to the stud in her ear as her eyes scanned Max's face, which was growing redder and blotchier by the second. She gripped his jaw, taking a closer look. They are. What's wrong? He pushed himself off her as fast as he could, swiping at his mouth with his arm as a series of more violent sneezes racked his body, and red welts began to appear all over him. Alarmed, JC sat up. Yanking her shirt down, she looked for a roll of paper towels in her cell. She grabbed a handful and shoved them in his direction while she dug her phone out of her purse. Oh my God, your face is covered in welts. What's happening? I'm calling 911. Max shook his head as he scooped up his t-shirt and rubbed his eyes with the bottom of the fabric. He put a hand on hers to keep her from dialing. It's okay. He sneezed hard again. Allergic to silver is all. It passes. Just give it a sec. Her panic began to subside as the welts all but disappeared, leaving only a residual redness on his face and arms. She pulled her jeans back on and went to the kitchen sink to wet some paper towel. Max grabbed her around the waist with one arm and wiped his eyes with the other. She pressed the cool towel to his eyes, her brow furrowing. I've never seen anyone react so violently to silver. My mom's allergic too, but she just gets an itchy rash. I'm so sorry. If I had known. He looped his fingers around her waist and smiled. That's what happens when you don't know anything about the man you just slept with. JC made a face at him. Well, from here on out, rest assured, I'm going to have a form at the ready so all my future one-night stands can fill it out. Hauling her against him, Max looked down at her again and smirked, winking his bloodshot eye. Good thing you won't have to worry about having any more of those. One-night stands? Yep, there'll be no more of those for you. Now he slipped both arms around her waist and began walking her back toward the kitchen table. Should she rail against his possessive tone? Tell him to fuck off for daring to have the audacity to think he had any say whether she had another one-night stand? Yet the words he spoke didn't reek of ownership. They rang of something she couldn't define. There was also something else. Shouldn't she be afraid she just slept with a man who might have some sort of mental issue? Who made statements as bold as Max did unless they were two Twinkies shy of a case? Still, when she looked at him for any sign of crazy, her heart told her that didn't jive. But the feminist in her decided she had to be sure he was clear on the bigger picture here. JC pointed a finger at his chest. You have no say in what my future holds, Max Adams. Empowerment, would you please stand up? Max dropped a kiss on her nose, pulling her tighter. If you say so, Jacqueline Christine Jensen. But you'll see. JC found her body had its own ideas on feminism and crazy as it molded to his. Heat assaulted her in sharp pinpricks, and she knew she had to leave before she clung to his thigh like a contestant on Survivor clung to a granola bar. I have to go, she said firmly. Kiss me goodbye properly. I won't just be loved and left like so much stale bread. I will not go to bed feeling cheap and used. JC couldn't help but giggle. He really was adorable. Just one, and then I'm out. Max responded by crushing his lips to hers and sliding his masterful tongue into her mouth. Nothing had prepared her for the surge of electricity that passed between them when he'd first kissed her, and this kiss wasn't any different. Her tongue dueled with his, meeting him stroke for stroke until she found her arms wrapped securely around his neck once more, standing on tiptoes to taste as much of him as she could. The firm slide of his mouth and the insistent press of his hard shaft made her head spin, made her want to give in before giving herself time to think this over. Max groaned when she ran her nails over his scalp, pushing against her, awakening a fresh wave of deep desire. No, she had to go home and catch her breath. JC tore her lips from his, their breathing ragged in the quiet of his apartment. She planted a hand on his chest to hold him back, finding it hard not to admire his thick thighs and gleaming skin. Home. I'm going there. I need to process. I get it. Grabbing her hand, he kissed the tips of each of her fingers before dropping it to her side and strolling over to the corner of the kitchen to grab her purse. He held it out to her with a smile. Totally naked. Totally beautiful. JC plucked it from his hand, suddenly irritated with how sure he was of himself. How amazing he looked naked. How everything he was. Max popped open his door and stood behind it with a smirk, the grooves on either side of his mouth deepening when he tilted his head toward the hallway. So, out with you. I'll see you tomorrow night when you get in from work. JC gave him her best affronted glare. Maybe I have plans. Max's eyebrows rose, but he chuckled. We'll see. "Good night, JC," he said, shooing her out with a hand. "Good night," she called over her shoulder, escaping across the narrow hallway to her apartment and jamming the key into the lock. She yanked open her door, taking one last peek over her shoulder to find Max still smiling. He wiggled a finger at her and winked before his face disappeared inside. JC closed the door behind her and leaned up against it, just breathing. Her phone vibrated against her leg with a text. She squinted at the phone. Viv, checking on her. She'd promised to call the local shelters about Fluffy on her behalf. Rescues and shelters across the tri-state knew Viv well. They knew her donations well, too. Sometimes shelters were difficult when it came to doling out information about strays over the phone. But if Vivienne Hathaway called, no one messed with her and her generosity. Called all my contacts at the local shelters, but nothing on Fluffy. I'm sorry, honey. Where are you? Are you okay? Need me? Just yell. Okay. Was she okay? Was she? Jesus, how would she ever explain to Viv that Max wasn't even in the building more than a few hours and she'd been all over him like she was mayo to his bologna sandwich? Her face flushed when she remembered Viv's words. That's just not you, Jay. It probably wasn't a good idea to tell her friend what really happened. I'm great. I just had the most earth-shattering, mind-altering orgasm I've ever had, but that's just not me. She shot Viv a quick text, letting her know she was okay before dropping her phone on the table by the door and wandering into her dark apartment. The silence, thick and still, was just as silent as it had ever been. Fluffy. Her heart clenched when she saw a piece of the food he'd taken such displeasure with lying in the middle of her living room. She hadn't had a pet in many years, not since high school, but she'd forgotten how easily she became attached, how much she'd anticipated coming home to her last dog. JC sat on her couch, pulling a pillow into her arms just as the tears began. Hot and salty, they slipped from her eyes. In the space of one day, she'd lost a potential furry companion and knocked around a kitchen table with a man she barely knew. Exhaustion seeped into her bones as she threw the pillow to the end of the couch, then stretched out and buried her face in it. A cold, wet nose pushed at her hand, demanding her attention. Her head popped up to find Fluffy staring at her with his trademark stoic gaze. As though he hadn't scared the life out of her, like he'd never been gone. But she didn't even care that he was staring at her as if she were the offender. She wrapped her arms around his gargantuan neck and hauled him up on the couch, planting kisses on his muzzle. Where were you? How did you get back inside? The window? I could have sworn I shut it. Tomorrow we get a lock, Betty. A big lock, so no one can ever get in and you can't ever get out. Fluffy put a paw on her shoulder, one of the rare times he responded in any other way but detached. Her heart melted. Don't you ever, ever, ever do that to me again, Fluff. Ever, she whispered with a sniffle. I don't know where you were or how you got out, but you'd better never scare me like that again. You belong here with me. What if animal control got a hold of you again and I didn't find you in time? She shuddered, squeezing his neck harder. You stay in this apartment until I get home, you hear? Fluffy licked her ear in response, then backed away so fast he fell off the couch. He gave his head a fierce shake, just before he sneezed. Chapter 9. JC knelt beside Max on the steps leading up to the vet's office, wrapping his leash around her hand, probably so he wouldn't bolt, which he would, given half the chance. We have to do this, buddy. Please don't make this any harder than it has to be. I'm doing this because I love you and I want you to be healthy and happy, she said in his ear. Max stiffened, balancing his weight in order to keep his paws rooted to the concrete underneath him. Nuh-uh. It was one thing to travel all the way from Cedar Glen to Hoboken looking for your life mate. Still another to end up in a shelter, on death row, no less, because you got caught with your pants down in full shift while searching for said life mate. Setting aside the humiliation of eating kibble and being forced to wear a yellow raincoat and matching booties when it was misting outside and JC didn't want to have to deal with his unruly hair, he'd had it. Enough humiliation and humbling himself before this curse was enough. So this next phase was absolutely out of the question. JC tugged his leash again, rubbing that spot on his ear he liked to have scratched when he was in shift to butter him up. Fluff, come on, buddy. It's just a quick trip to the vet. No big deal, just a checkup. Her gaze had avoided his in the same way when she'd left his apartment 2 weeks ago after they'd made love. She was skirting the real reason they were here, just like she'd avoided talking about getting to know each other when the sparks were done flying. But he'd proven her wrong. They were getting to know each other. They'd spent every night since they'd met together. At his place, of course, so she wouldn't find out her new man and her dog were one and the same. And, in the process, he'd learned a million little things about her. One of them was, she was a crappy liar. This checkup was a big fat lie. He'd heard her on the phone while he was napping. She was going to have his teeth cleaned and his anal glands milked. Max shuddered. JC sighed at him, cupping his muzzle in his hand, her beautiful eyes searching his. You know, don't you? How do you always know? Because I'm the guy you told last night just before you made insane love to me, and brought it back up again afterward while we ate Chinese, nearly spoiling my lo mein. This deception was killing him. If he wasn't worried about talking her into coming to his place and leaving his alternate personality Fluffy at home alone, he was trying to sneak back into her house and get in the stupid crate she'd bought before she got to her bedroom. It was hell getting into that infernal cage in his human form. He had to get in while human, so he still had fingers available to slide the latch shut and then shift back. And all before JC came to take him on what she called walkies before they went to bed. It was a good thing he had uncanny speed on his side or he'd be sunk. But the time spent with JC was worth it. Worth every minute he had to lie to her. Worth every minute he invested in running from his apartment to hers. He loved hearing her laugh. He loved that she'd gotten comfortable with how quickly they'd become involved. He loved when her hair was tousled around her shoulders after they made love. He loved the way her cheeks turned a deep shade of red when he told her the things he wanted to do to her. He loved when she dug into a hearty meal as if it were the last one on earth, but daintily burped as though she were avoiding a felonious act. With all of that came the worry about the lies he was essentially telling her by pretending to be her dog. The worry that when the time came to tell her he'd die if they didn't mate, she'd walk away and never look back. Because to hear him say it out loud, to hear himself speak the words like he had in the mirror just yesterday, sounded goddamn crazy. If JC didn't love Fluffy so much, if Max didn't have to see how happy his shifter form made her, hear her talk about him as if he were a member of her family, he'd make Fluffy disappear forever. Or at least until he could tell her what he was. But Max couldn't bear her tears, not since that first night when JC had thought Fluffy had run away. Seeing her cry was like knives in his gut, tiny pinpoints of pain. But he couldn't date her for a mere 2 weeks, then say, hey, by the way, I'm also your dog. He needed to learn more about her, gauge how she reacted to things, weigh his options. So he kept playing along, falling harder and harder as the days went by, until he could figure out how to present himself without giving her a heart attack. Until then, there was this. JC rose, tightening the scarf she wore around her neck. "Buddy, we gotta do this. We can't put it off any longer. Remember that night you ran away?" "Distinctly." She put her palm on his head, stroking him. "Well, what if you were out carousing? You know, just being a manly man dog. Let's say you run into a smokin' chihuahua. Like Mrs. Obermeyer's chihuahua, for instance. She's always getting out. You know, little Ophelia?" Right. Ophelia, the cute, cream-colored, long-haired chihuahua. She was the only dog who'd acknowledged him at the dog park last Saturday during his socialization classes. Treated him as if he belonged. No one wanted to play with Fluffy because everyone was too afraid of him, pets and owners alike. It probably didn't help that he'd had on a t-shirt that read, "I'm not fat, I'm Fluffy." Ha, ha. The fit of giggles J.C. erupted into when she'd found it online and showed it to him still rang in his ears. The second Mrs. Obermeyer had taken one look at him, she'd scooped Ophelia up as if he'd attacked her, when in reality he'd just wanted to sniff her so he could pinpoint the kind of beef jerky she'd eaten. As Max was in the process of waffling between teriyaki-flavored or hickory-smoked, Mrs. Obermeyer had yanked Ophelia from the ground and tucked her into her ugly down jacket as if he were frothing at the mouth. End playdate. Sad panda. So anyway, Ophelia. He tuned back into what J.C. was saying. "Mrs. Obermeyer told me Ophelia isn't spayed just yet. Can you imagine the kind of havoc it would wreak if you and Ophelia were to—" She flapped her hand as though whatever she was thinking was unspeakable. "I can't even say it out loud. So, according to the vet and all my animal-loving friends, this procedure will keep you from wanting to roam and, you know, do the do with Ophelia. And you have to have a checkup to be sure you're up to it before we can schedule an appointment." Do the do with Ophelia? Damn, that was unspeakable. But wait, hold the phone. There'd been no talk of bringing him to the vet so he wouldn't do the do. More vaccinations and a teeth cleaning, yep. Preventing him from doing the do? Not a word. While he was busy in full panic mode, J.C. caught him off guard and gave the leash attached to his harness a hard yank, pulling him into the doorway of the vet's office before he could regain his footing. The loud clatter they made when they stumbled in together, J.C.'s heels clacking on the tile and his toenails scratching and scuffing, had everyone in the waiting area turning to stare at them. J.C. virtually fell into the reception desk while various dogs and cats shuffled their feet, and Max tried to figure out how he was going to get the hell out of there. The receptionist, an older woman with a kind face, leaned over and gave him the once-over. "Wow, you weren't kidding. He's enormous," J.C. said with a good-natured laugh. Both of them were growing used to that label. "I know. We're still working on his behavioral issues, right, Betty?" She glanced down at him with those beautiful eyes. Eyes that held a familiar warning. Behave, or lose one of those vile-baked peanut butter and acai blueberry treats. As J.C. talked with the receptionist, Max sat beside her and twitched. Not only because he was headed for an evaluation to have his manhood callously ripped from his body, but because of all the little eyes upon him. Little beady eyes. Some held fear. Some were wide and glazed, and others held amused scorn, as if he wasn't good enough to breathe their air. If the other animals in the waiting room could talk, they'd make fun of him. He sensed it. Smelled it. Was it his hair? He'd caught a glimpse of it today in that full-length mirror J.C. had on the back of her bedroom door. It was pretty fluffy, but was it so fluffy he should endure the cruel stares of his contemporaries? Christ, you're a man, Adams. Act like it. And while you're at it, you damn well better figure out a way to handle this before they take what's left of your manhood. Think. Think fast. J.C. smiled at the receptionist before leading him to an empty chair and grabbing a magazine, keeping the leash held tight in her hand. As they'd waited farther into the small waiting room, Pet owners were assholes and elbows, scooping up their pets to tuck them safely on their laps with wary glances. He was beginning to feel like Beast from that Disney movie his cousin's daughter loved so much. Max slumped to the floor and sighed with defeat when he caught a white French poodle eyeing him from the corner of the room as though he had two heads. All this rejection was hardcore. Really? Should you be thinking about the in-crowd snubbing you, or should you be figuring a way out of this? Because you're headed for the scalpel, Mr. Sensitive. An unleashed dachshund came trailing in, yipping and jumping beside his owner's feet. Max buried his head under his paws to silence the sharp barks in order to think. A cold nose nudged him. Lifting his head, Max stared into the soft, doe-like eyes of the dachshund. It backed away in a playful dance and barked again, its auburn hair shiny and long, bouncing and behaving quite nicely, he mused. Must be nice to have such a manageable coat. Bet you have friends, too. Wow, he's a big guy, huh? The owner of the dachshund assessed Max with a whistle, dropping into a chair beside J.C. J.C. chuckled, reaching down to place that warning hand on his head, the one that said, "Make a move and you're meat." Yes, he's big, and he seems to really like your dog, which, based on his past performance, is unusual. What a good boy, Fluff, J.C. praised. Yes, he was a good dog. Good, good, good. And in the spirit of being a good dog, he didn't eat the little dachshund whole when the thing gnawed on one of his ears contentedly. What's your dog's name? J.C. asked, setting the magazine aside. The elderly man settled in beside her, crossing his feet at the ankles. Killer. Killer? Killer? That was grossly unjust. And your dog's name? Fluffy. The elderly gentleman, who wore too much Old Spice cologne, coughed, clearing his throat. Sorry, did you say Fluffy? The whole room went silent for a moment before an astonished flutter of gasps rippled through the crowded waiting area. He was like a boy named Sue. Max growled, low and menacing. He'd show all these mean, snooty, self-entitled dogs all about the Fluffy. Rawr. But J.C. nudged his hindquarter with her foot without breaking a stride in her conversation. It was another warning. They'd been practicing direction and all sorts of techniques she'd learned from watching YouTube videos and reading the books her friend Viv gave her. When she made that weird noise with her tongue pressed to her teeth like the dog whisperer, she meant business. Max slumped back down in defeat and let Killer finish the job. J.C. Jensen and Fluffy? A pretty red-headed nurse from behind the reception desk called out, her eyes scanning the reception area. When they landed on him, they widened for a brief second before she plastered a fake smile on her face to cover her fear. The nurse was the final nail in his coffin. He really was an outsider, like Rudolph or the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Ouch. Come on, big guy, let's go. And you, mister, behave, J.C. admonished, as she kneeled and rubbed Killer's belly, making him putty in her hands while the dachshund squealed his happiness. He couldn't be mad at Killer. Really, who could blame him for liking J.C.'s special belly rubs? Thanks for playing with Fluffy, Killer, she cooed at him. I hope you have a healthy checkup, little man. She shot a smile at Killer's owner before rising and pulling Max with her. When he didn't move, she gave him the eye. Fluff? When I tug, that means up and at 'em, sweetie. Right. On top of everything else, he was having trouble remembering his commands. Sit, stay, heel, I have to make potties. So much to remember. Max rolled past all the mean puppies who had silently mocked him, holding his head high. Elitist jerks. As they approached the nurse, she attempted to make herself small, pushing back against the door leading to the examination rooms. J.C. just smiled at her with sympathy. Don't be afraid. He's really a love. I know his size is intimidating, but he's getting much better around strangers. We've been working hard, right, Fluffernutter? So hard. Comforting, the nurse mumbled, pointing to a room on the left and dropping his chart into the plastic basket on the door. J.C. pulled in behind her, taking the seat by the examination table, which, if he was estimating right, wasn't long enough for him. While they waited for the doctor and J.C. used calming words and gentle strokes to keep him settled, he tried to psych himself up for this examen. Be nice. Don't growl. No sudden moves. Suck it up, Buttercup. Under no circumstances should you eat the doctor. Figure out how to tell J.C. who and what you are before she schedules that neuter. When the doctor came in the door, he stopped dead in his tracks and gave Max the same eyeball treatment everyone else had before he recovered and held out his hand. The vet's classically handsome face gave way to one of those smiles on all the toothpaste commercials the moment he saw what J.C. looked like. Max swallowed a low, warning growl. Play nice, Fluffy. Miss Jensen, I'm Dr. Jacobs. So this is Fluffy, huh? When the staff said you told them he was unusual, I didn't realize how unusual. He watched as the good doctor snuck a peek at his woman's back end when J.C. turned to grab her purse, then nodded with silent appreciation. I will eat you. I'll leave no trace of your existence. He fought his anger, fought it hard, clamped his muzzle shut until he thought his teeth would crack. J.C.'s laughter tinkled through the sterile air, making his hair stand on end. That was the same damn flirty laugh she used with him. Leaning toward the doctor, she said, I know. He's big. I think I've heard every synonym for that word since adopting him. Yes, he's monstrous, but he's really starting to socialize, and he seems to be making himself more at home now, more comfortable. We've got a schedule and a pretty good daily routine worked out. Dr. Jacobs knelt in front of Max, his perfect features with their soft angles and boy-next-door planes swimming in front of his eyes, mocking him. He was everything all women loved, and he was a doctor, a nice one. Asshat. The vet reached a hand out and scratched him on the head. Hey, big guy, he said, with far more cheer than Max liked as he flapped one of his ears open and stuck something into it. J.C. stayed near, her hand on his hindquarters. So, with all this talk of him being so big, the animal shelter said he might be part wolf, but I was wondering what your thoughts on that are. Dr. Jacobs gave him another chuff under the chin and smiled at J.C. with 100-watt brilliance. I hate to speculate, and there's really no way to tell for sure. I can tell you he's probably a mix of several breeds, maybe even inbred. He huffed his vehement disapproval, swishing his hip against J.C.'s thigh. My mother would wash your mouth out with soap if she heard you say that. Inbred. He was no inbred. He was pure to the core. Inbred? She asked, gripping his leash tighter. Dr. Jacobs dropped a pen back into the pocket of his lab coat. What I mean by that is, if he came from a puppy mill, they breed them over and over. It's hard to keep track of who's been bred with whom, if you understand how puppy mill breeders work. He watched J.C. pale. Both she and her friend Viv, whom he'd rather liked the night he met her, were staunchly against puppy mills. She stroked his head harder. When she spoke, her voice hitched, and his ears picked up on her worry. Puppy mill dogs often have a lot of problems related to inbreeding. I've done a lot of reading on it. Make sure this exam is as thorough as possible, please. I'd die 1,000 deaths if he had a health issue related to something so awful as a puppy mill. It's why I went to the shelter in the first place. I'm wildly in love with him at this point. We've bonded. If I lost him, or he... She shook off whatever horrible act she was clearly thinking. Yet another case in point for him to keep right on being Fluffy. JC would end up heartbroken if he took off and didn't come back while he was still in the process of winning her heart as Max. But someone had to go, either him or Fluffy, and soon, because this was killing him. The kind, touchy-feely doctor put a hand on JC's arm to comfort her. There's no saying for sure where he came from, Ms. Jensen. Just something you should be aware of. Likely, he was a stray, just like you'd said. Definitely one of the biggest dogs I've ever seen, regardless. He rivals an English Mastiff for a St. Bernard in size, but he doesn't look like either. Don't worry, his breed doesn't matter at this point. Let's be sure he's healthy, and then we'll handle whatever else comes up, okay? Max wedged his way between the doctor and JC, swishing his hips back and forth. No touchy-touch, Doc. My woman. Dr. Jacobs laughed at his attempt to keep them apart. And clearly, he's very territorial. JC gave his leash a subtle yank. The yank that meant, bad dog, no biscuit, shooting the doctor an apologetic smile. He's like that with men. I'm almost afraid to introduce him to my boyfriend, the new man I'm seeing. I've kept them apart for 2 weeks now because Fluffy's so pushy. His ears twitched. She'd almost called Max her boyfriend. His chest puffed outward. He was winning. Dr. Jacobs leaned an elbow on the examining table, his eyes skimming JC's breasts encased in a royal blue sweater that hugged her luscious curves, before asking, "So, you're seeing someone?" "Yeah, dude. Me. Back the fuck off." He watched JC's reaction to the question, focused on her body language, sniffed the air to read the tone in her words. She smiled at the vet. It was full of warmth. It was just like one of those secret smiles the women of his pack wore when they were falling for a mate. And he noted her heartbeat raced. "I am." "Ahem. My woman, Dr. Dashing. Move along, little doggy." Dr. Jacobs looked at her for a moment and then, as though resigned to the idea, nodded his perfect head of hair and said, "Good enough. Let's weigh him, and then we'll get his shots updated." An hour later, and the verdict was in. He had gingivitis and a fat ass. But his glands were now properly milked, if anyone were to ask. I think watching what he eats would be a good thing. He's not overweight, but I'd definitely say he's on the husky side, and could run toward heavy. He's a big dog, Miss Jensen. You'll have to watch his hips. I'd begin measuring his food carefully. No. Say it isn't so, Doc. Less of the peanut butter berry-baked goodness? How would he live with the disappointment? So, should I give him a different brand of food? Put him on a diet? JC asked, concern lacing her tone. He loved that every decision she made where Fluffy was concerned was made with careful consideration. She'd make an amazing mate. If he could stop being her dog long enough to tell her as much. We have some great choices in the reception area for dogs who have to manage their weight. You can check them out when you schedule his neuter. Now, we just need to update him on his shots, and you'll be all set. As he eyed the vet, his testicles shrank, tucking themselves safely into his body to protect them from the scalpel. Dr. Jacobs held up a long syringe and flicked it with his fingers. Just hang on to him, would you please? A low growl escaped his throat before he caught it, and on cue, JC made the frowny face of disapproval he'd become accustomed to. Behave, behave, behave. If he kept behaving, he'd have no nuts, he mused, as the sharp sting of the needle penetrated his skin. Damn, that hurt. He let out a piercing howl, the kind of howl usually reserved for a full moon run, to alleviate his frustration. and the sudden crash of chairs and yelping from the waiting room filtered to his ears. "Revenge will be mine, saith the werewolf." And then he smiled on the inside. Chapter 10. Mom? Max! Oh, honey, it's so good to hear your voice. How are you, son? Max smiled at the warm relief in her tone. His mother, Faith Adams, the anchor in their lives, never failed to remind him why he loved Cedar Glen and his home so much, despite its wacky inhabitants. "I'm good, Mom. How's everyone?" "Dying to meet your mate, that's how. I know you found her. I can feel it." He winced. Telling his mother about JC wasn't going to be easy. Maybe Eva had read her chicken soup wrong. "Max, what's the problem?" "Well, dilemma," he said, twisting around in his chair to look out the window at JC's empty parking space. After their trip to the vet, she'd dropped him off and headed to the salon, giving him time to squeeze in a call home and take care of some work things before he had to be back on fluffy duty. "You're sounding my alarm bells, Max." Ding, ding, ding. "Don't be alarmed, Mom." "Wasn't that what you said when you were at your friend's bachelor party and your brother was caught in half shift by that poor woman in Vegas after he'd had too many shots of tequila?" Max winced again. Yeah, that'd been bad. Sometimes tequila did that to Derek. But I was right. No cause for alarm. She was drunk too. We took her back to her room, tucked her in, and it was fine. Well, it hadn't really been fine. Not at first. When she woke up the first time, they were all sitting around staring at her like a bad scene from The Hangover, trying to figure out what to do so she wouldn't be scarred for life if she remembered Derek and his half-shift trick. And she had. You could tell just by the look of horror on her face she remembered. She'd screamed so loud, Max had thought for sure the wind was going to send security up to her room. But she'd passed back out, and they'd called in a friend of a friend who'd whipped up some herbal thing they'd smeared all over her face to make her forget the entire incident. "Max, explain." The warning. That was the warning. Okay, so here's the thing. On my life-mate journey, there was a small glitch. Glitch? I don't understand. You find your life-mate, which you've done. You court her like all good life-mates do, then you bring her home to join the pack, and you live happily ever after, and I finally get some grand wares. How glitchy can that be? She thinks I'm her dog. Her dog? I got caught by animal control. There. His mother made a wheezing sound, sort of raspy and stuttered, before she burst out laughing. There was a muffled sound and a small crash, and then someone else was on the line. "Brother?" "Fuck. Derek?" He said one word. "Speakerphone." Max sighed, running his hand through his hair. "How many heard?" "Counting me?" "Don't be a jackass." The hiss of his brother's laughter whispered in his ear. "Everyone. Counting me, that is." Perfect. Put Mom back on the phone. Now. His mother got back on the line, still snorting. "Sorry, honey. So you're her dog, right?" Max still heard her muffled laughter. He clenched a fist, leaning back in his office chair. "Yes, I got caught up by animal control, and she adopted me." She began to laugh again, that hyena-like cackle, before struggling to catch her breath. "I told you to just drive to Hoboken, didn't I?" She wheezed. "You did. I just thought it would be nice to have some time to myself." He didn't get much of that as alpha of the pack. "What's your doggy name, honey?" "Mom." "Oh, come on, kiddo. We'll look back on this someday and laugh together. Promise. Now cough it up. We'll laugh for you until you're ready to see the funny." He couldn't help but smile. It was pretty funny if you looked at it from the other side. Fluffy. There was no pause before the outburst this time, just cackling, and a "here, boy," or two. It wasn't that funny. "Mom!" he bellowed into the phone. "Oh, sweetheart, that's priceless." "Fluffy," she stuttered between more fits of laughter. "Maybe you should call me back when the lot of you are done laughing at me, because I need your advice, not a bunch of comedians." He heard her take deep breaths before saying, "I'm sorry, Max. Tell me, how can I help?" "Well, here's the problem. I mean, aside from me pretending to be your dog." "Why did you pretend to be a dog in the first place? Can't she smell you as her own kind anyway? Why didn't you run away or something?" Here we go. That was the original intent, but when I did, she was so broken over losing him. Fluffy. Max let his chin fall to his chest and ran a hand over his temple. Yes, Fluffy. Anyway, she was so upset about him running away, I couldn't stand seeing her cry, so I kept pretending to be her dog. I still don't understand what's wrong with her nose. She should have identified you as her own kind by now. And if her sniffer's on the blink, why didn't you just shift in the shelter? You could have solved all your problems by just getting out of there. He shook his head. Well, at first I was drugged after they darted me. Once I woke up, on death row, no less, I knew she was going to show up, Mom. I don't know why, I don't know how. I just knew it in my gut. Somehow I just knew she'd be there, so I waited. There were tears in his mother's voice when she replied, "That's the life mate call if I ever heard it. That invisible tether the two of you will always be connected with. So, what's the dilemma, honey? I mean, aside from the fact that you're her dog and she can't track you is any different." "That's because JC's human." "Oh, what a pretty name. Wait, what?" "Human, Mom. She's human." Oh, dear. JC sat on the edge of her kitchen counter, reading the text from Max and smiling that same smile she'd been fighting since she almost called him her boyfriend at the vet's office. "Been thinking of you all day. Dinner, my place?" She almost invited him to her place, but she wasn't quite ready to let him meet Fluffy yet. It was like letting the new man in your life meet your children. Sort of. Almost. Letting Max come to her place meant letting him into her world fully, all the way, and she was afraid. She didn't choose not to spend the night at his place just because of Fluffy. She opted to go home each night because she was afraid to get too attached, become happier. Her fingers flew over the keyboard of her phone. More pizza? Is that cynicism I hear in your text? She giggled, tucking her bathrobe around her. No, that was a groan. I'm all extra cheese and pepperoni'd out. Tonight, I wine and dine you with my mother's infamous tuna noodle casserole and a fresh green salad. Take that, cynic. Tuna noodle? Should I dress for the occasion? You should definitely come undressed. The smiley face he tacked onto his text made her sigh. If only she was as comfortable wandering about naked as Max. He had absolutely no inhibitions, and it was delicious, not to mention an insane turn-on. How about I bring the wine? How about you bring the wine naked? Just like a man, sex and tuna noodle casserole are all you need. Well, yeah. That and a good football game. And you. Definitely you. Wait. Maybe Doritos, too. Her stomach did that melty thing it always did whenever she thought of Max. Is 6 good? 6 is perfect. See you then. JC smiled again. Then she frowned. She was afraid to smile. He was too good to be true. He was funny and to die for sexy, and they had long conversations about life and the world and politics, and he made the most amazing love to her. But what were Max Adams' faults? He had to have some. She had plenty. many of which involved her choosing men who had faults, major faults. So how had she managed to pick this man, who didn't appear to have any issues at all? Could her luck be changing? No. There was that small niggle, that warning that something wasn't right. Viv would tell her she was looking for trouble. In fact, she had when they talked earlier today. "Stop picking things apart, Jay," she'd said. "Just go with it. Enjoy the attention of a real man, instead of those phonies you attract like flypaper." Right. Enjoy so much she fell for him. And then the other shoe drops, and he has anger management issues, or he's a mama's boy or an escaped con. Though the Google search she'd done on him said he wasn't fresh out of the slammer. Just an environmentalist. A clatter from her bedroom had her leaving her doubts alone for the time being and slipping off to the counter to find out what Fluffy was into now. Max shifted back into wear form, subsequently knocking over the picture of JC's parents on her nightstand and dropping his phone. He hunkered down, blowing chunks of hair under the bed that were shed during his shift. Just as she rounded the corner to her bedroom, he noted his clothes and phone were still visible. He kept spare clothes under her bed, tucked back behind a plastic tub she kept more shoes in, so he'd always have something to put on when he was racing from her place to his. Making a break for it, he launched himself at his clothes, flopping down hard on the floor and pushing the items under her bed with his hind legs. His neck cracked, making him whimper. This 007 stuff was going to require a chiropractor if this kept up. JC folded her arms across her chest with a frowny face, a pout firmly on her lips. A scolding. He was in for one. She stooped to pick up the frame he'd knocked down and squatted on the floor beside him. "You broke it, Fluff. Listen, buddy, I know you're clunky and sometimes it's hard to move around in such tight spaces, but you have to be careful." He nudged her thigh, putting as much remorse into his eyes as he was capable in shift. She grinned at him and scratched his ear. "I know you didn't mean it. Forgiven," she said, rising to head to her closet. As she looked for an outfit, he watched her, reading her body language, interpreting the emotions she threw out in wave upon wave of vibrations. Fear. She was afraid. Afraid and excited. "You know, Fluff, I want you to meet Max, but I'm worried," she said, holding up a red dress in front of her. His ears twitched. Worried? Why was she worried? "I know you'll think this is ridiculous, but letting him meet you, letting him come to my apartment instead of always meeting at his place, is almost like letting him have the last piece of me. What's mine? Aside from the fact that you're not fond of men, look at the way you behaved with the vet today." He grunted his confusion. First, the good doctor was ogling her. Not okay. Second, the last piece of her? This was the part where the men are from Mars, women are from Venus theory applied. How could letting someone into your apartment compare to losing a piece of yourself? She glanced at him over her shoulder and smiled, smoothing her hand down the skirt of the dress. "You look confused, Fluff, and I know why. Because you're a man." "Unless I'm pretending to be your dog." "Wait, what?" "Let me clear it up for you. Here's what happens after the man comes to your apartment. Next up is giving him a key. After that, he invades your life, your world. And then he does something shitty to you, and you have to end it if you hope to keep your dignity. So now, every time you're in your apartment, he's there too. All the memories and his stuff, and inevitably, he finds a reason to come back for his stuff. Him and his body so perfect it looks like it's been airbrushed." Jess. This led back to Jess. Asshole. He'd never treat her the way Jess did. But he kind of liked that she thought his body looked as if it had been airbrushed. She slid her bathrobe off while he looked the other way. When he was Fluffy, he didn't have a choice but to listen to her talk, but To see her naked when she hadn't invited him to do so felt far too voyeuristic, too shady. He already had an unfair advantage, just being privy to her thoughts about him. "And don't go thinking this is about Jess," she said, wagging a finger at him. "I didn't feel about him the way I feel about Max. This is about all the men I've dated. Every time I think something's going well, I find out I don't know what going well is. Viv says I should just enjoy this. Enjoy how well Max treats me and stop analyzing everything to death. But when you have several failed relationships to your credit, if you don't analyze what you've been doing wrong, don't at least lay some blame at your own feet for repeating the same mistakes, you're an idiot." Viv was a good friend. He hoped she'd be there when JC needed her the most, because she would need her. No doubt Max is amazing, but no one is that amazing. No one. He's got an Achilles heel, a skeleton in his closet, something. I just don't know what it is yet. But I almost don't want to, because I really like him, Fluff. I'm this close to... She trailed off, as if finishing the sentence out loud would offer up a disastrous result to the universe. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I'm this close too, JC. So close. Chapter 11. Max opened his apartment door, smiling and smelling of man and spicy cologne. His burgundy knit shirt hugged his muscled chest, and his snug jeans pulled taut over every ripple of his thighs, making her mouth water. "Oh, boo hiss. You wore clothes," he teased, wrapping an arm around her waist and pressing a quick kiss to her lips. JC held up the bottle of white wine and grinned. "But I have wine." "You don't think wine's going to make up for you wearing clothes, do you? It'll never work. Don't try to butter me up." "Well, in an effort not to shock our neighbors, I figured I'd better at least wear something. But who's to say what's under my dress? Or what's not under my dress?" she asked, batting her eyelashes comically. She decided to take Viv's advice and just enjoy. Max was an amazingly smart, virile, sexy-as-hell man. Things that should be enjoyed. He growled at her and yanked her inside, taking the wine and setting it on the table beside the door before pushing her up against the wall, dropping kisses on her jaw. "You would tempt me before we've even had tuna noodle casserole? Saucy." JC melted into him, loving the feel of his body pressed to hers, the way they blended together, mesmerized by the power he had to make her knees weak with just one kiss. She trailed a finger over his cheek and chuckled at the patch of hair he'd missed when shaving. "Did the tuna noodle casserole take up too much of your grooming time? You missed a spot when you shaved, Adams." Max grabbed her finger, bringing it to his lips to kiss the tip, his eyes playful. "I'm exhausted. I cooked all day for you." "Tuna noodle casserole takes all day to prepare?" He slipped her finger between his lips and nibbled, sending a zing of pleasure through her. "All day. All day. And I mopped the floor, too, and did a load of laundry." Pulling him closer by gripping the front of his shirt, JC wrapped a leg around his hip, exhilarated to find Max was hard as a rock. "What if I said I'll do the dishes to make it up to you?" He let his hand slide up her thigh and gripped her ass in his palm, pulling her tighter to his length. He hissed his pleasure when he realized she had no panties on. "I'd say you need a bigger bargaining chip. Much bigger." JC mock sighed, letting her shoulders sag. "Fine, I'll pour the wine. Do we have a deal?" she asked, wrapping her arms around his neck and stretching higher. "Did I mention I cooked all day?" he asked, brushing the length of her neck with his mouth, making her shiver. Her nipples tightened, scraping against her dress with delightful friction. "You did. It was exhausting, as I recall. I don't know how you'll ever summon the energy to eat your spoils. Maybe you should lie down. Nap? I don't want you to tax yourself and miss out on this casserole you slaved over. Or maybe you could offer me a better deal. I'm open to negotiation. She giggled as his fingers teased the top of her thigh. What's better than me doing the dishes? I draw the line at washing your car, pal. Damn, it really needs washing. Her head fell back on her shoulders when Max walked his fingers across her abdomen. You don't want me to have dishpan hands, do you? Max lifted her dress up around her waist, the cool air of the room teasing her skin. Speaking of hands, he said between delectable kisses, know where I'd like your hands? JC shuddered against him when his hand slid between her thighs and his fingers spread her wide. Over my mouth? She teased, gasping when his thumbs stroked her clit. Max wrapped his fingers around her wrist and pressed her hand to the wide bulge in his jeans. Or here, he muttered against her lips, before capturing them in a searing kiss. She pressed into him with a sharp gasp, loving the feel of his mouth on hers, the strength his body exuded, the power of the bold strokes he made between her legs. They fit. When they were like this, they fit, and it was in these moments she knew it was useless to deny the chemistry between them. The only thing she could do was respond to him, savor him, let the slow build of her lust carry her away. Now you have a deal, she whispered into his mouth, trying to wrap her legs around him. Max scooped her up and walked them to his bedroom, depositing her on his big bed, grabbing a condom from the nightstand and throwing it beside her. The sheets were cool on her back, countering her heated skin. Her nipples beaded tight when Max dragged her dress over her head, leaving nothing but her bra and heels on. JC started to remove her heels, but he grabbed her calf, leaning her leg against his chest, running his chin along the smooth surface. Leave them on, he ordered, before trailing kisses along her flesh until he was kneeling in front of her at the apex of her thighs. Grabbing at his shoulders, she pulled his shirt over his head and was treated to a closer look at his finely sculpted chest. Gorgeous ripples of ropey muscle led to narrowed hips and long legs he was currently using to shove his way out of his jeans. He stole the air from her lungs when their eyes met. Everything about Max changed when they made love. He wasn't the funny, easygoing guy she had dinner with or laughed with about something funny on Facebook. No. Max was all shades of serious intent. His eyes always went dark and cloudy, his skin stretching taut as his muscles tensed and flexed. His movements had purpose. Even the gentle strokes of his tongue over every intimate part of her body weren't to be taken lightly. But his intensity didn't frighten her. It exhilarated her. That euphoria hung around long after they lay together sated. And there he was, between her thighs, his warm breath teasing her, his lips moving closer then pulling away until she wanted to scream, order him to drive his tongue into her swollen heat. Max's hair brushed against her flesh as he dipped his head to run his tongue over the crease where her thigh connected to her lower abdomen. His hot breath drove her to arch upward, legs spreading willingly as she held her breath, anticipating the rasp of his tongue, the deep drive of his fingers when he thrust them into her. Large fingers skimmed her swollen flesh with a light touch, tracing it, hovering over it along with his lips. JC's hands went to her sides, tensing, bracing herself for the slide of his wet tongue. His exploration was agonizingly slow. Whisper-like kisses of heat followed by feathery licks. When he spread her flesh with 2 fingers and drove a hand under her ass, anchoring her in place, JC fought the impulse to beg him to put his mouth on her now. Max's tongue snaked out, taking a quick swipe of her clit, making her hips buck, reaching for more. And with a groan, Max complied, taking a long pass over the seam of her flesh. She tore at the blanket, clutching it to stop from grabbing Max's head and jamming it closer, demanding he satisfy her. Still, he teased, tugging at the swollen bud, sending sharp jolts of electricity over her flushed skin. His finger slipped inside her, and she clenched around it in desperation. JC rocked, rolling her hips as Max licked her, increasing his thrusts of tongue and finger. The throb between her legs caught fire, building that endless burn into a gnawing plea for release. Her legs came up and wrapped around Max's shoulders as her muscles clenched and her body began to tense. With her eyes shut tight, JC strained against Max's mouth as the first tendril of electricity wound its way upward, tearing through her with a sweet sharpness she couldn't get enough of. The wave of sheer pleasure gripped her, held on, let go, pushed until she went over the edge with a scream that erupted from her throat and tore at the silence of the room. Max groaned against her, decreasing the pressure of his mouth as her lower body drifted back to the bed, relaxing. He stroked her skin, soothing her, easing with gentle hands until JC caught her breath. His head came into view as he slid up on the bed, covering her body with his. JC clung to his shoulders, digging her fingers into his flesh, burying her nose in his neck. His cock, hot and heavy, lay between them, a temptation she couldn't resist. Reaching for him, she cradled his hard shaft in her hands, stroked the rigid length until he let out a low moan. Now Max was the one to arch up, his neck stretched back, the bulge of muscle and veins rigid and pulsing. JC pumped him with slow strokes, and Max's hips pressed toward her hand. She tugged him upward until he straddled her body, leaning back, jabbing into the warm tunnel of her hands. Wetting her lips, she led him to her mouth. As her tongue tentatively tasted him, Max gripped her head, ran his hand over her jaw. She took him in by slow increments, allowing the thick length to inch between her lips, tightening her mouth around him until she reached the base of his shaft and was rewarded with a hiss of satisfaction. Max slipped his finger in her mouth, rubbing against her tongue, slipping atop it to caress his own rock-hard flesh, moving with her lips in an erotic rhythm. Her nipples tightened to sharp peaks while the sound of Max's pleasure rang in her ears. Shifting, Max repositioned himself, twisting around so he sat behind her on his knees, making her tilt her head back and arch her neck until he was deeply encased in her mouth. She tugged at him, moving her head up and down, swirling her tongue along the pulsating length of his cock. Max leaned over her, pushing deeper as his hands cupped her breasts and his fingers pinched her nipples, groaning when she wrapped her arms around his waist and drew him deeper still, arching to take all of him over and over. The hiss he made when he pulled away was urgent, tight, spilling from his lips as a warning. Max dug through the bedding until he found the condom, ripping the foil and slipping it on. And then he was beside her, cupping her face with his hands, their bodies pressing length to length. He ran his thumb over her bottom lip. Christ, that mouth. I can't get enough of that mouth, he said, before he kissed her, driving his tongue against hers until she was dizzy. She clung to him when he lifted her thigh and pulled it to drape over his hip, tensed, knowing the exquisite pleasure she was about to experience. In one swift move, Max positioned his cock between her legs, driving into her slick depths. The sweet invasion made JC gasp, and as Max thrust upward, she made yet another discovery. She didn't just want Max. She needed him inside her, harder, faster, all of him. Reaching up, JC circled Max's neck, slicing through the silk of his hair, digging into his scalp, pulling his head to her neck. Arching her back, she rocked into his strokes, clenching, milking the steel between her legs. His thrusts were relentless, his cock wet with their desire. Max splayed his hand at her waist, moving her with him, pressing her firmly against his broad chest glistening with sweat. When his fingers drifted to her clit and his breathing turned ragged, JC couldn't stop her raging climax. It swept her away, taking her to a place beyond what she'd experienced with him before, beyond anything she'd ever experienced. Max took his last stroke on a howl that muffled her own as she too responded to the call of her own blinding wish for release. When she came, it overwhelmed her, ripped through her, flooded her with searing heat until she was boneless. JC clung to Max, her choppy breaths short whistles of air. Max's chest rose and fell against hers in a rapid rhythm. His hand caressed her, roaming over her hip, stroking her thigh. They remained like that for a little while, in the dim glow of the street lamps blazing outside Max's bedroom window. Curled together, limbs entangled, snuggled into the silence. Something shifted into place. Something right. Something deep. Something so real it was raw, rubbing against her nerves, burrowing into the crevices of her heart. And that was when JC knew. She wasn't just this close anymore. She was there. Chapter 12. Panic seized her in a tidal wave of confusing emotions. She'd known Max for all of 2 weeks. You couldn't possibly know a person was the one in such a short amount of time. Could you? No, amazing sex didn't make him the one. There were lots of men who could make incredible love to a woman, hundreds of thousands of them. But you don't want them. You want Max. She didn't know anything about Max but his favorite meal and what he liked to read. Okay, that wasn't fair. She knew other things about him, but certainly not everything. You'll learn those things in time, JC. You can know someone for 100 years and not know everything about them. For now, all you need to know is he's the one. But what if she wasn't his one? Her heart began to crash against her ribs. She had to go. Pushing away from him, JC tried to slip from the bed, but Max grabbed her wrist and tugged her tight to his chest. His tone was low. The next words he articulated precise. You felt it too. JC swallowed, almost choking on her tongue. Don't show him your cards. Don't end up feeling like an idiot because you couldn't keep your mouth shut. Felt what? She pretended confusion, but the hitch in her voice gave her away. Max persisted, his gaze penetrating hers until it felt as if he were seeing the thoughts running around in her head. Don't run away, because you know, JC. She cleared her throat. Know what? Know that you belong with me, that we belong together. JC shook her head, her tongue still mired in mud. I know nothing. Max grinned. You do so. I have to go. Without having my tuna noodle casserole? I'm devastated. Save me some. Max gripped her hand, running his thumb over her palm. It's not nearly as appetizing heated in the microwave. Stop running away from me, Jay. Just let it happen. I'm not running away. I don't really like tuna noodle casserole. I lied so I could come over and have dirty sex with you because you have an incredible body that almost doesn't look real. Now that that's over, I have to go. Fluffy awaits. Max leaned up on his elbow, letting her hand go. You like me. You like me a lot. You like me as much as you like my airbrushed body. JC cocked her head. She'd never told him that. Who told you I said your body looked like it had been airbrushed? His eyes darkened for a minute, and then he grinned. I heard you tell Viv on the phone. Sorry, didn't mean to eavesdrop. Now, back to the subject at hand. Don't deflect. You, JC Jensen, like me, Max Adams. A lot. Fine. I like you a lot. A lot, a lot. So, if you like me a lot, why would you want to leave? He asked, wrapping an arm around her waist with a chuckle and hoisting her over his shoulder, sheet and all, so fast he caught her off guard. He headed toward the kitchen, where she had to admit his tuna noodle casserole smelled pretty good and she was starving. She couldn't help but laugh with him, pounding lightly on his back with her fists. "Put me down, you beast," she squealed, to the tune of his chuckling. He let her slide down the front of him, right by the crock pot, keeping a tight arm around her waist. She leaned her head on his shoulder, which reminded her to ask about his tattoo. Tracing it with a finger, she asked, "Does this mean something?" "It's sort of a family crest." "It's beautiful." "Not as beautiful as you." Max popped the top off the dish and scooped some of it out with the spoon he'd left on the counter. He blew on the steam before he pressed it to her mouth. "Try just a little," he coaxed. She let him slide the spoon into her mouth, her eyes widening when the flavors erupted on her tongue. "Wow." Max wiggled his eyebrows. "I told you, didn't I? Here." He grabbed her by the waist, hiking her onto the countertop and positioning himself between her legs. "Let's eat." The sheet slipped from her shoulders, revealing her breasts, making her shiver. "Like this? Naked? In the kitchen?" Max nuzzled her neck, letting his lips glide along her collarbone until his tongue found her nipple. He swiped it with his tongue, making her moan. "Is there any other way?" Her stomach fluttered. Max made her so happy. When had she eaten something as simple as a casserole straight from a crock pot, totally naked, and ever felt this free? Max worked his way back up to her lips and pressed a light kiss to them before catching some food with the spoon. "More?" She nodded with a smile, knowing she was going to give in when she wrapped her legs around him and sighed, "Please." Max grinned when she took the spoon and offered him some. He dropped a kiss on her nose before allowing her to feed him. "Wine. We need the wine. Tuna noodle casserole needs wine." Completely naked, completely amazing, he went out to the living room to grab the bottle she'd brought. He sifted through a drawer for a corkscrew, popping the cork as he strolled toward a cabinet, then grabbed a glass, filling it. JC tucked the sheet tighter around her, but Max shook his head, using his free hand to tug at the sheet until it fell to her waist. "Nuh-uh. If I'm naked, so are you. Besides, you have beautiful breasts. I like looking at them. I like touching them. I especially like when my mouth is in contact with them." Her cheeks flushed hot, and her arms went soft and buttery. Max was so unafraid to share what he was feeling, express his desire for her, anywhere, anytime. His words overwhelmed her, turned her on, made her dizzy. Max tilted her chin upward, his gaze penetrating and searing. "Don't hide from me. Look at me when I tell you I'd fuck you senseless right this second if it weren't for the fact that your stomach is growling. You make me hotter than anyone I've ever been with, and you're just going to have to learn to live with that. I love every single thing about your body." He took a sip of the wine and handed it to her. Her hands trembled when she accepted the glass, letting the lukewarm liquid slide down her dry throat. "Want me to tell you what I love and why?" Lust, pure, thick, shot to the place between her legs. She was uncomfortable and excited by his words, needed to hear them, unsure if she could look him in the eye. JC swallowed the lump in her throat. "Yes." "You have to look at me when I do. I want you to see I mean it. I don't just want you to hear the words. I want you to feel them." She licked her lips nervously. "Okay." Sliding her bottom forward, almost to the edge of the counter, Max untangled the sheet, leaving her completely exposed. He gazed at her, his eyes roaming over her body before they settled back on her face. Leaning forward, he traced the outline of her lips with his tongue. I love your mouth. I love the way it tastes, the shape of it, how soft your lips are. I love it when it's on my cock. Her breathing hitched as she set the wine down and inhaled deeply. I love your neck. I love how soft the skin is right here, he murmured, nipping just under her jaw, sending jolts of electricity through her veins. JC's hands went to Max's shoulders. She needed to cling to something to keep from passing out from the sheer pleasure his words brought. He cupped her breasts, bringing her nipples to tight, almost painful peaks before he braced his hands on either side of the counter and drew a tight bud between his lips. He sucked hard, swirling his tongue over the surface before releasing it, leaving her whimpering. I love your breasts. I love the way they feel in my hands. I love to run my tongue over your nipples until you do that thing you do. That thing? She asked, her voice raspy and deep. Max spread her thighs wide, his eyes devouring her as he stroked the flesh on the inside of her leg. Yeah, you grab my hair, fistfuls of it, and moan against the top of my head. She took a gulp of air, her body on fire. I didn't know. Kneading the tops of her thighs, Max nipped her jaw, tugged on her lip with his teeth. And here, he said, low and throaty as he slipped a finger between her swollen, wet flesh. This is my favorite spot on your body. I love your pussy. I love the way it tastes. I love my tongue buried in it. Just like this. Max bent at the waist, spreading her wide and taking a long pass with his tongue. The silken rasp, the hot slash against her aching clit made her cry out, gripping the edge of the counter to keep herself from falling off. Max rose again, yanked open the drawer next to them and pulled out a condom, ripping it open with his teeth and sliding it on. Bracketing her face with his hands, he said, But out of all those things, JC, out of all the amazing places on your body that I can't keep my hands off of, I love my cock in your pussy. I love how tight and wet you get. I love when you come. I love that I was the one who made you come. I want to be the only one who makes you come. Understand? Wordless, all she could do was nod. The rise and fall of her chest physically ached, her body flush, her nerves raw with need. She slid her hips forward willingly, relishing the tip of Max's cock at her entrance, biting her lip to keep from screaming. Look at me when I fuck you, JC, he said, jaw tight. Don't look away. I want you to see what you do to me. Her stare was glued to Max's face, hard with tension, his eyes dusky and intense. Okay, she whispered, fighting to keep her eyes connected to his rather than squeeze them shut. He thrust upward with no warning, stretching her, filling her until the pleasure was so exquisite, so sharp, she came with a scream, her eyes never leaving his. Max gripped her hips, stroking upward, staring at her, watching. Sweat beaded on his brow, his chest rising and falling sharply until he came to, howling a release that shook them both. But she didn't look away, and neither did Max. Then he smiled at her, warm, gentle, and pulled her close, cradling her in his strong arms. JC let out a breath of pent-up air, shuddering as the muscles in her body relaxed against his. Yay! Naked tuna noodle casserole, she said on a giggle. He lifted her chin and kissed her lips tenderly. It's always better when you eat it naked, he teased. As he pulled the sheet back up around her, used tender fingers to tuck it between her breasts, grabbed a plate and put some of the casserole on it, she knew. as he fed her spoonsful, and they shared the wine, laughed, kissed, touched. She knew. She knew. Max scooped his phone up when his mother's ringtone chimed. "Everything all right, Mom?" His stomach tightened. He was pushing almost a month away from his home, leaving everything to his brother Derek to handle. It was a lot for just one person, especially with his pack. "Couldn't you at least say hello first, son?" His mother's sweet voice chided. "Sorry. Have a lot on my mind. How are you? How's everyone back home?" "We miss you, honey, but we're all just fine. How are you? How's JC?" "Waffling. That's how she was. If she was waffling right now, he could only imagine how she'd react when he told her what he was hiding." "She's good," he replied, purposely evasive. "I don't like the sound of that, Max. Tell me what's on your mind." He imagined her settling into the big window seat in her warm kitchen, tucking her legs under her to get comfortable. "Well, while I'm busy playing her dog undercover, I've heard things I wouldn't otherwise be privy to." And it was killing him, tearing up his insides. "Like?" "She told Fluffy she thought I must be hiding something." "Well, you are, honey." "Do you know anyone else with a human life mate, Mom? Anyone in the pack ever gone through this?" "Not one. I've asked all over Cedar Glen, too. But Eva stands by her reading. This woman, JC, is the one." "Does she have to turn too?" "No. According to Eva, she just has to be your mate, sweetie." "Or I die because of the curse, right? I have to question this curse, Mom. I mean, ask yourself, what kind of curse would kill off a healthy male able to produce wolflings just because he didn't mate on the curse's timetable?" "I'm going to tell you a story, Max, and I want you to listen carefully. Do you remember your Uncle Elmont?" Max ran a hand over his hair. "He ran the old mill, right? The one they found dead in his barn?" It was a vague memory from his childhood, and only because some of the elders in the pack whispered his name behind their hands. "That's him. Do you remember what happened to him? You were pretty young, so we made up a story about his untimely demise, but it wasn't the truth. He was supposed to take his life-mate journey, but Elmont was fonder of moonshine than he was of finding a mate and settling down. Eva warned him. We all warned him. But no one could tell Elmont what to do. He didn't believe. He thought, much like you did before you discovered JC, that it was all a bunch of bunk. So he didn't make the journey for his life-mate, refused to listen to Eva's prophecy." Max leaned back in his office chair, making a fist. "And he died because of it? You're not serious, Mom." "I am serious, honey," she whispered, her voice urgent, hissing in his ear. "I'm so serious I've been up nights sick with worry for you over it." "Where's the proof it was the curse that killed Uncle Elmont?" "When we found Elmont, it wasn't at the barn like we told you children. We found him out in the woods behind his house, petrified like wood, fossilized, if you will. Right where he stood on the evening he was supposed to mate with his intended under the full moon. When your father touched him, he shattered, just like glass. I've never seen anything like it, Max, and I never want to again. What else could be responsible for something like that but the curse? It happened exactly when Eva said it would if Elmont didn't listen." "Holy shit." "You know why the curse exists, Max?" "Because of the extermination." The story of how Cedar Glen had come to be, why it had come to be, still made him want to punch a wall, find the elders and exterminate them. "And because of us, because of the Adamses, because we did the forbidden and brought all those sick wares here to Cedar Glen, to protect them from the extermination. The elders cursed the Adamses to spite us, to lash out at our disobedience, thinking they'd somehow force your father's family to return to the fold with the threat of death. Ah. He'd toyed with this theory before, but it was almost too deplorable for him to believe. Yet now he understood. The elders didn't want any Adams to successfully mate. They wanted them dead, extinct as retribution, and they'd given him a destiny they considered impossible to fulfill. Beautiful. So, they cursed me by giving me a human life mate. To make things incredibly difficult because I don't have to just explain to Jay that she's my mate, something she won't understand because it isn't a human practice in this day and age, but also that I'm a werewolf, something she doesn't even know exists. Max heard his mother swallow hard. Yes, they set you up to fail. I know this sounds awful on your grandparents' behalf, but they never in a million years believed the elders would curse their heirs. They thought the pack would simply shun them for helping those due to be extinguished. Jesus Christ. And I'm betting the elders figured if us stronger wares didn't live and stick around to help the needier ones, everything would fall apart, right? They called your grandparents weak for wanting to save the diseased. They said they should want to keep the pack strong like all good werewolves. She spat. So they put impossible standards on my life-mate journey, along with an impossible timetable, in an effort to eradicate us completely. And what about Derek? What kind of hoops would his destiny have him jumping through? Every other werewolf outside the Addams pack didn't have the threat of death hanging over them if they didn't mate up almost from the moment they met. They were allowed time for a courtship, time to ease into spending the rest of their lives together, time to get to know each other. This was like putting JC's head on the chopping block and offering her a life sentence with a man she might not want to spend her life with, or watch him die. It was insane. You know you have to mate by the first full moon of your courtship, which will be here sooner than you know it. Those are just the rules of the curse, Max. Jesus, he muttered under his breath. It was all the more real now. He'd been pushing the dire part of this whole mess to the back of his mind for far too long. He'd spent too much time pretending it didn't exist. It wasn't an easy decision your grandparents made, his mother reminded him. They bucked the system, so to speak. They didn't know it would buck back until it was too late. They didn't know what it would mean to your father and I, but you were already here, and I was already pregnant with Derek when the elders cursed us, or I never would have. The hitch in his mother's voice always killed him. They'd done what was right, what he would have done had he been in the same position. But his mother's words also reminded him of another sticking point, explaining to JC that he wasn't really 38, but almost 104. Mom, it's okay. Don't get upset, please. I've always known the story behind it. I guess I just never really believed the curse had actually been carried out before. So you thought you might tempt fate with your life? No. Yes. He ran an impatient hand through his hair. I don't know what I thought. Well, that's the truth of the matter, and it's why I haven't had a good night's sleep in almost a month. His gut clenched, knowing his mother was worried about him. She had enough to worry about with his siblings and extended family. But won't having pups with JC produce only half wares? Doesn't that screw up something for the purity of the pack? What difference does it make now? We've been excommunicated, if you will. The elders clearly didn't want you to get as far as you have anyway. Besides, I choose to believe JC must have something special the universe decided our pack needs. Like less crazy? He asked on a chuckle. Oh, you, his mother admonished. They're not all crazy, honey. But you and Derek are the only two men left in the pack who don't have... She paused, and with good reason. Issues, he finished for her. They were certainly a pack full of issues, but he loved them all the same. All of them. And he'd do whatever he had to take care of them. You call them issues. I call them quirks. He smiled, but then the worry set in again. He needed more time. Time he didn't have to explain, to ease JC into this. I wish Dad was still here. His mother paused for a moment, her breathing slowing. I do too, she finally said. They didn't talk about Brock Adams often anymore. The rumor was Brock didn't really leave to meet with the elders 5 years ago when he was summoned, but deserted his family due to the pressures of handling a pack such as theirs. Max had spent a good portion of his life these past few years looking for a single clue about what had happened to his father. He'd even contacted the elders by proxy through some sources, and the silence from that end of the werewolf universe had been resounding. When they shunned you, they did it hard. No one had seen or heard from Brock since, leaving Max in charge of the pack as the oldest Adams male. But Max never subscribed to the theory his father had deserted them, even to this day, though he'd spent endless hours trying to disprove just that, to no avail. I'm worried, Mom. I know, son. But here's my question. Does JC make you happy? That odd shift in his chest, the tight pull of his gut, the smile she put on his face every time he thought of her made his next answer easy. She does. Very. Bring her here, honey. Let me meet her. So you can nag her to death about mating with me? No. So I can get to know this woman who's captured my son's heart. She must be amazing if she's meant to be yours. Yes, JC was amazing. Smart, funny, kind, everything. She is, Mom. She's a lot like you. Then invite her home for a visit, Max. I promise to make sure everyone knows she's human and doesn't know about us yet. We'll show her a good time, feed her, get to know her a little. But we can't wait long. Time is of the essence. I know that as a pack, no matter how crazy it seems to everyone else, we can do this. He smiled into the phone, using the pen on his desk to circle a date on the calendar. You know what, Mom? What's that, son? You're all right. She barked a laugh. Just you remember that, Fluffy. I love you, honey. See you soon. She hung up the phone, ending their call. Home. He needed to be there, to get his feet under him again. He needed JC to see what he saw in Cedar Glen, learn about his life, meet the people who meant so much to him. Most of all, he realized what he really needed, wanted, was JC. Chapter 13. JC pulled up to the doggy spa and hotel Viv had recommended. After carefully researching online for hours on end, paying surprise visits to several different dog hotels, she'd settled on this one for Fluffy. It had a 5-star rating and a 5-star price, but she didn't care. Nothing was too good for Fluffy. She popped open the back door of her car and patted her thigh. Come on, buddy. Time for some pampering. He gazed up at her, but his intimidating stares had started to seem less like he was trying to bend her mind, more relaxed in the weeks since she'd adopted him, and she loved him. Loved having him at her feet when she watched TV. Loved having him beside her when she went to bed at night. Loved taking long walks with him before Max got in from work. It was then she did most of her thinking. She'd fallen in love with Fluffy. She was also on the verge of falling in love with someone else. And it was about time those two someones met. Kneeling on the hard pavement, she stroked his enormous head. So, here's the deal, Fluffernutter. Mommy's only going to be gone for a few days to meet Max's family, but when I come back, it's time for you to meet Max. I might have brought you with me, but Max says his mom's allergic to dogs. God knows, with all this hair, you'd probably give her asthma. I want my first impression to be a good one, not full of hairballs and runny eyes. But don't worry. I'll be home before you know it, okay? He pressed his wet nose to her forehead. She grinned at him. I love you, buddy. You're one of the best things to ever happen to me, and I'll miss you like crazy. Now, come on, let's get you settled so I can meet Max. I signed you up for some obedience training. I want you to promise to try, okay? Fluffy trotted beside her across the parking lot and up the steps, entering the door without any trouble. He'd come such a long way in such a short time. Stopping at the reception area, she nodded to the kind woman at the counter she'd met on her previous visit to inspect the rooms and watch the classes they gave. "Hi, Adele. Good to see you again. This," she held up the leash attached to his harness, "is Fluffy." Adele came around the counter without batting an eye, her chubby arms going in for a hug. "Would you look at him? Hey, big boy," she called cheerfully, her weathered face scrunching up into a smile. "Aren't you the prettiest, biggest boy ever?" If there was someone in charge of the universe, Max wanted names. Someone to hold accountable for all the humiliation he'd suffered as Fluffy. Eyeing the woman named Adele, he had to admit she reminded him of his grandmother. And she smelled good, like vanilla and warm cookies fresh from the oven. But he didn't have time to play the prettiest, biggest boy ever for very long. He had to get situated in the ridiculously expensive suite JC had rented him, with a TV that played Animal Planet and a bed fit for a king, shift, hunt down his clothes he'd left hidden outside, get to his packmate Lowell's car, and get back to the apartment before JC did. Lowell, for a huge sum of money and the promise of a year's worth of beer, had agreed to pretend to be him while he was away with JC. They looked similar enough in shift, and if Lowell was careful, paid attention to the email he'd sent him with all the particulars on Fluffy and directions on how to get in and out of the spa, they could pull it off. He could only hope this Fluffy charade wasn't going to have to go on much longer. One more time he had to squeeze his ass into his crate, and he was going to explode. This was the weekend he was going to tell her. Good, bad, or indifferent. He had to, before this went any further. JC grabbed him around the neck and squeezed him when Adele took his leash, raining kisses on top of his head. "I love you, sweetie. Please, please be good. I'll see you soon. Promise," she sniffed, squeezing him one last time before rising with tears in her eyes to head out to her car. Adele's bright blue eyes crinkled upward when she ruffled the hair on his head. "Come on, Fluffy. Let's go see your room." As he trotted beside her, behaving like JC warned him he should, all he could think was, it's this weekend or nothing. And he just wouldn't settle for nothing. "OMG, is this my BFF? Like, for real?" Viv cooed into the phone. I know, I'm sorry, but it's been so busy lately. Listen, honey, if it were me, and I had a man who looked like that, and he made the kind of whoopee you've talked about, you'd never see me again." JC threw her head back and laughed, leaning against her car while waiting for Max to pick her up. "I support that statement." "So, meeting Max's mother and his family. Are you nervous?" "A little. It's kind of a big thing, and it isn't happening by accident this time." Viv snorted. "You mean like when that creeper Anson's mother just happened to drop by while you were cooking him a romantic dinner in a thong and some fishnets?" Another of her failed relationships. Unlike with Max, she'd waited 2 months before she finally decided she was ready to make love with Anson. So she'd snuck over to his house to make him a surprise dinner, only to have his mother show up to check on him. God, that was horrible. Well, it was especially horrible because she lives right downstairs from him in the basement. Who lets their mother live in the basement, Jay? Freaks, that's who. But forget that. Now there's Max. She sighed happily, dropping down on the stoop. Just thinking about him made her warm all over. Yeah, now there's Max. Are you still having doubts? Fears? She pulled her knit hat down over her ears to block the chill. Not quite the magnitude I was after last week. You know what I think, Jay? What do you think, Viv? I think sometimes when the right person comes along and it happens as fast as it did with you and Max, you get what you asked for. Maybe not in the way you asked for it, but you get it, and you have to take it the way it comes, even if the way is fast and hard. It knocked the wind right out of me. I know, sweetie. But what a great way to have the wind knocked out of you. She chewed the inside of her lip. I still can't help but feel... Nope, no more analyzing it. No more pulling it apart. Just go with it. Just let it be what it is. You're happy. You're falling in love. That can't be anything but wonderful. She twisted a strand of hair around her finger. But he's so perfect. Perfect for you, maybe. But who's to say he's perfect for anyone else? Maybe he has some bad habits other people couldn't tolerate. That's what makes some people right for each other and other people totally wrong. You can put up with the shit no one else can. He doesn't have any bad habits, Viv. Not one. Not one. That still troubled her. She hadn't known him long enough to find any in this honeymoon phase of their relationship. None that you recognize as bad. Didn't you say he liked to watch marathons of Pawn Stars? JC smiled into the phone. He does. Well, there you have it. It makes him perfect for you because I'd kill him 10 minutes in, guaranteed. We'd be so over, he'd never forget over. She laughed, playing with the fringe on her scarf. I see your point. Good. So do me a favor. Just go be with your man. You're not getting married. You're meeting his mother, his family. Have fun. Have sex. Have a lot of sex. Max pulled up just then, waving at her as he got out of the car. Max is here. I have to go, Viv, but I promise I'll call you when we get back. Have the best time ever out there in the sticks, Jay. I love you. Watch out for bears. She hung up, her laughter ringing in JC's ears. Hey, pretty lady. You waiting here for me? Max asked, scooping her up in a hug. JC buried her face in his neck, inhaling his cologne, her heart skipping a beat when he pressed a kiss to her lips. I was waiting for a really hot guy, but I guess you'll do. And who is this hot guy? Am I going to have to duel at dawn over you? You duel at dawn for me. She batted her eyelashes at him. I'd do you at dawn, he teased, grinning that grin she loved so much. Oh, really, funny man? Running a finger down her nose, he laughed. Nah, I'd do you any time of the day. She nuzzled his cheek, loving the dark stubble on his jaw. It's always sex, sex, sex with you, Max Adams. There are other things besides sex. He nodded his head. True that. There's Pawn Stars. And that revelation didn't bother her a bit. Maybe there was merit to what Viv said. He set her on the curb and grabbed her bag. So, you ready to meet the family? Mostly. She was mostly ready. Squaring her shoulders, she headed for her side of the car. Ready. The ride to Max's family's house was beautiful. As the city diminished to a distant dot behind them, JC found she loved the multitude of trees, some almost bare from the chill of fall. Max held her hand in his lap as he drove, and they stopped for lunch at an adorable bed and breakfast with the yummiest red wine she'd ever had. When they arrived in Cedar Glen, JC couldn't believe she'd lived all her life in New Jersey and never once been this far out. It was stunning. Against a backdrop of thick pines, Cedar Glen was nestled deep in a valley of changing fall colors. Farms surrounded the valley, dotting the horizon with red barns. The town itself was adorable. Sidewalks in cobbled stone, quaint shops with striped awnings, and baskets of colorful mums everywhere. No huge chains to be found here, just old-fashioned country living. As they pulled into the long driveway of his mother's farmhouse and parked next to an old pickup truck, JC grew nervous. Max ran a finger down her cheek and leaned over to peck her on the lips. Are you nervous, Miss Jensen? I don't know if nervous is the word. Totally freaked out? She shot a finger in the air. Boom. My mom can't wait to meet you, and she's just as nervous. If only he understood how significant this was for her. She'd never met a boyfriend's parents before, on purpose. She'd never wanted to anyway. But she did want to meet Max's family. This was another step, another chip from the brick wall around her carefully preserved heart falling away. "Hey," Max said, lifting her chin. "They're going to love you. How could they not? I picked you." She giggled, because that's what Max did to her, made her feel giggly. "I'm going to ask you a very needy question here. You can choose not to answer." "Yes, I brought condoms." "Oh, good. Are they tucked away with your Pawn Stars DVDs?" "How did you know? It's like you're in my head or something. Get out." Grabbing the collar of his jacket, she pulled him close. "I'm being serious." He scoffed. "Me too. It's Pawn Stars. What about that isn't serious?" "Max." Okay. Be needy and inquisitive." "Have you ever brought anyone home to meet your mother before?" His eyes met hers, doing that darkening thing they did when he was serious. "No." Small bubbles of elation burst inside her, but she gave him a cool smile before kissing his lips. "Then let's go meet your mother." Chapter 14. The big oak double doors opened just as Max touched the handle, and a woman who looked a great deal like Max threw her arms around his neck. "Oh, Max, I've missed you, honey." She kissed Max's cheeks, giving him one more squeeze before her eyes found JC. "And JC, it's such a pleasure to finally meet you. Max has so many wonderful things to say about you, and he also said you were beautiful. He was right." JC smiled, instantly taken by her warmth, and shocked by how youthful she appeared. She didn't have Max's harder features. They were soft, blurred more around the edges. Faith Adams was quite the hottie, and she didn't look a day over 40, which couldn't be right, unless she'd had Max when she was 2. "He's told me a lot about you too, Mrs. Adams. It's nice to finally put a face to all the stories." Faith waved a finger in the air at JC and smiled again. "Please, just call me Faith." Holding out her hand, one with skin so smooth you'd never know she had a son as old as Max, she said, "Come with me, and I'll make you some coffee. It's freshly brewed." JC gave Max a quick glance before taking Faith's hand and following her through the various rooms off the big entryway toward the scent of cinnamon and apples in the kitchen. She found herself drawn to the big section of windows by the kitchen table. It had a window seat with cushions and pillows in an array of colors, with an enormous fireplace on the opposing wall. She could curl up on those cushions and read all day long, given the opportunity. Faith pointed to the kitchen table. Oval and scarred from use, it had a vase of fresh flowers and a perfectly round pie still steaming. "Sit, please. I'll get the coffee. Max, you go find your brother and let JC and I chat." Max gave his mom a squeeze on the shoulder, dropping a kiss on her cheek. "Playing nice with the new girl." Faith put her hands on her slender hips and shook her dark head. "Stop with the Nazi mom talk. You'll scare JC away. I already promised I'd keep all talk of virgins and sacrifices to myself until the time was right. Now go. Find Derek." JC muffled a laugh with her hand. It was evident where Max's sense of humor came from. Max pulled her to him, his arm circling her waist. "You gonna be okay with Nazi Mom?" "They don't call me Satan's daughter for nothing." She heard Faith chuckle just before a blur of fuzz beyond the big set of windows behind Max caught her eye. Her mouth dropped open when she peered around him. It was a dog. An enormous dog, circling near the edge of the drive, ran back up to the grassy area just under the window, moving with the speed of lightning. He looked just like Fluffy, maybe a shade or two darker. And then there was another one who looked just like Fluffy. Hold on. Wasn't Max's mother allergic to dogs? "Where'd the dogs come from?" she asked, finding the resemblance uncanny. "They look just like my Fluffy. You never told me about them. I thought you said your mother was allergic to dogs." There was a loud sneeze from behind them. "I am," Faith said, sneezing again into a dish towel. "They're Derek's, dogs. He lives next door, but he brings them over with him all the time. It's a good walk for them, good exercise. They need exercise. They eat a lot. It's good to work it off. As long as he leaves them outside, I'm usually okay. But sometimes," Max sighed, "sometimes Derek lets them run wild without watching out for them. I better go see what he's up to." "Yes," Faith said. "Go make sure they don't get out onto the road. I'd never forgive myself if something happened to one of them." Now she was curious. "Do you know what breed they are?" It would certainly answer some questions about Fluffy's origins. He squeezed JC's hand, turning to look out the window with a frown. "Just mutts. Just like the Fluffinator. I'm going to go find Derek and see what's up with him, okay?" She nodded, straining her eyes to get a glimpse of the dogs, but they were gone. "You go, and let your mother and I get to know one another." He gave her a quick kiss. "Don't eat all that pie at once." As Faith handed her a cup of coffee, she thought about how much Fluffy would like it here. A place to run to his heart's content. Acres and acres with big trees and plenty of fresh air. Max cut across his mother's yard, pushing his way through the tall arborvitaes separating the two properties. Derek's house, a one-story ranch he'd built himself, sat farther back than their mother's, flanked by towering pines and surrounded by dense foliage. Derek sat on his wide porch steps, sipping on a beer, rising when he caught sight of Max. Max slapped Derek on the back and smiled. "Good to see you, buddy." Derek pulled him in for a shoulder bump. "You too, man. Glad to have you home." Max nodded and took a deep breath of the clean, crisp fall air. "Great to be home. Not a fan of Hoboken." He wasn't a city dweller. Being in Hoboken had cleared any doubt about that right up for him. "Who'd have thought you'd miss this bunch, huh?" Derek hitched his jaw at several of their pack members, freely running in full shift in broad daylight. You could do that in Cedar Glen, because everyone here was a werewolf, or some type of supernatural entity turned out by their own. Discovered in the early 1900s by his grandfather, the town had been built up from nothing after the legendary shunning, the one that still hung over their heads like a dark cloud to this day. They'd created Cedar Glen for wares who'd been experimented on by humans. Those who, as a result of those horrific experiments, bore werepups with disease and deformity. His family had built Cedar Glen as a refuge when their own kind had callously turned the ailing away, declaring them eternally shunned. And despite what the rest of the werewolf world thought, Max was damn proud of Cedar Glen. He fought hard to keep the abused wares and other supernatural outcasts safe from the harsh realities of other packs and the world at large. Somehow, they'd managed to keep not only the discriminating packs out, but humans too. Not by force. They never used force unless it was absolutely necessary. Rather, they'd done it by owning all of the land and passing it down from generation to generation. By buying up all the real estate so there was nothing here to see but stores run by locals. By providing absolutely no accommodation, thereby forcing visitors to travel 40 miles to the next town over. This allowed them commerce from humans in their quaint stores and kitschy eateries, but kept them from considering an extended stay. They'd built a fortress, one Max felt the weight of every day since his father had literally disappeared. Max took the beer Derek handed him and sat down beside him on the steps. "Speaking of our bunch, didn't I tell you to make sure everyone was upright for this visit with Jay? Bo and Hector were out in front of Mom's gallivanting like they were in the werewolf parade, dude. JC wanted to know why they looked so much like her Fluffy." Derek barked a sharp laugh. "I heard Lowell is Fluffy's understudy this weekend. How much did that cost you?" Now Max laughed. "A fuck-ton of beer and some cold hard cash." "Why didn't you just tell her from the start, man? Or at least stop pretending to be your dog?" That was a very good question. Seeing her cry when I ran away damn well killed me. I stayed in shift at the shelter because I was drugged and couldn't shift back. But even as the drugs wore off, I knew she was going to show up there. When she actually did, everything just clicked. Who knew she'd become so attached to my ugly mug in just a day? She cried so hard I thought she'd never stop when I disappeared. I knew she'd worry herself sick over him, and I couldn't stand it, so I stayed fluffy. You're gonna be an indulgent mate, bro. If indulging JC means she's not heartbroken, I'm okay with it. That's pussy whipped. Derek thought any woman he dated longer than a month was trying to pussy whip him, and he got out fast. No. That's thinking about your mate's feelings, putting them before your own. That was love. Derek's eyes screamed skepticism. So, you really knew it was her? It's true, you just know? I really knew. He really did. Now his brother's eyes went grim. You ready for the big reveal? I don't know. He really didn't. He didn't know anything. How did you tell the woman you loved you were a werewolf and you were going to die if she didn't mate with you in the next week? Talk about putting the screws to someone. Mom told you what the elders hoped to achieve with this curse, right? Max nodded, watching the sun begin to set. Adam's extinction. Fuck. He was sick of thinking about that word. She didn't have to. I've always known, I guess. I think I just didn't want to believe they could be such assholes. I don't envy you, brother, that's for sure. It would be different if JC were like us. At least she'd know the score. But to have to tell her you're a werewolf and she has to hurry up and mate with you so you don't end up dead? Hardcore. I'm not just worried about me. I'm also worried about you, Derek. Your prophecy could come up at any time. What if I'm not here to help you figure it all out? Jesus. How could he help Derek through something like this if he was dead? Derek shrugged, as if his impending doom was no big deal, because that was just Derek. He was a live-for-the-moment kind of guy. But Max's gut churned with fear for his brother. Who knew what kind of crap the elders would cook up for him? How hard would they make it for him to mate? Well, that's not going to happen, because you're going to tell JC everything. Don't think about me right now. Let's just focus on you, he said. I'm not going to tell her the dead part, Derek. No one is. Period. Got that? Derek frowned at him. You're full of shit, right? Max shook his head, staring down at the ground. Nope. It's enough that I'm going to tell her I'm a werewolf. I'm not putting the kind of pressure the possibility of death would put on her. Not fair. Certainly no way to start a relationship. He wanted JC to want to spend the rest of her life with him. Just him. Werewolf or not. Dude! Derek shouted, his face angry and hard. You'll die! I'm not going to stand around and wait for you to die so you can be chivalrous, asshole. Shut up, Derek, he growled, knocking his shoulder against his brother's. I won't do it. We'll get to that part if it comes to it. I refuse to hold her hostage. Am I clear? Derek shoved him back with a palm to Max's shoulder. No, this isn't clear. It's like asking me to pretend I don't know where the antidote to your deadly disease is. I won't do it, Max. And I don't give a shit if it's an alpha order or not. Max turned to face him, his teeth clenched hard. You will do it, Derek. Under no circumstances will you speak a word of it. I don't want a woman who stays with me because I'll die if she doesn't have my pups. It'll only lead to resentment. When I do this, I do it my way. Don't fuck with that, or I'll see to it come the full moon you frolic with a goddamn limp. Clear? Derek narrowed his eyes. What a shitty thing to ask me to do. To ask all of us to do. Tell JC or let you die? Nice, jackass. I'll handle it. He would. He didn't know how, but he damn well wasn't going to let a woman tie herself to him for life via the threat of death. Very noble, brother. And in the meantime, if you don't tell her and she tells you to piss off and you die because you're too much brave warrior to tell her how to keep your stupid ass alive, I end up the alpha of this lot of nuts. He pointed to where Jerry, Hector, and Beau rolled playfully in the grass. To anyone else, they looked like a human and his dog wrestling. Max eyed his cousin Jerry, his chest tightening. He loved them, all of them. He loved that all those years ago his family had been compassionate enough to prevent their deaths, had decided to nurture and care for the weak and defenseless. But they weren't your typical batch of wares, not by any stretch of imagination. They were a blend of anomalies, misfits to the other packs. Like poor Jerry, he just couldn't shift like the rest of them. He got stuck halfway between human and wolf form and nothing helped. So, most of the time he wandered around in his human form. But when the moon was full, look out. Jerry was out there howling with the best of them, half man, half wolf. No matter how hard he struggled, fists clenched and brow dripping with sweat, when he tried to fully shift, he ended up looking like he was constipated. There was nothing majestic about it. Which, in Max's humble opinion, was better than poor neutered Beau. Some animal rights activists had captured Beau after he'd disobeyed Max's strict order to never leave Cedar Glen. He'd woken up at a vet clinic 100 miles away, fixed. Max shifted in his seat uncomfortably, thinking about it, but according to Beau, he was okay with being neutered, because he was gay and planned never to reproduce. And then there was Hector. Hector was a vegetarian who hated to hunt. Unheard of in a were. But hunting the small animals of the forest grossed him out, as he put it, always followed with a visible shudder of distaste. Instead, Hector adopted the bunnies, saved babies who'd lost their mothers, raised them as pets. He had an entire pen full, strictly off-limits to the rest of the pack. Hector and Jerry were the results of their alleged diseased ancestors, tainted in the eyes of the elders just because of the cruel experiments their grandparents endured, had no control over. The rumor that eventually trickled down from his Aunt Eva was the elders had declared Hector's unwillingness to hunt a defect. That he didn't crave red meat and a good hunt was, in their eyes, an abomination, because all good wares hunted. And Beau. He'd never survive in another pack where homophobia ran rampant and a mate was one of the most crucial pieces to keeping a pack strong. Reproduction was the name of the game, according to the elders, a game Beau wanted no part of. And that was fine by Max. He didn't care who Beau loved, just that someday he'd have the chance to do so, with the protection of the people here in Cedar Glen. The three of them were also the lesser degree of those ugly experiments. There were plenty of pack members still alive from those horrific days who suffered far worse than the lack of will to hunt or the urge to nurse a bunny back to health rather than eat it. Unfortunately, the hope that those damaged werewolf genes would dim as time went by, that maybe they would eventually be bred out of the line, never came to fruition. Each were affected continued to breed children considered defective by everyone but the people right here in Cedar Glen. Yet they continued to live happy lives because of the Adams' determination. They created families that would never fit the ludicrous description the elders found suitable, but families Max would protect till the end because he loved them, and he'd taken measures to see to their safety at all costs. What scared him most of all was the careless disregard by the elders for those who'd been experimented on, those who'd been so cruelly tortured. They didn't care that the abused wares had no choice in the matter. They didn't care that they'd been captured and treated like guinea pigs. Thinking they were safe after their rescue, those wolves were actually considered nothing more than tainted, and in the eyes of the elders should have been eradicated to prevent spreading their ailments. His grandparents had done the right thing in protecting them back then. Max wanted nothing to do with the pack that kicked you when you were down. Or maybe a better phrase was killed you, because you didn't fit their ideal. Derek knocked knees with him, a sign he'd simmered down. I don't want to be alpha, brother. You know that. I'm not as patient as you. I'm not nearly as good at keeping this bunch of knuckleheads from tearing each other's throats open. But if it comes to that, I'll take care of them. Always. Max swallowed some of his beer, his throat tight from Derek's admission. Appreciate it. Derek suddenly dropped his beer and jumped up, his gaze sweeping his front lawn. "Jerry!" he yelled. Hector looked up and smiled at them, holding a small bunny, proudly displaying him to Derek as Jerry crept behind him. "Do not touch that bunny, Jerry. Hear me? One piece of fur flies and I'll kick your ass," Derek bellowed. Jerry backed off immediately as Hector cradled his beloved rabbit, stroking its head and whispering something in its floppy ear. Max, even in the midst of his misery, couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at you, mediating. Aside from the threat of bodily harm, you'd make a good alpha." Derek snorted. "If you leave me here to deal with this bunch, I'll hunt you down in the afterlife, brother. So, you better make yourself irresistible to that woman, because I can't do this alone. I don't want to do this without you." He didn't want to have to do it without Derek either. Ever. Chapter 15. Giggling coming from the family room made Max stop just outside the entryway as he watched JC with his sisters Avery and Natalie, sitting on his mother's big beige couch, chatting and laughing. He liked seeing JC here in his mother's house. He liked the way she blended in seamlessly. He wanted to see her naked in his house, on his bed, in front of his fireplace, the soft curves of her body silhouetted in the firelight, in his shower, soapy and slick. JC was threading her fingers through Avery's thick curtain of blue-black hair and holding strands of it up to the light shining through the bay window. "I have the most amazing conditioner. Should take care of those split ends in no time flat. I'll grab some from my bag when I get a chance. I never go anywhere without it." Natalie caught him watching from behind them and waved him in, hopping off the couch to give him a hug. Pretty and young, she was the mirror image of their mother, and by far the easiest going of his siblings. "Big brother! Good to see you. You look awesome. City living must agree with you." He gave Nat a hug, smiling down at her. "I see you've met JC. Avery grabbed him around the neck and dropped a kiss on his cheek. She, on the other hand, was temperamental and argumentative, especially with him. "So, we're loving your girlfriend, Max. Maybe even more than we like you. She's definitely prettier." He laughed. "Can't argue that. So, have you been telling her all your Max is a sucky big brother horror stories?" JC turned and knelt on the couch to face him. "I know all your dirty little secrets now, Adams." As if. He held out a hand to her. "Want to see my house?" "I thought you lived in your mother's basement where you collected the human skins of your victims and played video games all day," she teased, grinning that grin he'd come to look forward to at the end of a day. Avery burst out laughing. "I like her, big brother. I call JC gets to stay forever." Nat chuckled along with her sister. "I concur. Now go show her your vast collection of skins and we'll see you guys at dinner, okay?" "Vast?" JC asked, with a conspiratorial giggle. Max rolled his eyes at his sisters. "You two, don't scare her off before I can get her alone. I can't collect skins if you chase my victims away before I have the chance to woo them to my lair." Raucous laughter followed them as Max led JC through the family room and out the front door. Hand in hand, they strolled as Max pulled JC down a long, narrow path from his mother's. "Is anyone in your family ugly?" she asked. "Honestly, between you and your gorgeous sisters and your mother, your family hit the gene pool lottery." She couldn't get over just how beautiful his sisters were. Dark and tall, long-limbed and willowy, with olive skin and Max's amber-brown eyes. "Derek got all the ugly," he joked, making her laugh. When he stopped in a clearing rich with pine trees and the amazing colors of the season, she inhaled sharply. Max's house was, in a word, incredible. Reminiscent of a Swiss chalet, there were floor-to-ceiling windows reaching to a peak at the roofline. From what she could see, an enormous deck spread all the way around the house, dotted with potted mums in every color. Wide steps led to double oak doors with oval stained glass windows. She stood silent for a moment, breathless. Max wrapped his arms around her from behind, pulling her to his chest. "You like?" "Wow," she whispered. "This is yours?" "It is," he murmured in her ear, nipping the lobe and making her shiver. She turned in his arms, ignoring the tightening of her nipples when they scraped his chest. "Oh no, I want explanations before you drag me inside and prep me for my skinning." Max wiggled his eyebrows. "Shoot. If this is yours, then the apartment in Hoboken is only temporary. Why would you leave all this for a dinky apartment?" "It is only temporary. My work brought me to Hoboken, but that'll end soon." And there it was, the huge flaw she'd been waiting for. Max wasn't looking to settle down in Hoboken. Cedar Glen was 4 hours away. If this was his permanent residence, that meant... What did that mean? "And you didn't tell me you weren't planning to stay in Hoboken. Why?" "I hadn't gotten to it yet. My work there still isn't done," he hedged, grabbing her hand and leading her up the stairs to his castle. When he opened the doors, she was of two minds. It was as amazing inside as it was out, and he hadn't told her about his house for a reason. Following him into the foyer, she gasped again. It was all one floor, but for a loft sprawling the entire length of the house, and done in log cabin style, with a floor-to-ceiling fireplace and furnishings in deep reds and turquoise. His kitchen was a dream, full of shiny silver appliances, smooth maple butcher block countertops, and cabinets made of walnut. "Nat," he explained, as her eyes took in the lush plants in every corner and oil paintings on the wall. "She decorated, if you're wondering. Otherwise, I'd have a folding chair and the flat screen." Taking a step back from him, she decided to go for blunt. "You're rich?" His gaze was sheepish, a look she wasn't used to from bold Max. "I'm not poor." Do all environmentalists make this kind of money? Speaking of his job, she didn't know a lot about it, other than he freelanced for environmentally friendly corporations as a consultant, specializing in digitizing storage and reducing paperwork. He shrugged. "Only the really good ones?" "You're being intentionally vague." "I'm being honest." "And you didn't tell me about this." She let her arm swing wide. "Because?" "Because I didn't want you to think you were just my diversion in Hoboken until I came back home." Nice. Max was always nice, wasn't he? The jumbled mess her stomach had become settled a bit. "And you intend to come back home, don't you?" He looked at her, long and hard, in that intense way he had when they made love and he wanted her to see him. "I do, JC." She swallowed, fighting a wave of tears. Here was more of the flaw. The big, ugly flaw. "So, how long are you in Hoboken?" Wrapping an arm around her waist, Max hauled her against him hard. "Until I can convince you to come back here with me." Her stomach fluttered in tune with her heart. "Oh, well, okay then." "I have a business in Hoboken, Max." A semi-successful one. One she'd worked hard to build from nothing. She wasn't rolling in money like Max was, but she made her way, and she liked the independence it gave her. "How about we do this? Let's set the logistics of our living arrangements aside for this weekend. Let's spend it with you getting to know my family, enjoying the fresh country air, and we'll talk about how we're going to work this out when the weekend's done. Because we will work this out, and we do have to talk, JC, okay?" The tension in her spine eased a little, her brain and her fears quieting. He wanted to figure this out. How they'd do that, she didn't know. But his words comforted her. They spoke to her need to pin down whether they really were on the same page. "Okay?" he asked again. "Okay," she agreed, releasing some of the tension on a long breath. Kissing her lips, he cupped her ass, pressing the lower half of their bodies tight. "So, want to see my collection of skins?" Wrapping her arms around his neck, she giggled. "Oh, the things you say to entice me, Max Adams. It's like being asked to the prom by the quarterback over and over." He unzipped her jeans, slipping his hand inside to stroke her belly, curving over the soft mound of flesh just below. "So, I can see your skin?" JC leaned back in his arms in mock surprise. "But don't you want to give me a tour of your wicked crib first, Mr. Environmentalist?" He trailed his tongue along the column of her neck. "Nope, later. Right now, I want to take a tour of your body somewhere here in my wicked crib. So, let's get naked." "Condoms?" she reminded, sliding from his grip and pulling her shrugged denim jacket off as she sauntered into the living room to admire the fireplace. Grabbing a warm throw from the couch, she laid it on the floor and kicked off her flats. Max was beside her in a matter of seconds, lifting her tank top over her head before pulling off his own shirt and boots, leaving him in nothing but socks and low-slung jeans. The lean V of hip bones above his waistband made her mouth water, and as she'd become less inhibited due to Max's freeing words, she'd learned to share her appreciation of his incredible body. Sticking her finger inside the top of his jeans, she yanked him close, running her palms over his chest, tweaking the flat discs of his nipple until it was hard, while Max popped the clasp of her bra, pulling the straps from her shoulders. Bracing her hands on Max's arms, JC dug her fingers into them as he pulled her jeans and panties down, his lips following their path to the floor. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he took her nipple in his mouth, swirling his tongue over it, nipping it with gentle teasing. Her sharp gasp echoed in her ears, the wet sting of heat licking between her legs. Max rolled his tongue over her belly, kissing his way along the sensitive skin and down over the tops of her thighs. He parted her flesh with ease, his tongue slipping between her legs, creating that white-hot longing she so desperately loved. Her hips began to move in a slow circle, letting Max's tongue dip in and out of her, slow and slick in a delicious rhythm of soft mouth and teasing fingers. When he slipped a finger inside her, she bucked against his hand, her legs growing weak, her pulse racing in frantic beats. Max pressed her close to his mouth, sucking her clit, taunting it with the rasp of his tongue until her fingers clenched his hair and a soft moan escaped her lips. He cupped her ass with his free hand, kneading, driving into her with his finger until she came. Hard, sharp waves of silken heat stabbed at her, coursing through her body in rushes of vividly sweet release. Max nibbled until she caught her breath, and then kissed his way back up to her mouth, letting her rest against him while she recovered. As her breathing slowed, her arms wrapped tight around his neck to pull him in close for a kiss. Max brushed the hair from her eyes, moaning against her lips when she unzipped his jeans and shoved them off his hips. "I can't wait for you to be inside me," she whispered, inhaling his growl of pleasure. Without ever leaving her lips, he rooted in his discarded jeans and found the condom, ripping it open, handing it to her to slide on. She took her time rolling it over his hard shaft, loving how thick he was, how rock hard. Max didn't give her time to think before lying flat on the blanket, pulling her on top of him and gripping her hips, settling her over his cock and driving into her. JC sighed her pleasure, letting her head fall back, resting her palms on Max's chest, luxuriating in his cock deep within her. He pulled her tight to him, driving his hands into her hair, taking her lips in a deep kiss, his tongue tangling with hers as they rocked in a tight embrace. He moved them together without missing a thrust, meshing their bodies, the slick sweat on their skin creating a magnificent glide of flesh. She tasted herself on his lips, lips that brought the most carnal of pleasures, lips that moved over hers with finesse. J.C. savored the length of his shaft, tightening her muscles as her clit scraped against his skin, circling his cock with aggressive downward thrusts, riding him fiercely until the sweet, sharp offer of release clutched her. Max came swiftly too, roaring her name, digging his fingers into her hips, his muscles bulging and straining. She slumped forward, pulling air into her lungs while languishing in his tight embrace, forcing away all thoughts of Max leaving Hoboken. Max buried his hands in her hair and kissed the top of her head, his breath raspy. "Woman," he murmured into her hair, "I think you're going to kill me." J.C. giggled, squeezing her eyes shut to ward off the thoughts creeping into her head. "I think in some states we're legally married now." "Would that be so bad?" She stiffened. Not yet. She wasn't ready yet. Pressing a finger to his lips, she shook her head. "Later." "Later," he agreed, enveloping her in his arms and effectively shutting everything else out. Chapter 16. J.C. leaned back in the kitchen chair, content and full. She wiped her mouth with a napkin, sighing happily at the remnants of her beef stroganoff. "That was wonderful, Faith. Thank you for such a lovely meal." Max reached his hand across the table, entwining his fingers with hers and winking. "You outdid yourself tonight, Mom." Faith grinned at both her and Max. "I was out to impress your There was a collective pause around the table, one J.C. didn't understand as Avery, Natalie, and Derek each froze in mid-motion. "Your amazing girlfriend," Faith corrected, turning to J.C. "I'll give you the recipe if you like." J.C. nodded as everyone let out a sigh and reanimated. "I'd love your recipe for tuna noodle casserole, too, if you don't mind. Max said it was a family secret and only you could give it out." Derek rose from the table, taking his plate with him. "He made you tuna noodle casserole? Somebody's got it bad," he teased, his grin playful and so much like Max's. "He only makes that for the women he really, really likes." J.C. cocked her head at Derek. "And how many has he really, really liked?" "None." Max cut his brother off. "You're the only one I've made tuna noodle casserole for." Warmed from the inside out, she rose, shaking a finger at Max. "Good answer, Adams. Now, how can I help, Faith?" Faith rose, too, her slender hands reaching for serving dishes. No, you're our guest. Please, sit and relax. The girls will help clean up." J.C. waved a hand at her, gathering up the platter of crumbs that had held freshly made biscuits, light and airy and slathered with honey butter. Not a chance. She carried the platter over to the large sink, looking for the dish liquid. Avery bumped her hip and shooed her away. "I'll swap you dishes if you go get some newspapers for the fire. They're just outside in the bin by the garage." "But there's a mountain of dishes, Avery. I don't mind, really." Avery shook her head, the curtain of her hair swaying against her back. "Nope. We'll let you do dishes the rest of the weekend, but tonight you relax and play house guest." "Remember you said that. Tomorrow's all mine." She handed the sponge to Avery with a smile, threading her way through the kitchen and back toward the front door. The noise of their banter as Max and Derek finished clearing the table and the Adams women filled the sink made J.C. smile. Growing up an only child was much quieter, but she loved the noise of the Adams household. She loved the warmth they appeared to share, loved the playful bickering amongst them. She liked how they all leaned on each other and worked as a group. She liked. Pulling open the front door, J.C. shivered. It was colder here in Cedar Glen than in the city. The air had a crisper feel to it, but it was so beautiful. And what did that mean for her and Max? His home was here. Hers was in Hoboken. Don't think about it now. Don't spoil this lovely time. Rounding the corner of the house, she saw the bin where the newspapers were located. As she made her way along a brick path, the motion sensor light that had switched on when she came outside suddenly blinked off, making it hard for her to see. Hands out in front of her, she squinted, trying to get her eyes to adjust to the inky black night. That was when she heard it. At first, it sounded like Fluffy when he ate a particularly good meal. He had a tendency to chew with his mouth open and make squishing noises. Wild animal was her next thought, causing her to take a step back while she tried to make out the image in the darkness. She cocked her head, listening for a moment before the noise stopped. 2 more steps forward and she was almost to the bin. Something skittered, shuffling in the leaves, stilled, then groaned. That definitely sounded like Fluffy, leading her to believe it was probably one of Derek's dogs. He'd said he'd taken them home, but maybe they had a penchant for running away. Inching closer, she listened again to the wet snarfing. Oh, that was definitely a Fluffy sound, she thought, relaxing. JC patted her thigh and called to the dog. Come here, buddy. I'll bring you back home. In that instant, the motion sensor light winked and shot a glaring beam over the bin to the garage's right. The animal, caught in the bright shaft of light, stopped what he was doing and looked up, freezing. Usually, she wasn't much of a screamer. So she looked again, just to be sure she wasn't screaming like some city girl out here in the country over some harmless forest animal. Nope, not city-related at all. This was definitely a reason to scream. The loudest, most blood-curdling scream she could summon. JC opened her mouth wide as terror took over, and her lungs gathered steam. Max flew around the side of the house, locating JC by her scent long before he saw her frozen in place, her shrill screech hurting his sensitive ears. He stopped dead just behind her. Oh, shit. Oh, holy shit. Max grabbed her by the arm, pushing her behind him, and she clutched onto his shirt and huddled against his back. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! She screamed, the horror in her shaky voice breaking him. It's okay, Jay. I promise it's okay. Calm down, he soothed, knowing full well there was nothing okay about this, and if she didn't end up scarred for life, she'd definitely end up with nightmares. And poor Jerry. Immobile under the glare of the motion sensor light, a small forest animal half in, half out of his mouth, stuck in half shift. Tufts of his hair poked from his face in angry tangles of black and gray. His feet, with their long, sharp claws, were sticking out of his shredded sneakers, and his chest, covered in patchy hair, had only a few bits of material from his shirt hanging from it. Oh, Jesus. This was absolutely not how he'd wanted to explain wares to JC. Jerry, Max said with a gentle tone, it's okay, bud. Just stay calm, okay? When Jerry got worked up, if he was upset or too excited, it took forever to calm him. You didn't do anything wrong, Jerry. Just relax. JC suddenly found her voice, her fingers gripping his shirt tighter. Nothing wrong? She squeaked. Are you insane? He's eating an animal. Wait, you know his name? Max held out an imploring hand to Jerry. Jerry, just stay put. It's fine, buddy. You're fine. Don't move, Jerry. Jerry's panicked eyes, gleaming red in shift, darted from Max's face to the clearing in the woods. Jerry? Derek called from behind them. Hold tight, buddy. I'm coming. He swept past Max and JC, thumping Max on the shoulder. I got this. You go deal. Max turned around, gripping JC by the shoulders, catching a glimpse of his mother and sisters just beyond where he stood, huddled together with worry on their faces. Honey, I know you're freaked out right now, but I just need you to stay as calm as possible. She shook her head hard, as though it would block out what she'd just seen, her dark hair swirling around her face as the wind lashed it against her cheeks. You know him? You know him? She squealed. His lips went flat. The time for reckoning had come. Yes, he's my cousin on my mother's side. Horror filled her face again, tearing him apart. Your cousin? Yes. Remember when I said we had to talk? Jerry is part of what we have to talk about. So let's go inside, we'll sit down, and we'll talk. JC gulped at the air, her body shaking under his touch. Is he sick? Oh, God, I'm sorry. I never would have screamed like that, but... She paused, covering her mouth with a fist, clearly trying to put her thoughts into words. Is he sick, Max? I didn't mean to embarrass him. God, I'm so sorry, she whispered. It would be so easy to lie right now, at least for the moment. No, Jay. Jerry's not sick. Faith was behind JC in seconds, running her hands over JC's shivering arms. I made coffee. Come inside, sweetie. It's cold. Come inside and just listen. Horror turned to suspicion when JC began to back away, shaking off Max's and Faith's hands. She stabbed a finger in the air, her eyes wild and afraid. Jesus, he hated seeing her afraid. Is this some kind of sick cult? Some government experiment? Am I here because you want to experiment on me? She shrieked into the howl of the wind. Max shook his head, his pulse thumping in his ears. No, honey, that's not what this is. I swear to you, nothing X-Files about this. I know you're afraid. I know you want to call Viv right now and demand she come get you. I know you want to run away, but please, please listen to me. And if what I tell you still makes you afraid of me, I'll take you home. I don't ever want you to be afraid of me. She sat at the far end of the kitchen in the small circle of puffy chairs by the back door while a subdued bunch of Adamses made coffee. Like normal people. Not crazy, hairy people who ate small woodland creatures. And she was terrified. Her hands hadn't stopped shaking since she'd seen whatever Jerry was. Jerry's not sick, Jay. What the hell was he then? Her thoughts raced. If she at least appeared calm, if she appeared as though she were cooperating, maybe she could find a way to get the hell out of here before they did whatever crazy people did to their guinea pigs. Max crossed the room with a steaming mug of coffee, his ruggedly handsome face lined with worry. He was still so beautiful, even in deception. She forced herself not to shrink away when he handed her the coffee she absolutely wasn't going to drink. Who knew what they'd put in it? What if they put something in it that made her break out in a ball of hair and crave field mice? Oh, Jesus. Faith appeared behind him, her smile of sympathy for her son so real JC almost believed it. We'll let you two talk. If you need me, I'll be in my room. As everyone vacated the kitchen, the silence ate at her. Max cleared his throat, dropping into a chair opposite her. His eyes searched hers before he said, Jerry isn't some kind of government experiment. Jerry isn't sick either. He doesn't have a disease. She swallowed, forcing her voice to calm. You said that. I'm sorry he scared you, but he scares easily, and the last thing I needed him doing was bolting. Right. Who'd want poor Jerry running off? Running a hand through his hair, he sighed. I'm sorry, Jay. This wasn't how I wanted you to find out. Find out what? So, this is what you wanted to talk to me about? Yes. It's not something I've ever had to do before. I'm new to this. She sat silently, replaying over and over in her mind how she'd missed the signs Max was crazy, because all this rational talk screamed crazy. He reached between them, placing his palm on her knee. Do you want me to just say it? Do not move. Don't flinch. Don't show him your fear. Please? I'm a werewolf. Yep. That had crazy engraved in it. Okay. Max cocked his head, his blue eyes filled with confusion. What? I said okay. You're a werewolf. Jerry's a werewolf too, but he has trouble shifting fully. Sometimes he gets stuck. That must be hard for Jerry. Poor Jerry. Jerry's harmless. He's just a little broken. He's different than me. JC looked right at him and repeated the word. Different. Yes. Jerry has, for lack of a better term, a birth defect of sorts. I don't. How awful for Jerry, she said, hoping she displayed enough sympathy for poor, small animal-eating, hairy Jerry. You're not really hearing me, are you? Her heart sped up. I heard everything you said. Jerry's a sad panda werewolf, and you're just a plain old werewolf. Yes. Thank you for explaining. Max's face held concern. You're in shock, JC. No, this isn't shock. Why would your being a werewolf shock me? What you see here is total acceptance. Jay. Yes? He squeezed her knee as if to jar her from said shock. I'm really a werewolf. I think that's awesome. There's something else. If you tell me your mother is Little Red Riding Hood, I'm out. He cracked a smile she'd once thought so odd on his rugged face, but still so Max. Well, Derek can be a pig, but no. I just mean there's more to this story than my just being a werewolf. That's not Little Red Riding Hood. That's the 3 Little Pigs. You know, Huff and Puff and I'll blow your house down. What? Now JC sighed. You have your fairy tales mixed up. Derek can't be a pig if he's in Little Red Riding Hood. He'd be a wolf. Huh. Right. So like I said, there's more to this than just the werewolf part. Stay composed. Look him right in the eye. Pretend you're not crawling out of your skin. All ears. About Fluffy. Fluffy. She wanted to run home and bury her face in his fur and cry. A lot. What about him? I'm Fluffy. Her eyes must have widened at his admission because he squeezed her knee again. Calm, calm, calm. Stay with the calm. You're Fluffy. Got it. Jay, you're not hearing me. I really am Fluffy. You adopted me in the shelter because you're supposed to be with me. I got caught by animal control before I could find you. He shook his head as though he were clearing cobwebs. This is coming out all wrong. No, I hear you loud and clear. You're Fluffy and a werewolf because I'm supposed to be with you. Wait. Let me start from the beginning. When you're a werewolf and you get to be a certain age, you're sent on a journey for your life mate. My journey took me to you in Hoboken. But while I was in shift, animal control caught me. They put me in the shelter and you showed up to adopt me. That wasn't just by chance. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on to the last ounce of sanity she possessed, but by hell, she was going to cling to it for as long as it took to get out of that house. Setting the coffee on the table next to her, she clenched her hands together in her lap. If you're Fluffy, how is it that I dropped him off just today at the dog spa? If you're Fluffy, why haven't I gotten panicked calls that he somehow escaped? Was the dog spa in on this too? I had someone pretend to be me, Fluffy. A stand-in, so to speak. He's a friend of mine. I shifted into my human form and switched places with him. Shifted? Sweet hell on fire. Okay, so let's forget Fluffy for a minute. What you're saying is it was our destiny to meet? He nodded, smiling. That's exactly right. Perfect. Don't you want to know why? Nope, I'm a believer. He leaned forward now, his face directly in front of hers. Grabbing her shoulders, he gave her a gentle shake. I'm Fluffy. I can prove it. His hands didn't feel threatening, but then they didn't feel like werewolf hands either. You don't have to. Do you remember when Jess came over? When he was trying to get you to come back to him, and while you were answering the door, I ate your steak? Had she told him about that incident? Probably. They talked about a lot of things. I remember. Do you remember the trip to the vet and Killer? The dachshund. I do. He was very cute. You're still not hearing me, Jay. You never told me about Killer. You never told me about Jess other than he was one of your exes, and you never told me Fluffy ate your steak. Oh, she had so. Hadn't she? I thought I had. No, you didn't. You also didn't tell me about Adele at the doggy spa, but I was there today when she called me the prettiest, biggest boy she'd ever seen. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They'd talked about many things on the 4-hour ride here, but Adele hadn't been one of them. Max's eyes lit up. Do you see? Did you ever tell me about Manny and Dan back at the shelter? Or about the stop at PETsMART on the way home where you spent almost 2 hours looking for the proper food for me? Did you tell me you were this close to falling for me just before you came over for tuna noodle casserole? Or did you tell Fluffy? Her mouth fell open. None of this made any sense. It was impossible. He must be bugging her apartment. But was he bugging the shelter and PETsMART and the doggy spa? Max's face went from urgent to worried again. I'm Fluffy, honey, and I did it because I didn't know how to get myself the hell out of it. I pretended to be Fluffy so you wouldn't be sick with worry like you were when you thought he ran away. I kept doing it because I made you happy as Fluffy. I knew it would be a while before I could tell you the truth about me, and I didn't want you up nights worried about what could be happening to him out on the streets alone. He grated a sigh. I mean me. That was it. Her composure snapped, her mind blocking out the possibility that Max was telling the truth, despite some heavy-duty evidence to the contrary. There was an explanation for all of this, just like there was at the end of every X-Files episode. So, you're telling me that when you got the call from the magical wizard of life mates, you came all the way to Hoboken to find me, got caught by animal control, let me adopt you, then played double agent werewolf / my dog, all in an effort to... what? The guilt on his face was very real. Imagined in Max's mind or not, he could win an award or two with that one expression. So I had time to get to know you. How would you have reacted if I'd just shown up at your door and said, "Ding dong, life mate calling"? So I rented the apartment next door, and I dated you like anyone else who was human would. I didn't want you to think I was crazy. Oh, no fear of that. Already taken care of. But he had a point, and she said as much. Good point. Taking her hand in his, he held it, running his fingers over her skin. Has any of this sunk in at all? Yeah, sinking. Explain the life mate thing. She couldn't help it. She'd seen it on TV shows, read it in a book or two, but she wanted to hear his theory out loud. As a werewolf, you're supposed to mate with whomever the universe chooses. It's fated at your birth. When the time comes, a prophecy's handed down and you go on your life mate journey. And where does this prophecy come from? Each werewolf pack has a prophet. Ours is my Aunt Eva. So, she told you J.C. Jensen from Hoboken, New Jersey, was your life mate. He winced. It doesn't quite work like that. She reads signs from objects and typically doesn't have specifics like names, just a general location. From what object did she read the sign that I was your life mate? He winced again, shifting in his chair. Her chicken noodle soup. Like Progresso or Campbell's? Now he looked confused again. Does it matter? Of course it matters, Max. It's all about the brand. What if it was cheap store-brand chicken noodle soup? That's crazy. You're calling crazy here? Absolutely fair. It was homemade chicken noodle soup. Does it happen like this for everyone in your pack? Pack. Oh, Jesus Christ and a rainbow bright. Yes, Aunt Eva gets almost all of her prophecies in her chicken noodle soup. So, you all have to pair up with someone you don't know and might not even like when Aunt Eva finds the sign in her soup? I know it sounds hokey, but yes. Bet everybody can't wait for soup night. I admit it can be uncomfortable. Okay, so, all the magical, mysterious, werewolf, fluffy stuff aside, dating me and making me fall... She paused, checking herself and her earlier internal admission of love. Making me like you were what? Just a ploy to get me here to Crazies R Us? Now Max actually looked pained. Yes and no. It wasn't a ploy to get you here to Cedar Glen. It was a way to get to know you before this interfered. But I knew the second you stood in front of my cage. That I would love you. That even though I didn't write that second, I would. I knew you were the one. He admitted, his voice so painfully low, so raw she had to fight to remember what he'd just told her. And there it was. Not the leaving Hoboken flaw, but the real, big, ugly flaw. The one she knew existed but couldn't find. Until now. Max was crazy. Gorgeously, perfectly, wonderfully crazy. It only made sense that she would find the one man on Earth who thought he was a werewolf and fall head over heels for him. That was just how her love life was meant to be. Crazy. She'd gone from thinking this was some sort of cult to understanding what Max's mother had meant when Faith said she just needed to come inside and listen. Maybe they'd tried to help him to no avail. He wasn't exactly a child. Maybe they couldn't force him to get the therapy he needed. It was obvious his family loved him. Maybe this was something they all just lived with, like when children had imaginary friends. But that didn't explain Jerry, and it didn't make sense that his family would let him roam the planet telling everyone he was a werewolf. The trouble here was she was in love with him. She couldn't be in a relationship with him this way, with him believing he was a werewolf, but love him she did. Grasping at straws, she mentally tried to sort through this. Maybe there was help for him. Maybe some psychiatrist or some medication or something that would heal him. JC. Her head popped up. I can show you if you'd like. Show me what? That I'm a werewolf. I don't want you to be afraid, Jay. What you'll see can be pretty scary, I suppose, but I swear to you, once I shift, I'll be fluffy. God, he really did believe he was a werewolf. If she agreed to let him show her, was she indulging him in his sickness? If she said no, would he lose it and hurt her, or even himself? But the way he looked at her, the way his eyes implored, made her soften. He wasn't frantic or anxious right now. There'd never been a single inclination he was violent thus far. He was just Max. Something inside told her he was the same Max, just with a quirk. A quirk that would require severe medical intervention, but he wasn't violent. So she smiled at him, fighting tears of helplessness. Sure, Max, she whispered softly. Show me. Chapter 17. Max rose, pushing the chair back, rolling his neck on his shoulders and cracking his knuckles. He closed his eyes and took a couple of deep breaths. JC heard a crunching, a harsh cracking, heard him moan, and then... Sweet, fancy Moses. It happened. This was really happening, right before her very eyes, like some surreal movie, as though she were in a theater watching this all play out with 3D glasses on. She gripped the arms of her chair, frozen in place. Her heart crashed against her ribs so hard she thought she might pass out. Tufts of gray and black hair sprouted from Max's face as his nose elongated and grew to a snout. Each muscle in his body rippled, tensing and flexing as his clothes ripped apart and he shed his human skin. Max fell forward on what was left of his hands, swiftly turning into paws with sharp nails. Throwing his head back, twisting it as each muscle realigned, muffling a cry when they shifted into place. And then his legs gave way, dropping out from under him, melting into back legs shaped just like a canine's. JC crawled up the chair using her arms, pushing off the floor with her feet until she almost tipped over. Pressing herself against the back of the chair, she fought a hysterical scream. Her chest heaved as Max completed this insane change, this mind-bending trick. Maybe they'd put something in her food at dinner? Some drug? No way was this really happening. But then Fluffy was there, right in front of her, letting his muzzle rest on the edge of the chair like he'd done 100 times since she'd adopted him. His enormous brown eyes sought hers, watching, pleading. This was her Fluffy. The Fluffy she'd dropped off for a nice long weekend of cuddles and pedicures and obedience training. Tears began to roll down her face just as she began to shake her head. No. This was not happening. She slid down on the chair, too weak to hold herself up, too terrified, too in awe by what she'd just witnessed. Fluffy did what he always did if he sensed she was sad or tired. He put his nose on her leg, unmoving, watching her. With a trembling hand, she reached out, tentatively touching his nose before snatching her hand away, afraid her delusions had suddenly become that real. The kind of delusions where you didn't just see things, you felt them, experienced them with sound, color, texture. And Fluffy sat right by her side, the way he always did. Max sat opposite her again in the bathrobe his mother had loaned him, as though he'd never twisted and grunted his way into being one of the best circus sideshows in the history of Barnum and Bailey. He looked ridiculous in the pink and mint green fuzzy fabric, his chest bursting out of the front. Yet still, he was adorable. He waited patiently as she processed, ran over in her head the outlandish scenario. He didn't push. He didn't prod. He certainly didn't make threats the way she thought someone who wanted to welcome her into the crazy fold would. But their silence was substantial, overwhelming her. Someone needed to do something. Say something, make a move. I can't believe what I just saw, she managed with unsteady words. As stoic as Fluffy once was, Max's words mirrored that stare he used to give her. I understand. He was so calm, so together. Damn him. Do you? Do you really? You're asking me to accept what I just saw, Max. Did you drug me? Put something in my food? Something that would make me hallucinate? His eyes held hers, deep and brown. No. What you saw is real. How can I, she waved a finger between them, be your soul person, or whatever you call it? I'm human. Is this like all the stories I've read where I have to be just like you in order to become part of your pack? Max's face was bleak, rigid with tension. No. You don't have to be like me, and I won't kill you, gut you, or eat you. We live quite peacefully here in Cedar Glen, Jay. We don't pillage and plunder either. We just have abilities for which we'd be locked up and experimented on by the very government you think we work for if we revealed who we really are. We're just like you, except we can do what we call shift. Much of the violence of a werewolf's myth is just that, myth, folklore. I would never hurt you, or anyone. I'd die rather than hurt you. He'd already hurt her. And the thought of him dying stung. Stung as though he'd struck her. Do you remember when you said if I still wanted to go home after we talked, you'd take me? His jaw tightened, the dark stubble on it shifting over his olive skin. I do. I want to go home. Please. Just take me home. I need to think. Max rose from the chair, placing a hand on her shoulder. A warm, gentle hand. I'll go change and grab your bag. But I want you to know something before you go, and then I won't say another word. His tone held defeat, and it shouldn't be slicing her up like a knife, but it was. What? Tilting her head up, he looked down at her, his eyes dark and serious. I knew from the second you found me in the shelter you were the one. I knew. No matter what you decide to do from here, if it means you can't accept who I am, what we all are, I'll understand. But I need you to know I fell in love with you these past few weeks. I lied to you about who I really was. I pretended I was your dog, but I didn't do any of it to hurt you. I did it because I didn't want you to hurt, and I didn't want to scare you. And no matter what you decide about us, if you decide my world isn't something you can handle, I'll love you anyway. Her heart throbbed, ached. Her arms shook to keep from pulling him to her, inhaling his scent, returning to the embrace that brought her the most peace she'd encountered in a long time. But she couldn't, because this was too much. Because she was afraid she still didn't believe his story entirely. But if he took her home, it would be a start. Squeezing his hand, she slipped past him, fighting the desperate urge to bury her face in his chest, and headed out of the kitchen. I'll wait by the car. Fuck, Max. I'm sorry, man, Derek said, clamping a hand on his shoulder as his family hovered around him in his house. I thought Jerry was all tucked into bed. I'm sorry. Language, Derek, please, Faith warned. When she turned to Max, her eyes were full of tears as yet unshed. Honey, you have to tell her. Please. He shook his head, dropping her shoes into her bag. Not a chance, Mom. It's enough that she's got crazy thoughts like we drugged her so she'd hallucinate werewolves or that we're some cult. Her mental state is fragile. Add in my dying and she'd tip right over the edge. I won't do it. None of you will do it, he ordered, waving a finger at his sisters and Derek. Derek grabbed Max's jacket and threw it at him, his eyes hard. He stood in front of him, keeping him from moving to the front door of his house. Dude, this is your life we're talking about. Yep, but I can't force her to want to become part of the pack, Derek. That's not gonna happen. Maybe the curse and the damn universe should have thought of that before they matched me with a human. Either way, I don't want a woman who's here by manipulation, so shut up and move, or I'll damn well move you myself. Natalie began to cry, fat tears splashing off her cheeks. I know this is awful, Max, and I don't know why the stupid universe and this curse gave you a human as a mate, but you have to tell her. I can't just let you die. He couldn't hear any more. All that mattered now was keeping his promise to JC so she wouldn't be more frightened of him. He couldn't see his mother's tears, couldn't hear Derek's protests. Pushing Derek out of the way, he said over his shoulder, I'll see you all in a day or two. He shoved the door open and headed toward JC. The ride back to Hoboken was filled with a palpable silence, broken only by the sounds of the country whizzing past the windows and the return to the bright lights of the city. JC couldn't speak if she wanted to anyway. Not now. He'd done what he'd promised to do. Take her home without another word. When they pulled up beside their apartment building and Max came around to let her out, she took one last glance at him before pushing her way past his solid body, stumbling on the strap of her overnight bag. She ran up the stairs to her apartment and jammed the key she'd had at the ready into the doorknob, slamming the door behind her and taking a deep breath. Closing her eyes, the horror of what she'd seen assaulted her mind's eye, making her tremble. How would she ever get past what she'd seen? How would she ever get over being in love with a man who was really a werewolf? Max was really a werewolf. He had a family of werewolves. Everything began shutting down. Her brain, her exhausted body, her will to stand. JC grabbed herself from her bag, dropping everything else and letting it scatter. She kicked off her shoes and began stripping off her clothes, letting them fall to the floor until she stood in nothing but her underwear. Without bothering to wash the makeup off her face, she found the old t-shirt Max had loaned her the other day after they'd taken a shower together and put it on. Pulling back her comforter, she climbed into her bed and tucked the neck of the fabric around her fingers, drawing it to her nose, inhaling Max's scent. Max. How was she ever going to make it through the next day without Max the werewolf in it? Chapter 18. JC woke to the dark cool of her bedroom with a hard knot in her belly. As her eyes focused on the room around her, the horror of what happened last night refreshed itself and sank in. Over and over she replayed leaving the man she'd fallen in love with because she was afraid of him, because she'd lost her sense of reality, because she was too chicken shit to believe what he'd done was real. Her phone beeped an incoming text, and she found herself reaching blindly for it, ridiculously hoping it was Max. But it was only the dog spa, letting her know her boyfriend, Max Adams, had picked up Fluffy and paid the bill in full. Right. Max had picked up his Fluffy understudy, and now there wasn't just no Max, but there was no Fluffy either. Her heart was raw, so chafed she couldn't move, almost couldn't breathe. Her phone beeped again, but she chose to ignore it. It wouldn't be Max. And if it was anyone else, she just didn't give a shit. She just wanted to lie there in her bed. Maybe she'd lie there forever. Get up, Jay. Go away, Viv. I already told you I don't want to go out. Viv dropped down on the bed next to her, dragging the blankets away from her tight cocoon of forgetting everything. You smell like a garbage truck. Get up. Shower. Now. Pulling the pillow over her face, she shook her head. No. I'll haul your ass in there myself, she threatened, pulling the pillow from JC's face, followed by a gasp of horror. What the hell happened to you? Have you been crying? Honey, what's going on? Nothing's going on. I told you in my text. I don't feel well. Viv stared at her, her beautiful face blurry, probably because she hadn't had her eyes open this wide in almost 5 days. Jay, this is me. I've been your best friend since Mrs. Rubenstein's 3rd grade science class. You've been crying. I know when you've been crying, and not just a little. You've been crying your eyeballs raw, so either tell me what's going on or I'm going digging. You remember what happened the last time I dug to find out why you were crying? She remembered. Ashley Griswold. She'd picked on JC every day straight for almost an entire year, until the day of the 5th grade science fair, when her bullying culminated in knocking over JC's science fair project and stomping on it. Viv had found JC in the corner of the playground, crushed. After that day, Ashley Griswold never even looked at JC. Not even a glance. Whatever Viv had done to her, however she'd found out, she'd made Ashley cringe in utter fear whenever they walked by. I remember. You know, you never would tell me what you did to scare Ashley senseless. And I never will. But that should be a lesson to you. When I dig deep. Now spit it out, Jay. You won't answer my phone calls. I've texted you like I'm some lovesick, obsessive fool for 5 days straight, and you don't text me back. I expected you to be all sorts of rainbows and love songs when you came back from the sticks with Max, but instead, he's moved out and you're here buried in your bed like some troll under a bridge. What gives? Max moved out? It was like a punch to her gut. Max left? Viv's face changed with realization. Oh, honey. Did you break up? Is that why he moved? Is that why you're holed up here crying? Her chest tightened. How could she possibly tell Viv what she'd experienced? She'd think she was plumb loco. Yes, we broke up. Viv grabbed her hand, tucking it into her own. But why? Everything was going so well. I can't talk about it. Yes, you can. You will. But not until you shower. Get up. Get in the shower. Cleanse before I gag on your stench. Then we'll have a nice meal, some wine, and we'll get over this heartbreak just like we have all the others. She stood and yanked the warm blankets totally off the bed, her eyes determined. Get up. She didn't want to get up. She didn't want to talk. She couldn't talk about Max. Viv would think she'd gone mad. She could, however, stand a shower. Maybe a hot shower would help her piece together a good enough explanation to hand Viv. And then she could get right back into bed and sleep this deep, gnawing sadness away. Viv smiled at her from the kitchen sink, holding out a glass of wine. "There's my girl." She sniffed the air when JC crossed the room to drop her cell on the counter and take the wine. "And you smell more like her, too." The scent of Viv's meatloaf wafted to her nose, making her stomach grumble. "I heard that," she said, chuckling. "So we've got half an hour before dinner is done. You sit, you talk. I won't take no for an answer." Dropping into a kitchen chair, she put her head down on her folded arms. "I can't, Viv. I swear I can't." Viv reached under her arms and cupped her chin, forcing JC to look at her. "Did he hurt you? Did someone in his family hurt you? I sense more than just a broken heart here, and it's scaring me." Tears began to splash down her face all over again. As the words left Viv's mouth, she knew, bone deep, Max would never hurt her. No, it was nothing like that. Promise. "Did he break up with you?" "No, I think I broke up with him." "You're kidding me, right? Didn't you tell me you thought he was the one? What happened to change that in a weekend, Jay? Cold feet? What?" She'd managed to parse together a reasonable enough explanation while she was in the shower. The trick was keeping it vague so Viv would fall for it. Viv always knew when she was lying. "We're just different people. So different, we're a different species." Viv bit her lip, frowning. "Well, that was very practiced and ambiguous. Now tell me the real story." She shrugged her shoulders, exhausted from sitting upright for what felt like an eternity. "That's the whole story." Viv looked skeptical. "And you can't possibly overcome those differences? They're that monumental?" She swallowed, her throat tight. "Yes." Viv's eyes narrowed. "And you're telling me the truth?" "As much of it as I can without harming your faculties. Yes, swear it." Her friend's face went sympathetic. "Oh, sweetie, I'm so sorry. This one felt right. But let's get a good meal in you, and maybe some more wine, and we'll pick up the pieces and glue Humpty Dumpty back together again, okay?" Her throat was raw, but she nodded and said, "Okay." Viv pushed away from the table with a nod, rising to move toward the counter. She stopped there, bracing her hands against it, and gasping before fiddling with JC's phone. JC sat up. "What's wrong?" She grabbed the phone and held it up, pointing to the screen. This is what's wrong." "Is it my parents?" Alarmed, she jumped up from the table, her legs weak and shaky from lack of nourishment. Viv held the phone up in the air. "Oh no, it's not your parents. It's your boyfriend, the one you're so different from. Remember him?" Now she was really alarmed. "I don't get it." Viv popped her ruby red lips. "Then here, let me help you. And I quote, 'I've been worried about you, Jay, really worried. I know the whole werewolf thing scared the shit out of you, but if it's us you're afraid of, please don't be. I need to be sure you believed me when I told you you're safe. I'd never allow anyone to hurt you. Take care, Max.'" JC's mouth fell open, but she snapped it shut. How did she explain that? Her mind raced. Okay, she had it. She'd just tell Viv this was an example of why they were so different. Because Max was crazy and thought he was a werewolf. Good. Got it. But Viv held up a finger, her eyes narrowing. "Don't say another word. I can't believe I didn't see it or smell it or whatever I'm supposed to do, but it all makes sense now. I'm still feeling my way around, but remember I told you Max wasn't like all the other leeches you've dated? I couldn't pinpoint it, but now I know why I said it. I'm just surprised he didn't know it too. Jesus Christ, Jay. I can't believe it. Feeling your way around what? Crazy? Can one feel their way around that? Max is just unbalanced. Good word, Jay. Viv began to laugh. Laugh so hard tears streamed down her face. She doubled over, wrapping her arms around her slender waist. Okay, it was a little funny if you looked at it from Viv's perspective, believing Max was one bat shy of a belfry, but it wasn't that funny. Viv grabbed her arm, snorting and cackling. Wait, just listen. Oh, Jesus, Jay. I have something to tell you. For the second time in a matter of days, JC sat stunned. Only this time, it wasn't nearly as traumatic. Which should strike her as completely whacked, but was instead oddly comforting. She was adjusting to the insane. There was a certain amount of pride to be had in that. Viv sat across from her at her kitchen table, her clothes rumpled from what she called her shift. She winced, biting her lower lip. You okay? JC thought about that for a moment. You mean after you, right before my very eyes, turned into a cat? Hid something like this from me for almost all our lives? I feel like I'm living in an episode of Grimm. I know it's a lot, Jay, but I just wanted to show you that I understand Max, who he is. And if he shifted in front of you like I suspect he did, I had to prove he's not some kind of weird science project or government conspiracy, which is exactly what I know you must have been thinking. But this is all very real. That's when the events of the weekend tumbled from her lips. Because she needed so desperately to unload, she relayed everything that happened at Max's mother's that night, shared her terror, her disbelief, her fear. All my life, since we met back in grade school, I've wanted to tell you, Jay, but I couldn't. I didn't really understand it myself until the last several years. I began to do some research on the internet. I stalked online forums, most of which are complete bullshit and full of posers, but some people had some decent information. I found a few others in hiding like me. This time, words didn't take as long to form on JC's tongue. Watching Viv morph into a cat had been amazing and awe-inspiring, and not nearly as frightening as Max's change had been. Viv was a petite, very white, very furry cat. So when I call you the crazy cat lady, you really are the crazy cat lady. Viv barked a laugh. I kinda am. So, you don't eat people when you're in crazy cat lady form? Cast spells, lure people into your cult? Have I eaten you yet? Don't be silly. I'm just like you, honey. The difference being, I can shift into a cat. Right. No big deal. I'm sorry. I don't mean to minimize. You know I'm adopted, right? JC nodded, still feeling as if she'd stepped into an episode of Fringe. Yes, when you were just a baby. Right. I'm assuming my parents were shifters. That's what we call ourselves. Anyway, I didn't know I could do this until I was 7 or so, and it just happened. Out of the blue. I was petrified, and I sure as hell didn't have anyone to ask what was happening to me, so I told no one. Back in the day, we didn't have the internet to surf, looking for answers. Maud and Ben would have locked me up and thrown away the key, so somehow I learned to control it. Enough so it wouldn't freak the parents out. I love them. They've been amazing parents. I didn't want to lose them and live my life out in some loon lockup. Viv's parents. It always cracked JC up that Viv called her parents by their first names. But sadness swirled in her heart for 7-year-old Viv. To be afraid the people you loved and trusted the most would shun you. It had to keep you in a constant state of anxiety. So you hid it all this time? It must have been so hard on you, Viv. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you. I don't know if I could have helped, but I would have tried. Regret slithered in. She hadn't been there for Max either, when all he'd asked for was acceptance. What else can you do with something like this, Jay, but hide? I could have done what Max did. Look where that got him. Dumped. I didn't want to lose my best friend, so I hid it. I found a couple of people here in Jersey like me, really like me, and we see each other every once in a while at our secret kitty meets. I'd love to know more shifters, even if they're not cats like me. It's nice to know you're not such a freak, because for a long time, I thought that was the case. JC grabbed her hand, pulling it to her cheek. As long as you promise not to eat me, you can still be my best friend. And I'm sorry. So sorry. After the way I reacted over Max, I can't say showing me would have garnered a different reaction. Now that this has become more real, I feel like the shittiest friend ever. I feel like there's this chunk of you that you automatically knew I'd reject. Viv squeezed her fingers tight. Well, Max took care of that for me, didn't he? You're all broken in now. So, what do you know about werewolves? She asked tentatively, with trepidation in her heart. Viv sipped her wine. I know that Max is telling you the truth when he says he'd never hurt you. I've never hurt you, have I? It's a law punishable by death in werewolf circles, I hear. And I'm guessing when he told you he loved you, he meant it. He pretended to be your dog, because he couldn't stand to see you cry. That's not like bringing you flowers to cheer you up when you have the flu, honey. It's much bigger. The question is, can you live with it? Does it change how much you love him? A weight lifted off her shoulders, a huge anchor dragging her to the lowest depths, suddenly gone. I've been so miserable without him. Viv snorted, smoothing her hair from her face. That was evident from the stink all over you. If he were a man, a fully human man, by now I'd have been picking out china and asking people to check off chicken or beef for the wedding reception. So what does that say about me? It says you've watched a lot of TV, Jay. Read some books, bought into the myth. It says you didn't understand. Now you do. But what if I can't adjust or acclimate or whatever it is you do when your boyfriend is a werewolf? Her friend's smile was sympathetic. You stay miserable without him? Or you accept who he is with him? Sort of like, I bet he'd accept you if you had an eyeball in the middle of your forehead and 3 arms. For the first time in days, she laughed. And it was good. So good. It's just a quirk in his DNA, honey. Yes, it's a lifestyle, one that takes some getting used to, if Jerry's just the tip of the iceberg. But Max still has a heart, a brain, a soul. If there was someone who loved me the way I think he loves you, I'd take him with horns and 2 penises. Well, when she put it that way. The burn of tears stung JC's eyes again. She turned Max away, and it ached. He said, I'm his life mate. At first, I thought he was just deranged when he said he was sent by some prophecy, but now you've made me question everything. Viv's eyes flashed, going wide. Oh, shit. Wait. He's an Addams, right? A werewolf Addams? JC nodded slowly, the urgency in her friend's voice scaring her. Yes? Oh, sweet baby Jay. Okay, so are you sure you're nuts about him? Because this is very important. She was surer than sure. She was so sure the thought of finally expressing it without fear she was in love with a man who was certifiable overwhelmed her. I'm absolutely sure. Then I have something to check on, but while I do, you put some clothes on and pack a bag. Don't ask questions, just move. We're road trippin'. Viv jumped up, grabbing her phone from her purse while JC did as she was told. Max shoved the food on his plate around, ignoring the steady rise of the full moon and the obvious hysteria around him. Derek jumped up from the kitchen table where they all sat, plates still full, unable to eat. "This is some bullshit. I'm going to find JC. Don't say a word, Max. I don't care if you don't want her to feel pressured. I don't want you dead." He slammed his fist on the table, making the dishes bounce with a clatter. "Sit down, Derek." Derek snarled at him. "Oh, the hell you say! I'm not sitting. I'm going to Hoboken and getting your girl. If you try to stop me, I'll kick your ass from here to Pennsylvania. It's unfair not to tell her, Max. She has the right to make the final decision. You're taking that right away just by remaining silent. How the hell will she feel if she finds out you're dead and you didn't give her the chance to save your sorry ass?" Max rose from his chair, grabbing Derek by his shirt with one hand. "I will not mate with a woman by force, Derek," he roared, throwing him into his chair. "Now sit down and shut up." Faith was up and putting a hand on Max's and Derek's shoulders. "Please, please, boys. Not tonight. Not tonight of all nights. These could be our last moments together. I won't have them spent arguing. Derek, if this is what Max wants, we have to respect his last." She didn't finish the sentence. Instead, she began to cry. And it was eating Max up. Avery and Nat cried too, silently, still rooted to their seats. He couldn't take the crying right now. He had to prepare himself, prepare his family, make sure that all his ducks were in a row for Derek to take over. Max took a deep breath, regretting his anger. "I'm sorry. Listen, I just need an hour or so to make sure I have everything set for Derek. I know you don't want to hear that. I know this hurts. But I need to know you'll all be taken care of when I'm not here. Gone. Dead. Petrified. Whatever." He dropped a kiss on his mother's cheek and went straight for the back door. He had to get away, wrap his head around this. The text he'd sent to JC was the only way he had of reassuring her they weren't some bunch of bloodthirsty monsters. He'd hoped against hope she'd text him back, but when he checked his phone, there was nothing. The past 5 days had been sheer hell without her. Leaving Hoboken without JC had killed him, but he couldn't stay. She would have only felt as if he were breathing down her neck. So he'd come back home and waited for a miracle. But after the way she'd run away from him, he knew it was pointless. He threw open the door to his house, inhaling the scent of fresh wood. Built with the idea he'd someday fill it with werecubs of his own, the house would be left to Derek, in the hope that in his stead his brother would have better luck with his life mate than Max had. This goddamn curse had really done him in. There was nothing about the curse that allowed your life mate time to adjust to the fact that your new mate wasn't human, which was utter bullshit. What woman who didn't know the mating score was willing to mate with a man after only knowing him a few short weeks? Fuck the universe, and fuck the elders for this curse they'd cast upon his family because his grandparents had defied them in the name of compassion. Thinking of his grandparents made him think of his father. He missed Brock Adams, lived every day as if he were still going to show up at any minute. Kept the pack whole so Brock could take over upon his return. Running a hand through his hair, he sat down at his computer to compose an email to JC before he went to spend his last moments with his family. So she'd know he'd really fallen in love with her, and nothing, not her fear, not her obvious distaste for what he was, would change that. Chapter 19. Viv whipped around a corner, turning the steering wheel of her old Granada so sharply JC almost lost the wine she'd consumed. Her head was swirling with activity, dizzy with the words Viv had shared, mating and babies and aging slowly and super speed and die. The word wouldn't stop running around in her head. As if this couldn't get any crazier than knowing werewolves existed, then finding out her friend was a feline, there was this. The curse. This crazy, mind-boggling curse Viv had explained to her on the ride to Cedar Glen. She almost heard the ominous music playing in her head just thinking about how monstrous it was. Who would do such a horrific thing? Why hadn't Max told her that his family was cursed, and he'd die if they didn't mate by the full moon? She didn't have to ask, because he wouldn't force her to do something out of fear or under pressure, because Max wasn't the kind of man who'd want her under duress, because it would mate them forever and there'd be no turning back, because Max was adorably, chivalrously Max. Oh, God. What had she done by leaving him? Her stomach tightened into a hard knot, making it hard to breathe as she gripped her seatbelt, her eyes glancing at the clock. Midnight. They had to make it before midnight. Are you sure he'll die if we don't mate? Viv swung around at a fork in the road, kicking up dust and gravel as she took off again, her eyes straining for any sign of Cedar Glen. Yes, Jay, he will die. Now keep trying to call him, text him, something. We have to get to him before midnight. Her fingers trembled when she held up her phone. I can't get a friggin' signal out here. And I'm pretty good at directions, so why can't I find this damn town? I was just here. Her panic began to rise like cream, light and frothy. She would not let Max die. Please, whoever's in charge, just let me get there in time. Viv reached over and patted her hand. Don't panic yet. Just stay focused. We'll get there if it's the last thing we do. There, JC yelled, remembering the old railroad-style fencing. Turn there. Viv cut a hard right, the squeal of her tires echoing sharply in a darkness broken only by the dashboard lights and a full moon. You know, when we find your man, I'm going to give him hell for not having some streetlights installed up here in Deliverance. It's so damn dark I can't see any road signs. And I'm a cat, for Jesus' sake. A shadowy figure came out of nowhere, loping into JC's peripheral vision and smashing against the passenger window before she had time to scream a warning to Viv. The impact was so jolting, whatever hit them broke the window, shattering the glass and pelting them with stinging fragments. She heard Viv scream as the car began to roll down what felt like an embankment, the scenery tilting and turning as trees and brush flew by. They landed with a hard whump, the tires taking most of the impact as they bounced upon returning upright, and the chassis metal screeched its howling protest. Viv's head snapped back before she fell forward and cracked her cheek on the steering wheel. JC scrambled to unhook her seatbelt, droplets of blood coming from her forehead, leaving a crimson pattern on her jeans. "Viv!" she yelled, yanking the belt off and twisting around to reach for her friend's face. "Go!" she yelled at her. "I'm fine. You have to go now, Jay." Terror coursed through her veins, and panic seized her gut as she tried to focus on the passenger side door. Gripping the handle, she prayed it would open when she gave it a yank. Nothing. Shit, shit, shit. "Jay, go! Now!" Viv howled over the wind as it began to pick up. "The hell? I'm not leaving you here. Just hold tight." JC used the arm of her sweater to clear the passenger window of shattered glass, ignored the shards poking her from the frame, and climbed out. She caught her foot on the edge and hit the ground with a bone-cracking thud. She rolled to her side, grunting her pain, pulling her knees to her chest, spitting leaves and grass from her mouth. As her eyes cleared, JC found herself staring up at the very thing that had sent her running back home. Jerry. She fought a gasp of surprise. Calm. Stay calm. He won't hurt you. Max told you Jerry would never hurt you. It was hard to keep her teeth from chattering at his size alone as he loomed over her, his wide girth blocking out the moon. But as he stared down at her, his face covered in tufts of straggly fur blowing wildly in the wind, his hands, half paws, half fingers, JC's fear ebbed away. Jerry held out his hand and waited, his red eyes beseeching. JC grabbed onto it, ignoring the strange mesh of claws and fingers, and let him drag her upward. She wobbled, but Jerry wrapped his arm around her waist to steady her. He walked her to a tree, holding up a hand to indicate she should wait. In a mere blink of her eye, the shriek of metal tearing punctuated the howl of the wind as he ripped the door off Viv's car and threw it out of the way. "Wait!" JC called to him. "Don't move her, Jerry, in case she's hurt." Regaining her balance, she stumbled clumsily toward Jerry, her ankle throbbing. She made it to the hood of the car, feeling her way around until she saw Viv's outline. "Jay? Swear it on my damn cats' lives, I'm fine. You need to go find Max." JC shook her head, worried by the bruises on Viv's face and the gash of crimson along her cheek. Cupping Viv's jaw, she ran her fingers over her face. "Not gonna happen. Ever. What if you have internal injuries?" "No way. We've got to call 911. Jerry put a hand on JC's arm, moving her out of the way with a gentle shove. "I can help her," he said, his voice surprisingly deep and calm. "I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I was just running so it wouldn't hurt so much. But I won't hurt you or your friend, JC. That's a promise." JC went from worried about Viv to worried about Jerry. "So what wouldn't hurt so much, Jerry? Are you injured?" He looked away, over her shoulder, and toward the field they landed in. "I can't tell you. Max would be angry. He said I couldn't tell you." Viv's head bobbed, and she winced, squeezing her temples. "You're Jerry?" His eyes darted to JC's face, as though he were asking permission to acknowledge Viv. This Jerry, this gentle giant, wasn't nearly as frightening as he'd appeared upon their first encounter. The hair springing from his face didn't look as awkward as it did endearing, and his hands were kind, almost tender. She squeezed his arm and smiled, squinting her eyes when a sharp pain stabbed her between the eyes. "Yes, this is Jerry. Jerry, meet Viv. She's my best friend." Viv flapped JC's hands from her face and pointed toward the road. "Jerry? A pleasure. Now, get my girl here to Max, pronto. Forget about me, I'm fine. In about 10 minutes, it'll look like this never happened. It's another magical property we have as shifters. We self-heal. So hurry up, Jerry. Howl to send a signal, do whatever you have to do to let Max know JC's here. Hurry." Jerry backed away from them, and for a moment, JC feared as Max had that he'd run. But instead, he reared his head back and howled, so painfully loud and so shrill she had to cover her ears. In the clearing just above the embankment, hundreds of glowing eyes appeared, making her shrink back against Jerry. He put his hands on her shoulders and nudged her. "It's okay. That's the pack. They'll help you get to Max." Her heart pounded hard in her chest as she took another glance at Viv, torn. "Go, Jay! Jerry will stay with me, right?" "I'll stay. Right here. Swear it. Hurry. You don't have much time." Time. Oh God, what time was it? The moon was high, buttery and round, and it had never looked as frightening as it did now that Max's life hung in the balance. So she ran toward the glowing eyes, limping, scrapping her way to the top of the hill until she recognized Derek's face. He ran toward her, his image becoming a blur, and then he was standing directly in front of her. His jaw was tight, his handsome face grave, his words clipped. "Get on my back, JC. Do it now. I'll piggyback you to Max, but we damn well have to hurry. Hang on tight. Don't be afraid." She jumped onto his back, throwing her arms around his neck. "Just get me to him, Derek. Please," she whispered, her voice catching. Derek took off at a gallop, moving so swiftly she had to close her eyes from the speed. She wouldn't bother to question how or why he was capable of such strength and speed. She was just grateful. Derek slowed as Max's house came into view, where hordes of people had gathered and nothing but silence prevailed. She jumped off Derek's back, tripping up the stairs to Max's house, pushing her way past the crowd of people on the steps and banging on the door. "Max! Max, open this door, right now!" Faith popped it open, her eyes red and puffy. Just beyond her, Avery and Natalie sat on Max's couch, huddled together under a blanket, while other people she didn't know stood by, their faces grim. "Max! Where is he?" she shouted, her stomach roiling, her fingers icy and cramped from clenching them into fists. And then he was there, in the doorway of his bedroom. Big, beautiful, his eyes bloodshot, his skin papery white. JC flew to him, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat, closing her eyes in relief. Max tipped her chin up, running gentle fingers over her scratches and examining her face. "Jay, what happened to you? Are you okay?" She shook her head against his broad chest. "I'm fine. Forget me." "I know," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. "I know everything." He gripped her shoulders. "Who told you?" "Viv. And I'll explain all that later. Right now, we have bigger, much more important things to do." Max stiffened. "I can't let you do this, Jay," he said, his voice so thin it hurt his soul. "Don't do this, because if you do, there's no turning back. It's life or nothing." A Max so pale and anything other than a mountain of hearty vitality scared JC to her marrow. Lifting her head, she looked at him, running her hand over his jaw, touching him to prove to herself he was still here with her. "Who'd make me tuna noodle casserole if you go and die because of your stupid pride? You haven't even given me the recipe for it yet." A ripple of laughter twittered through Max's house as Derek and Faith herded the people lingering in Max's living room out amidst hushed whispers. Max smiled down at her, that gorgeous smile that made her toes curl and her stomach dance like a ballerina. "You do realize this is mercy sex, right?" "Very different than angry sex, I've heard." "Like night and day, honey." Clamping her hand under his jaw, JC looked him directly in the eye. "You listen to me, Adams. I don't want to turn back. Ever. I want you and Cedar Glen and Jerry and your mother and sisters, all of it. I want all of it. I love you, Max, and I don't care about any of the other stuff. I just want you." Max leaned down and dropped a kiss to the tip of her nose. "Are you angry that I didn't tell you about the curse?" "Are you crazy? Of course I'm angry. You'd rather die than mate with me was the general gist. Do you know what kind of mixed-up message that sends, pal?" She teased, standing on tiptoes to kiss his jaw, run her palms over his chest, reassure herself of his existence. Max chuckled, then coughed. "I said no such thing." JC caught his lips with hers. I don't care what you said. We're doing this. Wait. No music? No candles? No foreplay? How can I feel properly wooed if we don't at least have some foreplay? Because the only music you're going to hear is the funeral march? Right. The whole dying thing. Really puts a damper on foreplay. Max's door opened, letting a gust of wind breeze through. Hey, lovebirds, Derek yelled. Enough with the kissy-face, witty banter. You have exactly 5 minutes to make some magic. Stop leaving us all out here hanging on the edges of our seats and get her done. He slammed the door with a huff of exasperation. JC took Max's hand in hers, gazing up at him. So, you ready to do this? His face went solemn again, just like when he was fluffy. It's forever, Jay. Forever. She tugged his hand and pulled him into the bedroom. Yeah, I know. Just you wait and see what forever means with me, Adams. Morning breath, stubble on my legs. Sometimes I even clip my toenails at the kitchen table. He stalled, giving her a look of mock horror. Whoa, now. Hold up, Jensen. There must be another way. Maybe something I missed about the curse? She giggled, shutting the door behind her and backing up to it, pulling him close and smiling. Oh, no. Don't try to weasel out of your forever now, buddy. You and me, we're in it up to our eyeballs. Toenail clippings and all. Max grinned at her, running his thumb over her mouth. Fine. See my stiff upper lip, take one for the team. JC wrapped her arms around his neck and let a happy sigh escape. That's the spirit. Go Team Adams, she said with a giggle. Now, let's go find that forever, huh? Max brushed her lips with his, pulling her toward his bed. Well, when you ask so nicely, forever it is, milady. JC pulled him down on the bed beside her, loving the feel of his big body so close to hers. Here's to forever, life mate, she whispered, before pressing her lips to his. Chapter 20. Max nibbled at her neck, arousing her from a deep, satisfying sleep. Is that you, life mate? His warm palm skimmed her hip, pulling her leg over his thigh and slipping a finger between her legs. He moaned in her ear, his hard shaft sizzling hot against her ass. So, ooh, huh? We did it? JC burrowed against Max, loving the hard ripple of his chest against her back. He slid his arm under her and cupped her breast, turning the place between her thighs wet with excruciating anticipation. We rallied. Go Team Adams. Tears stung her eyes much as they had last night. She gripped his wrist, her hand trembling. I was so afraid I'd lose you last night. I'm sorry I ran away, but if there's ever something as important as your life involved again, you'd better spit it out a whole lot sooner than 5 days before your expiration date. Got that? She shivered, not just from the amazing feel of his hands, but from what could have happened if Viv hadn't known about the curse. Lifting her leg high over his hip, he slipped inside her, groaning his pleasure against the back of her neck. I promise to tell you all things curse-ish. JC stretched her arms up to hook around his neck, gritting her teeth when Max thrust into her. That's so nice, she murmured, arching her back, her nipples tight. Max splayed his hand over her abdomen, keeping her body tight to his, rolling his hips exactly the way she liked it. It didn't take long for her to find release. Last night, their lovemaking had been tentative. She'd been afraid he'd break in two and disappear completely. This morning, everything about him felt so right, there was no holding back. Heat washed over her first, making her grind against him, cling to him as she came, whispering his name. Max tensed, the muscles in his body flexing against her back as he found release, too. Pulling her close, he buried his face in her neck, skimming his hot mouth along her flesh, trailing soft kisses until she melted into him. "Oh, good morning, life mate," he growled, husky and rich. She grinned. "Who's making breakfast, you or me?" "I don't know. Who cares about breakfast when there's this?" he asked, rolling her to face him so he could run his fingers over her nipples. "I realized something late last night." "That you'd just had mercy sex with a dying man?" JC giggled. "Aside from that, we don't know each other very well. I mean, what side of the bed do you like to sleep on? Are you a planner or spontaneous? Do you like ketchup on your fries or do you prefer them naked? What about pickles? Do you like them on your hamburgers? What's your favorite color? What shoe size are you? Who does the cooking?" Max quieted her with a kiss. "Tell you what, life mate, I promise, now that you've made the ultimate sacrifice, you can cook for me every night." "Ha! Funny man. But I'm being serious, Max. There are a million things we may never know about each other, but we don't even know many of the basics yet. How can we expect to just live together in harmony before we know if we're harmonious?" Pushing the hair from her eyes, Max smiled. "I know. And I promise we'll learn all those things about each other. We'll keep right on dating just like we were, except you'll be here in my bed every night. I'll take some time off work and we'll really dig deep. But you have some things to do, too. Like the salon, for instance. I know you love it. If you want to keep it, I'd never ask you to give it up. We'll work out a commute of some kind, or something." Her sigh was a happy one, but she shook her head. "You can't tell me people here don't need haircuts. I've seen you in, shift, is it?" "Look at you, already working the wear lingo. So proud." She grinned at him. "You're a hairy bunch, and I love the salon, Max, but I also love you. So, as long as you're not opposed to me opening one here, I'll either sell my share to my partner or hire someone to manage it for the time being." "You'd give that up for me? Wow, it must be love," he teased. "I really love what I've seen of Cedar Glen so far. And I'm not in love with raising children in an apartment in Hoboken. Not when your family's here and you have this amazing house with plenty of room for children. So, about Cedar Glen." JC stiffened, her hesitation clear. "Alarm bells going off, Adams," she warned. "Nothing to be alarmed about, but Cedar Glen has its quirks." Her eyes narrowed. "Define, please." As Max explained to her how Cedar Glen had come to be, she fell in love with him just a little more. To find a man who was so perfect for her and filled with so much compassion made her heart nearly burst. Wait, there are vampires here? Shut the front door. There are all sorts of the paranormal here. People who needed somewhere to go when their clans or packs or whatever deemed them unworthy. Vampires, even a werebear or 3. "My parents," she muttered, still absorbing the existence of vampires and werebears. "One step at a time, okay? I promise we'll figure it out together." "Thankfully, I don't have to tell Viv." She sat upright. "Viv! Oh, God, how could I forget Viv? I have to check on her, Max. She was hurt last night." She began to untangle herself from the sheets, her thoughts racing as she remembered Viv mentioning something about self-healing, but Max pulled her back into his embrace. "She's fine, honey. Jerry made sure she got to my mother's. He sent me a text, and she's sleeping in today. The word according to Avery. I still can't believe I didn't smell her. I think I was too caught up in you." She took a deep breath, relaxing again. "I'm not even going to pretend I understand smelling each other, or any of the other things she told me. But if not for her, I don't know if I would have come back in time to save you, Max. Seeing her shift changed everything for me. It helped me to trust what you'd told me because I trust her. We've known each other all our lives, and never once did I even have a hint she was a cat. A cat. I can't believe this is now normal conversation in my world." Max chuckled. "We hide because we have to, Jay. But she doesn't have to hide here." "Then that's something I hope she'll give some serious thought to, because I'd love to have her nearby." "Until then," she murmured, "I can think of about 1,000,000 things we could be doing to get to know one another better." Max growled, rolling on top of her. "Like?" "Max, hate to break up the mercy, mate, but I could use a little advice here." Derek's voice echoed from the living room. Max jumped out of bed, wrapping the sheet around himself and throwing JC his robe. She scrambled into it, rolling up the overly long sleeves and following Max out of the bedroom, bumping into his back when he stopped short. "What the hell, bro?" Derek paced the hardwood floor, wrinkling the big rug in the middle. "We didn't want to tell you because you were having a shitty go of it last week, but you missed chicken noodle soup night on Thursday." "Oh boy." Max covered his mouth with his hand, trying to muffle his laughter. When he was composed, he said, "So, Aunt Eva strikes again, huh?" Derek's hard face, so like Max's, hardened even more, if that were at all possible. "Oh, you bet. She said I had to find the blue container in the land of packaged treats and hungry cars." Max frowned. "I don't get it." JC agreed. "I don't either." Derek's face was shrouded in disgust. "It's a puzzle. What she meant was, look for the blue container at the 7-Eleven. You know, packaged cupcakes and gas for hungry cars." Max held his fist out for Derek to bump. "Nice problem-solving skills, brother." Derek waved him off, his jaw clenched. "Funny." JC held up a finger. "I don't get the blue container. What does that have to do with the 7-Eleven in your life, mate? That's what the chicken noodle soup is. A prophecy, right?" Derek stalked to the front door, throwing it open and grabbing a carrier from the front porch before stomping back across the floor. He held it under their noses, his eyes blistering with anger. "This is the blue container." Max looked at JC before they both leaned down to look in the caged door of the carrier. JC took a step back and cocked her head, blinking. "Oh, you crazy bunch of paranormals. Always with the surprises." She nudged Max when his mouth fell open. He snapped his mouth closed, giving her a sheepish look. "So, Alpha, what do I do to make this go away?" Max's lips pursed. "Okay, so there's a bright side to this, Derek. At least there are no fangs or forked tongues involved, right?" JC fought a snort, nudging Max in the ribs again for his insensitivity. Derek, clearly not in the mood for a good joke, held the pet carrier higher. "This isn't funny." They both peered inside the dark interior of the carrier again. The "not funny" stirred, dark and shadowy, making JC and Max jump when the silence was broken by a single sound. Meow. About the author. Dakota Cassidy is the nationally best-selling author of over 30 books. She lives in the gorgeous state of Oregon with her real-life hero and her dogs, and she loves hearing from readers. This has been An American Werewolf in Hoboken. Wolf Mates, Book 1. Written by Dakota Cassidy. Narrated by Holly Jackson. Copyright 2014 by Dakota Cassidy. Production copyright 2014 by Dakota Cassidy.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.